All righty, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. Good Tuesday morning. It is August 19th, 2025, and I am pleased to welcome you to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. Today, we do have Pastor Jared Latham, who's with us from New Beginnings Methodist Church. He will be providing our invocation, which will be followed by the pledge, which I will lead. For those of you willing and also able, please stand for both our invocation and our pledge.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of the ability to come here freely. And we thank you for each of these leaders, these men and women who have given their time to help lead this county. We pray that peace and unity would rest over this board and over our communities. We ask for protection for our families and our schools and our neighborhood. And Father, we pray that revival would break out here in Cobb County and that your name would be glorified. We pray for your Holy Spirit to be present in this room and give these leaders wisdom today. We pray this all in the holy and precious name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our meeting is now called to order, and I will turn things over to John Peterson, our zoning manager, and he will walk us through today's agenda, beginning with those matters that are held.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that when the case is called, the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are here. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After that point, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So you want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person wishing to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, the board may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been either continued or held by the staff or the Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florida North Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z9 of 2025, Whataburger Restaurants, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z9 of 2025 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z17 of 2025, Little Sunshine's Playhouse. This case was continued by the staff until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z17 of 2025 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z18 of 2025, Racetrack Inc. This case was continued by the staff until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z18 of 2025 will not be heard today. LUP 26 of 2025, Ronaldo Valdez. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 26 of 2025 will not be heard today. LUP 31 of 2025, Ann Lou Cripsell. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 31 of 2025 will not be heard today. LUP 32 of 2025, Robin R. Fowler. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 32 of 2025 will not be heard today. LUP 33 of 2025, Carol J. Hicks Vargas and Michael Vargas. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the September 2nd, 2025 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LEP 33 of 2025 will not be heard today. Other business item number 22 of 2025, Whataburger Restaurants LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the September 16th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 22 of 2025 will not be heard today. Other business item number 34 of 2025, Kamalu Alfalabi Federio. This case was continued by the staff until the September 16th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 34 of 2025 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 37 of 2025, Furniture and Mattress Warehouse LP. This case was continued by the staff until the September 16th, 2025 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business item number 37 of 2025 will not be heard today. And before we start the consent agenda, I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phones. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for August 19th, 2025. First case on consent is rezoning case Z14. Mike Heck requests rezoning from GC and NS to NRC for a neighborhood retail and specialty contractor's office in land lot 296 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Due West Road, northwest of Burnt Hickory Road, and at the terminus of Burnt Hickory Way. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Parks Huff, dated July 30th, 2025, with the following changes. Item A, item number 8, begin with the third sentence, and the remaining paragraph should be revised to read, upon any discontinuance of Farmer John's business as a farmer's market for more than 30 days, the building will be brought up to the then current standards for a new certificate of occupancy, CO. A major renovation or rebuilding of this building to meet the then current CO standards will be done consistently with the architectural themes of the attached renderings. As long as the Farmer John's building remains a vegetable stand, outdoor storage of produce will be allowed. Additionally, storage of Christmas trees, fruits, vegetables, flowers, plants, and other seasonal items outside will be allowed. Otherwise, there will be no outside storage permitted. B.
Hey, John, before you read those all into the record, should I just read the new stipulations that the applicant has agreed to as of Sunday?
Sure, and by, for the board's information, the district commissioner has been working with the applicant to revise these conditions a little bit. So, the stipulations are a lot different than these, but what the commissioner is going to read into the record, it's agreeable by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Okay, thank you. So after the commissioner reads, we'll just get you on the record to state that you're amenable to it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so all that stuff, Robin, I just read in, just strike that, and what the commissioner reads in is what we want to use for the record.
And then I have a copy for you. Okay, so the motion would be to approve Z14 of 2025. 1, the site plan dated April 23rd, 2025 will be rezoned to limited retail commercial for building 1, 2, and 3. Building 2 will be for office personal car storage. We need to strike shop as currently labeled. 2, building 1 may have up to 3 individual tenants and shall be single story in height. Number 3, building 2 may have 1 tenant. The office shall be a contractor's office with additional storage for the current applicant's personal vehicles only. Maximum of 6 can be stored within building 2. There shall be no automotive repair or modifications to these vehicles within this building. Building shall be single story in height from Due West Road. Number 4, building 3 will be allowed to operate under the current certificate of occupancy on file as of zoning approval until the existing business license holder does not renew. At such time, the building is not used by the existing tenant certificate of occupancy holder at time of rezoning, the building shall be brought up to all Cobb County Development Code and standards. This may require demolition and rebuild. If demolition and rebuild, the new building shall not exceed the current footprint and shall be reduced to a single story. The Board of Commissioners shall approve the architectural rendering as an other business item. 5, there shall be no overnight parking of vehicles outside any building. 6, there shall be no outside storage or display for Building 1 or 2. Building 3 may have outside storage display of seasonal items only until such time that the building is no longer used for the current certificate of occupancy use. Any and all future uses must come back to the Board of Commissioners for approval of Buildings 2 and 3. There shall be a minimum 30-foot landscape buffer, screening buffer shall be installed and maintained to provide 100% visual screening year-round. Final landscape plan to be approved by the District Commissioner and Cobb County Arborist. 9, retail hours for Building 1 and 3 shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday. 10, there shall be no deliveries outside of allowed retail hours. 11, the following uses shall be prohibited for all buildings. 1, automotive uses, including auto repair, sales, oil changing, and the like, and or other automotive-related repairs and parts services. 2, car wash. 3, tattoo parlor or studio. 4, vape and tobacco shops. 5, adult bookstore. 6, pawn shop. 7, fast food restaurant or drive-through. 8, convenience store with fuel sales. 9, storage or of construction equipment. And 10, no recycling center. The lighting plan shall be submitted during site plan review. That will include downcast lighting directed away from the residential property. The lighting adjacent to residential property shall not remain lit after 10 p.m. if the quiet enjoyment and use of residential property is impeded. Dumpsters shall be enclosed and location to be approved by the District Commissioner. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and the Department of Transportation comments and recommendations.
Okay, and just formally, yes.
We agree with those stipulations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, right, now, okay. And Madam Chair and Board, we just need the board to vote to remove all the written conditions and insert all the conditions that Commissioner Gamble read into the record.
All right, Commissioner Gamble, I'll let you have the floor for the motion.
So I make a motion that we approve Z14 as revised.
Second.
All right, are there any questions or comments? All right, with that, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. And just want a point of clarification. We're approving to add that to consent.
It's on consent, but the entire written motion and consent is off now. It's been replaced by what Commissioner Gamble read in.
Okay, I heard the motion to approve it. To approve the stipulations, not
Yes.
necessarily, okay, I just want to be, that's, okay. Want to be clear about that. Okay.
All right. All right. Moving on, next case on consent.
Did we see if there's any opposition?
Sure. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z14, Mike Heck?
Okay,
No one opposed.
thanks.
All right, next case on consent is rezoning case Z16, Bentley Residential Properties LLC, Summerall Properties LLLP, and the estate of James W. Bentley. Request rezoning from CF and R20 to RA4 for single-family residences in land lot 224 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Rebecca Drive, west of Pear Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the RA4 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on June 4th, 2025, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number 2, variances as contained in the zoning division comments and recommendations. Number 3, letter of recommendations from Anthony Wilmot, Lieutenant Colonel, United States Air Force at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, dated June 30th, 2025, regarding the air installation compatible use zone, land use guidelines for the 65 to 69 decibel average noise zone. Number 4, letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. George E. Bentley dated June 26, 2025. We're not in conflict with staff comments or recommendations. Number 5, site plan review comments and recommendations. Number 6, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 8, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Excuse me, that was number 7. Number 8, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number 9, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z16? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Excuse me, John. Commissioner Burrow has a comment.
Mr. Rowland, one of the partners is my appointee to the BZA and other boards. Do I need to recuse myself from this?
Do you have any financial interest in it besides just knowing
No.
the person?
No.
Okay. No,
Okay.
you don't have to.
Thank
no.
you.
Thank you. Okay, next case on consent is LEP 25, Luciana Midori Aoyama. Request a temporary land use permit to allow a dog grooming business in land lots 54 and 55 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Lexford Court, southwest of Hickory Grove Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, pet grooming only. Number 2, maximum of 2 appointments per day, spaced at least 1 hour apart. Number 3, 1 customer at a time. Number 4, no employees, just the owner providing the service. Number 5, no boarding of dogs, no daycare, and no kenneling. And number 6, all dog grooming is by appointment only, with all clients to park in the driveway only. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 25? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 30, Lucy Massey requests a temporary land use permit to allow a health and fitness business in land lot 404 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Acorn Falls Drive, northwest of Davis Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, no more than 3 clients a day. Number 2, appointment hours from 8:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Number 3, all parking to be done in the driveway, no parking on the street. Number 4, appointments to be scheduled 30 minutes apart. And number 5, appointments to consist of 1 client at a time. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 30? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
John, another comment?
And did you say 12 months?
Yes, 12
Okay,
months.
thank you.
Okay, moving into other business cases on today's consent agenda. First item is other business item number 35 of 2025, which is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Benjamin Middlebrooks regarding rezoning application Z46 of 2018. The property is located on the northwest corner of Cooper Lake Road and Weaver Street in land lot 694 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, 1 lot as shown on the site plan received June 27, 2025. And number 2, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Yes. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 35?
You have one in a.
Okay, one opposed, so we'll pull that one off and put it in its regular order. Okay, next item is other business item number 36 of 2025, which is to consider a site plan amendment for Costco Wholesale Corporation regarding a rezoning application Z42 of 1996. The property is located on the south side of Ernest Barrett Parkway, west of Interstate 75, and on the north side of Shiloh Valley Drive, in land lots 650, 718, and 719 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, site plan received by the Zoning Division on July 14, 2025, and number 2, all previous stipulations not in conflict remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for other business item
Yes,
number 30?
your hand is raised.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 36? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. And last item on written consent is other business item number 40 of 2025, which is to consider amending the site plan for Chad J. McMillan regarding rezoning application Z21 of 2012. The property is located on the northeast side of Woodstock Road, east of York Place, in land lot 109 of the 16th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, stormwater management comments and recommendations contained in the other business packet. Number two, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations contained in the other business packet. Number three, site plan review comments contained in the other business packet. Number four, site plan received by the zoning division on July 15, 2025. Number five, no dwelling use of the garage addition. And number six, all previous stipulations not in conflict to remain in effect. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 40? Okay, we have one opposed to that one. No,
She's opposed.
okay, and Kevin's getting up to talk to her. So we'll pull that one off consent right now.
Yes,
Right.
just for clarification, because there's some conversation up here, for that last item, the applicant will speak to the individual who raised their hand in opposition to see if there's some meeting on the minds. If so, we'll bring that item back for consideration as part of consent. Okay. Commissioner Braun, yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we received an email from Ms. Miller, I believe, Laverne Miller. I guess, I'm assuming that's Ms. Miller, late yesterday afternoon. So she is here, so Mr. Moore's going to meet with her, and we'll see if it can go back on consent or if we need to hear it.
Sure, thank you. Okay. John, does that conclude your consent?
Yes.
Commissioners, do you have any other changes? Commissioner Sheffield? Yes, ma'am.
In fact, I do. I'd like to add OB 38 to consent, John, if you can see if there is any opposition.
Okay.
here.
Okay. Other business item number 38 of 2025 is to consider a reduction of public road frontage for Allison Paget and Vince Paget from 75 feet for lots 1 and 2 to 0 feet per lot. The property is located on the north side of Horseshoe Bend Road and at the west end of Caleb James Road in land lot 617 of the 19th District. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 38? There is no one opposed, Madam Chair and Board.
Commissioner?
Okay, thank you, John. I'd like to make a motion to approve OB 38 2025 with the following conditions. Any request for future lot splits must return to the Board of Commissioners as an other business item. The District Commissioner to approve architectural renderings for any new structures on lots 1 and 2, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And I understand, John, that the house on lot 1 is to remain, but
Yes.
if there's a future plan, it needs to come back before the commissioners.
And Commissioner, your motion would be to add it to the
Oh,
consent agenda.
excuse me, yeah,
Right.
pardon me, Clerk. I make a motion to add it to the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second.
Thanks.
All right, are there any comments or questions? Okay, call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other changes needed to consent? Okay. Bear with me one moment. All right, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised, recognizing right now that other business items 35 and 40 have been pulled for a regular hearing, with consideration for 40 to come back before the end of this hearing, and also that other business 38 has been added to the consent agenda.
Second.
Are there any other comments or questions? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. For anyone who was here as part of consent and your matter has not been pulled, those would be cases Z14, Z16, LUP 25, LUP 30, OB 36, and OB 38. We have dispositioned those cases. They have been approved, so you do not need to stay for the rest of the hearing unless you just want to do so. We will again hear other business item 35 and other business item 40. We'll provide a couple minutes for people to clear the room before we begin with the cases that we will hear today.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yes, so OB 40 wants to continue the case.
Okay, so we did just prove the consent agenda and other business item 40 for Chad McMillan. I understand we'll be holding that. That's in Commissioner Burrell's district. Commissioner, I'll turn it over to you.
So I make a motion that we continue other business 40 to the next zoning hearing in September.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Chair and Board, I did get one request to move one of your cases ahead, if it's okay with the board. The applicant for other business item number 33 would like to move that forward since there's so many people here opposed to it.
One moment.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, continue, I'm sorry. You can continue.
Okay, and Madam Chair and Board, I did get a request to move other business item number 33 forward on the agenda. That's a case on Atlanta Road.
Okay, are commissioners amenable to moving that case forward? There are a number of people who are present with respect to that matter. Is anybody opposed to it? Okay, I see some nods. You're good? You're good? Can we just see a show of hands for who's here for OB 33? Okay, can I see show of hands for who's here for SLUP 2? I'm sorry, I'm just looking for general to see. Excuse me, can you say hands for SLUP 2, please? Okay, I will just ask that we can go forward with OB 33. Okay, yeah, we're amenable to starting with OB 33.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next case to hear is other business item number 33 of 2025, which is to consider amending stipulations site plan for Adaswan Fadarin regarding rezoning application Z13 of 2013. The property is located on the east side of Atlanta Road, south of Paces Ferry Road, in land lot 743 of the 17th district. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone, and can I get a show of people here who are opposed? Please raise your hands and keep them raised. Okay, let the record show there's 16 people here opposed to other business item number 33. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of other business item number 33? Please raise your hands for support. Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support except for the applicant. Okay, would the applicant in opposition please come forward to be sworn in for case OB 33?
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
Yes, yes. So I'm here to present my case.
Ma'am, if you don't mind, just state your name for the record for us, please.
Oh, okay. My name is Adesua Faderi.
Okay.
I'm here to present the case for Fat Classic Bakery. This is a neighborhood bakery that is in progress. We got the property about 8 months ago, and we're turning the property from a furniture warehouse to a neighborhood bakery. So the first slide just says something about the bakery itself. It's a neighborhood bakery, and it's going to be serving the neighborhood as well as online order. So I can tell you a little bit about the bakery itself. Fat Classic Bakery is a small business. It's a woman-owned and operated, which is me. The business model is a neighborhood customer walking to order and pick up an online bakery as well. We are going to be serving fresh daily baked specialty bread, rolls, pastries, and cake. The business owner, which is me, I'm a Cobb County 29 years resident with passion for baking, and also I'm a business consultant by profession. I'm going to show you a little bit about what we have currently in place in readiness for operations. So what you see is the main entrance, and the next slide. This is the showroom, which is where the customers can come in and pick up their orders. So this is the backroom showroom as well, where we have a display, which is where we're going to be displaying all the baked product. So that's the passage, which is where we're going to be having all the products when they're baked to cool off. So this is our dough room and a baking room. So what we have here is purely the machines that we're going to be using, which is a mixer, a molder, as well as oven. So this display where the bakers are going to be baking as well as making a dough mix. So the changes I'm requesting is when we got the property, we didn't see the stipulation, to be truthful. We didn't know that there's some restriction on the building. We got to know about the restriction during construction. So what I'm requesting a change for is the bakery to be able to stay competitive, profitable, and stay afloat. There's the need to remove the current ordinances on the building. The change request is needed due to the business building model that is changing from what it used to be, which is a warehouse furniture office, to a bakery shop. The bakery is an early morning customer service-based oriented business model because currently today there's a restriction on the building that says it's by appointment only, as well as it has to open from 9 to 7, which is very, very late for the kind of model that we're turning the building to. The bakery needs to be able to have the same opening time currently available to other closed bakeries in order for us to be able to stay competitive. The flexibility of opening hours will give Fat Classic Bakery a good customer patronage as well as retainership for business growth and profitability. Currently, dumpster is not allowed in the building. I'm requesting a dumpster to be allowed so that we can effectively manage the waste, as well as the dumpster will be in an hidden enclosure, which we've already done the plan for and already submitted as well. There's a restriction on the type of opening light that is allowed on the building. And based on the building's location, is a little bit far to the street. So we've seen customers, because now we've not opened, but at least we have nothing less than 15 to 20 customers that are already coming. And we've gotten different ideas from them that why don't you have some opening lights so that it can be visible from the street. I've seen customers to be coming in, encouraging us and telling us that they're really ready for us to open. Thank you. So for the data to show that I'm not asking something that is out of ordinary, because based on the other bakeries around the neighborhood, I've been able to see that they have hours that fit into the hours that we are asking for the change for too. So there's Panera closed, which is about 0.9, less than a mile to the building, and they open from 6:30 to 9 p.m. And they have dumpster too. So there's Publix Daily, that is 1.4 miles to the building. They open from 7 to 9 p.m. And we have Starbucks as well, which is 1.5 miles. They open from 7:30 to 9:30, and they have dumpster too. So we have the Coffee Bakery Shop that is 2 miles away as well. They open from 6:30 to 10 p.m. daily, and they have dumpster as well. So another bakery, which is McIntrin Bakery, which is about 2.4 miles, they open from 6:30 to 7 p.m. daily. But we are requesting opening from Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we also would like to have accessibility to the building for is it going to be a noiseless business? Bakery is just mixing flours. There's not going to be any noise or anything that can impact the residency that is around the building. So I'm using this time to appreciate the opportunity granted to present the business request and looking forward to a quick positive decision in order for the business to commence operation as soon as possible. So can we see the movie? Thank you. So I'm going to show a slide that shows the a movie of the whole entire building so that everyone can have the opportunity to see that what we are bringing to the neighborhood is to serve the neighborhood. We are not bringing anything because some have said, oh, they're going to be trucks and things like that. No, we're here for the neighborhood. And as well, we're here for online business. So this is the building currently in place, like I've shown the pictures as well. This is the showroom where people can come in and pick up their orders as well as place an order. We don't have any seating. It's just walk in, place what you want to order, or you can order online and pick it up as well. That's the office. So this is the passage where, this is the like a break room where we have our staff and anyone that wants to buy a baked bread that is not ready, they can just use this room to wait until it's ready. We are in compliance with everything that the government have required of us based on both Department of Health as well as based on what we have to put in place for electricity, as well as plumbing, as well as HVAC. So these are the areas where we have the trolleys, where we have the baking pans, and this is the dough room as well as the baking room. And based on the FDA rule, as well as Department of Health, we must have a place where we keep all our product for the baking product, which we already have accommodated as well. And we're in compliance to make sure we have restrooms and everything for customers that may want to use it as well. So I have the PowerPoint just in case the Board of Commission wants to see it. I can give this out, that they can see detailed information of what I've presented today as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question or anything you find?
We'll call you back up if we have any questions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now hear from those in opposition, and I believe I saw more than one person sworn in. Just be mindful, you have 10 minutes total, so you may want to ensure that there's time allocated for each person to speak that desires to. Also, again, for those who are new, just please state your name for the record before you begin speaking.
Morning, Madam Chair and Board.
Good morning, Adam.
Adam Rosen with Rosen, and Riley. Here this morning on behalf of a number of individuals, some of those that are behind me, and associations in opposition to this other business application. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. This is not always the role that I play in being before you, but this is one that came with significant importance for the impact that is feared to come from this application, and it has already been seen from some of the evidence of their activities, which was compelling for me to be involved, to be able to advocate and help on their behalf. Most of what you're going to hear this morning is going to be from an adjoining resident and business owner, but I wanted to at least set up a little bit about where we are and how we got to this point. So the three residential homeowners of Paces High Park Homeowners Association and the Paces High Park Homeowners Association that are starred here on the screen behind the subject property, which is the blue outline, are my clients. Their adjoining neighbor and the subject property's adjoining neighbor, the commercial salon, which is owned and operated by Mr. Pilgrim, who's standing behind me along with his wife. Have also worked closely with those owners and with that association in response to this application. South of the Paces High Park Homeowners Association is the Wakefield Homeowners Association. Owners and representatives of that association are here as well this morning, as well as property owners across Atlanta Road. For the interest of time, the three of us are the only ones that are going to speak unless you have specific questions, but we wanted to make sure that you knew they were here and they've been involved. You probably have even heard from them in this process. This shows you a little bit closer the subject property and just how close the adjoining business and residences are. And I think the main point that I wanted to make from my experience and history working with these cases and seeing the intent and the time and detail that went into this application in 2013 by Commissioner Ott. In addition to Mr. Valley's stipulation letter in that case, there's 2 pages of stipulations that Commissioner Ott put in place and this board put in place with him to ensure that even though this is a commercial property, it is limited and it is adjoining residential, and it has operated since then without issue with the adjoining residential owners. As soon as this change in ownership has happened, it's become a problem for them, and you'll hear more about that. But I think that's the concern about where we are today, is what was put in place was protecting them appropriately, and now that's asked to be changed. And so I wanted to stress that the dumpster that was not supposed to be on property, it goes in, it immediately becomes a problem. The buffer adjoining the residential, they've put themselves out there in their own application to be 90% wholesale distribution. That's contrary to what retail would be by its definitions. And so the reason they're asking for these changes is because they're trying to accommodate a much more expansive business than what was intended and tried to be protected by in the original zoning application. So I want to let you hear specifically from the 2 adjoining owners to take the rest of our time. But if there's any questions for me or them, please let us know. Thank you.
Which one turns? Okay. Commissioners, thank you for hearing us out. My name is Tim Pilgrim. My wife and I own the business next door to the applicants. Do I just press the button, or how do we bring it up?
Sorry, I locked myself out.
Okay. So here's our business. My wife is the operator of the salon. We've been in business here for 15 years in this area. We have the exact same zoning classification like commercial. Our zoning stipulations are exactly the same as the applicants. Our operation hours are from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the evening. We have regular trash containers, residential type trash containers that we have to use per our zoning stipulations, I'm sorry. We have our exterior lights are pointed down not to be in the eyes of our neighbors, and also we can't leave any vehicles parked overnight, to name a few of the stipulations that we have to abide by. We respect our neighbors' privacy and mindful that these are their homes. So we operate our business to be very mindful of our neighbors. Many of our neighbors are clienteles of the salon. We know many of them by first name because we have a good relationship, and I think that our business brings a positive service to our community. On the onset of whenever the applicants first presented their business license intentions, it was on the premises that it was a neighborhood bakery, which we didn't have a problem with. But going through what their intentions are, they're looking to open up an industrial wholesale bakery, which we do have a problem with. From the onset of the folks starting their construction and starting their renovations, we have had major issues with these folks. On January 10th, 2025, I get a frantic call from my wife that there is large trucks parked on our property. They're digging up our rear parking lot, our asphalt. And from when I got there, they had already dug up the parking lot, already trenched out. They dug out the parking lot. They put in a 1,000-gallon grease trap on our property, trenched out sewer lines through our back parking lot, destroying our asphalt, and we still have damages today. So we had to hire an attorney and get them to issue a demand letter to remove their 1,000-gallon grease trap off our property. And also we have pending litigation in Superior Court now to help resolve the damages that are on our property. These folks knowingly trespassed on our property. They knowingly damaged our property. They have total disregard to private property rights. These are some of the photos that I took when I arrived. You can see that they've already dug out and put down the 1,000-gallon grease trap on our property. They've dug our property out. You can see the large trucks with no notification at all. Didn't even get a call. They didn't even come by to let us know, if they could park the trucks there. I mean, of course, they dug up our property, and we have damages. You can see there where they have pushed all the debris that they dug up on our property behind their property against the fence and around the trees there in the rear of the bakery. So right now, this is what their grease trap looks like. They moved it off our property and is on their property now, but instead of moving it out in the front where it's away from all the properties, it's still there. It's about 1.5 feet above elevation. I don't even know if that meets code or not. It's supposed to be flush with the road elevation. And as you can see, this is the dumpster that they put out there. Notice all the damage in front of it. This is our property that they've just damaged. And we're having to take these folks to court to get this addressed. I mean, the major problems we have with this is, grease traps and dumpsters. There's spills, there's smells, it attracts insects, and it attracts rats and rodents. And here we have a nice salon in a nice neighborhood, and this is detriment to our business. To give you an idea of where we're at, you can see in purple, this is a survey, our survey. This in purple is the residential aspect of it. We're totally surrounded by our residential neighbors. The green property is the salon property. The building is in orange. That little thin yellow strip is the bakery property. You can see that we use our rear parking for our employees and our clientele. Between the property lines, there's only at the east end of it, at the very back of the property, is about 9'11" to the property line. To the front,
Sir, you have 1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Okay. So there's not enough room here for them to even operate as a industrial type salon, nor is there enough room for them to put a dumpster back there because they'll be on our property. And at this point, we plan to put a fence back there because we're not going to have them trespassing on our property and destroying it anymore because they have total disregard. This gives you an idea of what it looks like. You can see the door there that they have. I guess that's going to be their loading and unloading. The red line is our property line. The white stripe is the end of our back parking. They have absolutely no room to facilitate pickups and deliveries for a, wholesale bakery, wholesale industrial type bakery. And I'll turn it over real quick. I'm sorry.
Time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn things over to the District 2 Commissioner.
Could the applicant come back up? Good morning.
Good morning again.
Thank you for being here. A couple of follow-up questions. You mentioned in the beginning you weren't aware of the stipulations when you acquired the property.
That's correct.
When were you made aware of the stipulations?
Actually, I got to know about it when I got a violation.
And that was for the dumpster?
That was for the dumpster, that's correct. Because when we got the property, there was actually a dumpster there. So we got the property with dumpster there. I don't know if the former owner didn't get it, put it there, I didn't know. But the thing about it is getting to know about the dumpster, the first thing I want to clear with the grease trap is this. Grease trap is required for bakery. That is
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Only answer the questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Only answer the questions.
Okay.
And I do have a question about the grease trap coming.
Okay.
That I've written
So
down.
let me wrap up with the
Stipulations.
The stipulations. So when we got to know about the stipulations, that is when the violation came in, and I went to the zoning office, and they showed me everything, and that is why I requested for the removal change request.
Okay. And you showed quite a few bakeries and operations that are around. Did you also look at their proximity to residential?
Yes. So for the Starbucks, is actually in urban environment where they have residents, is within a residential location. For the Panera as well, is a little bit far from, there's hotels around there, which I would believe is an accommodation as well. So everything that I have listed there, they're within a community.
Okay. And I also noticed, I got like two more. Also noticed when I drove by the property a couple of days ago that there's been additional power added. Georgia Power's put a new pole, additional power. What is the additional power for?
The additional power was put there. That was actually what happened was there was a mix-up with the electrician. So when we got the property, it should be able to handle 240 voltage. So when they downgraded it to 120, but one of the equipment that I got is from Europe. And based on the European standard, they have a high, the voltage is 240, which is a standard voltage for bakeries. So that's the reason why they had to come back to replace the new pole, because they downgraded, and then it was now obsolete because the pipe that has been there was actually, even though it fit into what I needed it to, but they realized that they have to do an upgrade to the pole as well. That's what I was told by Georgia Power.
But you made the request to have the power increased, correct?
It was actually the level we're supposed to be able to use, but when they did, the electrician that did the calculation did the wrong calculation because it was looking at the residential. it downgraded from 240 to 120, and they have to upgrade it back to 240. Because 240 is what the next, is the same pole with the other business as well.
And to the grease trap, do you also plan to make fried goods or anything other than baked
No.
goods, or is it just baked goods?
No. The reason why the grease trap was required is the Department of Health requested for that. Even though I questioned it, but they said for the bakery now, the new rules is anything that has anything to do with oil, and the oil is based on butter. I'm not frying anything. It's just purely a baking shop. And because there's an oil in butter, they said or margarine, we use both butter and margarine. They said because there's oil in that, we have to have a grease trap.
Okay.
That was the reason. There's no need for grease trap at all because there's nothing to be fried. Everything is baked. The only thing is just because there's oil in margarine that we're going to be using for baking, that's why they requested for grease trap. So there's not going to be any smell, nothing at all. Even I already signed up with an oil company that they're going to be checking it. They came and they said there's no need for it because we're not disposing any oil. We're not frying anything. It's purely baked shop.
Okay. I know, Commissioner, did you have a question?
No, I was just commenting that the other bakeries that she referenced for the hours are all retail.
Right.
It's not, I think the wholesale is the issue here of trucks coming in and out.
And
The plan.
To that point, because what is your market or distribution area for your baked goods? I know you
It's
said
just going to be local. And then currently today, we just want to, if there's any event. So we bake cookies. They can come, especially during festivity time. We have requests for cookies and for pastries and for cake. So those are, the wholesale was based on the business setup, but the shop is purely retail, and the online too. So for online, it's just going to be, may you be using Marketplace or Amazon, they're going to be purely pickup. And the pickup is just going to be UPS pickup, UPS trucks. It's not going to be like, I've heard saying that there's going to be like a big truck. No, I'm not in that business yet. I'm not in that. I'm just supplying, I'm a business consultant. And I see, wow, online business is good because that's what everybody's doing to us. So the online business is just going to be someone coming by, like 2 dozens, 3 dozens, 4 dozens. That's to resell, and I'm planning to be going to the local market, weekends, local market like Smyrna Workshop and things like that. So wholesale is just a business name, but based on what you're saying, that capacity is not going to be able to make wholesale.
But on your application that was shown where you referenced 90% for wholesale, was that just a scrivener's error? Is that the intent of the business?
Because it's not seating. So, maybe because when I was talking to the person that I was filling the form with, it's not seating. It's seating in the sense that it's not people coming in to sit down and, because you can see that I don't have a seating area. But you can come and buy 2 dozens. You can come and buy 3 dozens of bread or maybe cookies or something like that. So I was told that they categorize that as wholesale because it's not 1, 2. So, that is what I'm doing today out of my husband's restaurant. We bake today. But for the bandwidth, especially during the festivity time and how people are buying the product, we just want to have our own bake shop. And people can come, you can order for 2, 3 dozens of cookies, you can order for bread and things like that. Okay. But it's not wholesale in the sense that like selling to big retails or anything now. And the online business like Amazon, you can order. We're planning to have it on Amazon too. but it's not gonna be like selling like 1,000 or 2,000 wholesale, no.
Okay.
Maybe the word, the verbiage is what is confusing here.
Commissioner?
Okay, I have some questions for you. So you just stated you have another business, correct?
That's correct.
So in that business, you are familiar with Cobb County permitting requirements?
That's correct.
Okay. So
It's
the-
not my business. It's my husband, so he's the one that runs the business. But I baked from there.
Right, and in order to bake from there, you had to get permits to put in the ovens, put in the grease traps, put in whatever you needed to do the business. So what I'm struggling with here is you showed us photos where you have redone the entire inside of the building. Did you go to Cobb County and pull a permit prior to starting the reconstruction of the interior of the building?
Yes.
And has Cobb County been out to inspect the building throughout?
Yes. So currently today, I got a contractor. My contractor is the one that handles everything. Is Cameron here?
Can we ask Jessica?
Oh, okay. So the contractor is not here because there's a schedule. So he's the one running everything. So that's why when the grease trap thing came in, because his homes.
Okay, so we're off topic
Okay.
here, because if you or the contractor had pulled a permit for the grease trap when you originally placed it, you would have known it should not have gone there. So that's
Please
part of.
give her a chance to respond. You're compounding questions, and she was responding, and then you interrupt. Just give her a chance to respond. That's all I ask.
Finish the question.
She was asking another question, she was responding, then she's asking compounding questions without giving her a chance to
No, I
respond.
think it was the permit to the grease trap is what she was asking about pulling the permit.
The permit to the grease trap was actually based on my contractor, was approved. And he told me, because when this came up, the first time Mr. Pilgrim called me, the reason why I tried to be careful dealing, because right now the contractor is the one that has the access and the ownership of the construction and doing what is right. So I cannot interrupt, but when I get something that I need to get information from him, I will address that the way. Because I don't want to step over his authority. Because right now, the place is under construction and going through permit and inspection. So the first time Mr. Pilgrim called me, the first question he asked me was, do you have an attorney? Because the grease trap issue is here. So that kind of put me back, because like I said, I'm 29 years old resident of Cobb County. And I love where I live, and everybody can attend to that as well. Okay. And the business-wise too. So I got into the neighborhood as just welcoming hands. I went to my neighbor.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm sorry, we just need for you to answer the question.
Okay.
I understand it's a lot, and you are trying to justify what you're doing, but the 10 minutes we gave you was the time for you to present.
Okay.
We're just asking for you to respond to the commissioner's questions with
Okay,
respect to
so
this.
based on that.
I'm sorry, I think yes, please give her a
Okay.
chance to
Okay,
continue.
All right, I'd like you to stay there, but I'm going to ask John Peterson a question. John, have permits been issued for the work that is being currently done or has been done at this location?
Yes, he does have an active building permit for the inside of the building.
And we have been doing inspections
Yes,
and such?
yes, but there is a seal hold on the property until this gets resolved.
Okay, so what I'm having a hard time understanding is that if we issued permits, why wasn't it caught that the work that they were asking to do wasn't appropriate at this location?
When they came in for permitting, this came in as a bakery. So as long as they could meet all those conditions that are currently on the property, they could run a bakery from the property.
And I guess that's where we've got some issues to discuss on the board, because in the other business item, while we have this list, I know you can't see, but this list, it's page 13 of 13, John, if that helps you.
Okay,
There's check marks that were supposedly the only items that were agreed to by the board and the applicant at that time. And if you look, a bakery was not checked.
well, when you read the conditions that that list pertains to, it totally deleted paragraph number 11 from Mr. Balley's letter, which was a list of non-permitted uses. So it deleted that paragraph and replaced it with the list of allowable uses as revised by removing L, auto parts store, from the list, removing non-automotive repair shop, P, and adding to the end of T, no drive-through. So that entire list, except for those three things, are permitted uses.
Okay, but I thought my understanding from reading the notes that it was then further agreed that essentially only D and R would be allowable from this list.
It's not what the conditions say.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're all speaking, and unfortunately, you don't have the benefit of hearing, nor does the audience if our mics are not on. I was serving on the board at this time, and I remember this hearing because it was a unique disposition, but I do recall the whole goal was to list all of the exclusions, not the things that were permissible.
So I know in your photos, you have, as you enter, you have a bunch of glasses, they were green, on your shelf. So if you're not going to have a seating area and an area for people to sit there and enjoy their baked goods, why do you have all those glasses out on display?
I got that as a promotional. So during the soft launch, when people come in, that's what we're going to give us as a gift, which we've started giving it to them. We just put it there, but as soon as we start operation, those are going to be for baked goods. So those cups are pretty much a promotional items that we're going to be giving out during opening.
So a clarifying question on the permit. John, you said that they were given a permit for the interior renovation. The grease trap and the things outside, were there any permits required to install a grease trap?
Well, and that would be part of the permit, from what I understand, from community development. It may be a permit that's required by the health department or from the water and sewer system. But the grease trap is not part of what we signed off on.
My question is, would we need to have any type of permit for, and maybe that's for
I
community
think the
development?
person asked would be the water and sewer engineer, Mr. Dugan.
Okay. Any more questions of the applicant before we pull them? We'll pull them. Sheffield.
With me? Okay, all right. Just a few questions. Going back to the previous restaurant, was that an existing restaurant, or did you build that out as a restaurant?
It was actually built out. The building used to be Wells Fargo.
Okay, the other restaurant?
Yes.
Was a Wells Fargo, okay, that's fine. There was testimony shared with respect to disturbing the parking lot for the grease trap, and that there was an encroachment on the adjacent parcel. So my question to you is, did you receive a survey prior to the construction of the grease trap?
According to my contractor, he said he got the approval but encroaching, actually, what he was trying to tell me when I asked about that, is that addressing your question, or is it out of your question?
No, did you receive a survey of the property before you disturbed the parking lot? Because there was testimony earlier that you encroached on your neighbor's
Yes.
property for the grease
Yes.
trap.
Yes.
So my question to you is, did you receive a survey of your property before you dug for the grease trap?
The survey was actually given to the contractor.
Okay.
And I don't know how that happened, but what he told me was that the sewage line is a public line. And that's the reason why it went to tap in there. But as soon as we got the survey and the request came for us to move it, I told him to move it.
Okay, let me ask you this, important interruption, but I just want to make sure that we stay on the path because too much
Yeah.
testimony will just
Exactly.
confuse things. So with the survey, you mentioned that your contractor had the survey. Was your contractor aware that there was an encroachment on your neighbor's property?
I cannot speak to him. He's supposed to be here,
Okay.
but
So
I
you
cannot.
don't know is the answer?
I will hold up, but I can explain to you
No.
what he explained to me.
No worries, ma'am, no
Okay.
worries.
He told, let me
No,
just.
no, ma'am,
Okay.
it's okay. So going back to the business hours, I saw that your proposed hours of operation was 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. to be consistent with surrounding businesses, and I think it's in the neighborhood of the previous use. But I didn't find on here, unless I overlooked it, the days of week for the operation.
The days of the week is gonna be Monday to Saturday.
Okay, so that's consistent with the
That's
previous
consistent.
stipulations with no business on Sunday.
Yeah.
Your earlier testimony, you also mentioned lighting and that you received feedback from the community with respect to lighting. Can you share what type of lighting or signage or display was on the previous building, if you are aware?
The one previously there?
Yeah, when it was the furniture office or warehouse. Are you aware of?
No,
You are
I'm
not
not aware of
aware,
any,
okay.
no.
All
But
right.
this one is just a plain opening sign that everybody has, that I'm proposing.
That's what you're proposing?
Yeah,
Okay.
just the standard opening that all businesses use
Okay.
today, and it's not gonna be colored, it's just gonna be pure solid white.
Okay. And there was testimony earlier from the owners of the salon regarding their property line, and it appears from the image that your dumpster may encroach their property. Your request for the dumpster, would that be solely on your property line or
That's
within your
correct.
property?
It's going to be, and it's gonna be an enclosure as well.
Enclosure, okay. The dumpster was very close to what appears to be a delivery door. Would the dumpster impede on any type of deliveries?
No, because the delivery door that is there now is the grandfathered.
Right, I understand that, but
So, but the delivery that.
hold on,
Okay.
hold on. It's been grandfathered, but there is no dumpster there currently, so I'm just trying to paint a
No,
picture
it's-
that once you have the dumpster and you'll have an enclosure, which means that it's going to increase the footprint of the dumpster, which you may also be required to have a separate slab, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to picture what that would look like, the dumpster and the enclosure in relation to the delivery door. And I think that's all that I have for the applicant. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you so
answering the
much.
questions. Thank you.
Do you plan to offer catering service or deliveries to other businesses or parties or for big
So-
orders?
Yeah,
Or is it-
other businesses are welcome to order, like if they want bun rolls, or if they want any, like restaurant that want fresh daily goods. So, but it's gonna be delivery.
I'm
So,
sorry.
Like I said, most of the delivery, for the business knowledge that I have and for the supply chain knowledge that I have, it's gonna be online, and the delivery is gonna be mostly UPS coming to pick it up.
Okay. But I was referring to if you get an order for a birthday party or a anniversary party or wedding, will you have a delivery, a van or something that you would deliver like a caterer, deliver to the event?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a business that we can utilize as well.
But you'll also have orders being picked up for
Mm-hmm.
large events.
What do you mean by large event? Like like I said, during the festivity time, where you have like tea parties, where you have like company festivity parties and things like that, then we can supply them.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
kind of, but I guess.
I
And
mean, when you walk up to the shop and you say you want to order for like 2 dozen, 3 dozens for an event, we will be able to take care of that.
This is a piggyback on that question, and I guess part of what might be a gray area is the term warehouse and bakery. So when we think of warehouse, we're thinking large quantities. You're delivering to Walmart or other retailers. So my question to you is, based on the equipment that you have and the size of your business, and this may be tough to answer, but what would you say would be your greatest capacity at any given order? Like if I called you tomorrow and say, hey, I need 5,000 cookies, would you be able to deliver that? So I'm trying to figure out what would be your maximum capacity at any given order.
Ali, based on what we have now and based on the equipment we have, I mean, we can do 5,000. I can say, I mean, at the start of maybe like 100 or 150, based on the capacity we have now of a product. So when you say
100 cookies in one order is the most that you can do, is what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is 100 to 150. I mean, based on, we are doing different things. We have pastries, we have bread.
I understand, but
Okay.
if someone calls in for a particular order, I'm just trying to figure out what the capacity would be for a particular order.
You have to look at the equipment now, and you have to look at the manpower too.
Right.
We're a small business.
Right.
We're not even mid-sized.
Right, and that's why I'm asking what would be your
So
capacity?
my capacity now is based on if you call me a week or maybe a few days. That's
Okay.
going to depend on that.
Depends on how much advance
On
notice.
how much
Okay.
advance notice as
Okay.
well.
All
But
right.
based on the capacity that we are now, it's a small business.
Okay.
And
All right.
you can see from the equipment as well. We only have one equipment for
Gotcha.
each things to do, which we have one mixer, one molder, and an oven.
Okay.
So that capacity is going to be based on my human power as well as the time frame. But like I said, it's just going to be day-to-day, freshly baked goods.
And then the final question, just based on something you just said, do you plan to increase the equipment that you currently have?
No. I didn't
So you
get-
have no plans to increase the equipment that you currently
I
have?
mean, for what we have now, we need to make money, and
Okay.
that is what
But once you
that
make-
is where we are.
Okay. I guess the future plan of the business is,
It has to be, if it's going to be a future plan, this will continue to be our workshop. If I have to have any big capacity, I will go to an industrial and have a
Area,
warehouse.
okay. All right,
there.
fair enough.
But this is just going to be my start of working. But as we expand, we have another location.
location,
That's the roadmap.
okay. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that
Thank you.
clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
We heard testimony today from the salon owner that due to the damage that has been done to his property, he is considering erecting a fence, which he is allowed to do. So in looking at the site plan, knowing that the photos that you submitted, you have a large warehouse delivery bay, it appears, in the back of the building. If he constructs a fence, how will you receive deliveries?
Based on, that is a huge one that I don't think we're going to be using. We have another entrance on the side, which is where, because right now we're just going to be having like a once or twice a week delivery, giving us 5-10 bags. So I don't see that truck being used, but it's there for I mean, that's how we got the building.
Okay, because I'm still conflicted, because while you're sitting here telling us you're going to be small, all the equipment, all the racks, all the storage that you had in the facilities suggest otherwise. Even the equipment photos that you showed suggest this is not a small-scale mom-and-pop bakery, that you're looking to do something on a larger scale.
Well, that's a standard.
So, and then also, your parking lot, again, I'm questioning how you're going to access the back of your building, because we do not allow dumpsters to be placed in the front of buildings. They have to be relocated to the rear. If your neighbor puts up a fence, you do not have access for a garbage truck to get back there to pick up a dumpster, dump it, and then exit the property. So that is where I'm really conflicted, because while you're saying you want a small operation, you want dumpsters, you're showing equipment that is indicating otherwise, and the basic health, safety, and welfare of the community, if you're dumping garbage back here and it cannot be removed, will be impacted. So that's where, again, I hear what you're saying, but in viewing your photos that you submitted as part of the record, it's very conflicting. And again, how are you going to navigate if the adjacent property owner has his rights and puts up a fence?
So based on where we are now, we have another door, which is a side entrance door that we can use to put our stuff in, so for delivery. So the main door, which is the warehouse door, which is what we got today, is not a door that is going to be used, because the delivery that we're going to be having can use the side door to get into the building. So when you're talking about if the neighbors, if the dumpster is going to be a blockage, then I have to talk to my contractor to see how that can work out.
Excuse me, Commissioner Allen, I do have some questions.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And first, a comment. The issue of the dumpster, you can regulate. You can just tell her, or at least with the back delivery door, no use of the back delivery door. So that's something that can be stipulated. It's not something we have to go back and forth, and if we think it's an issue, we can stop the issue by putting a condition on that, so it's not in play. There are some questions about access to the dumpster that's at the back. If the fence is erected, you're going to have to work within that footprint that you do have. You would not have access beyond what is on your side of the fence.
That's correct.
I'm just curious to know, is there a fence at the rear of the property to the residential neighbors?
Say that again?
Is there a fence at the rear of the property to the residential neighbors?
It is.
Okay. And the dumpster, you've asked and answered this, but I just want additional clarification. The dumpster that is present on the property, it was on the property when you got there?
It was.
It was, okay. So somehow it had, I'm sorry, is there clarification?
Well, I live,
Commissioner, if you can just turn your mic on.
I just want to clarify, I live very close and pass by this property a lot. I personally don't recall a dumpster being there previously. The first call I got was when the dumpster showed up, and it was after, and that's when code enforcement was notified to come out and talk about the dumpster. So to my knowledge, I don't recall a dumpster being on property. Was it in the back?
It was
just couldn't see
exactly, it was exactly where it was, where I put it, replacement.
Okay. And I'm not finished with my questions.
No.
Yes. Are you baking any goods for other restaurants? Okay. Are you baking goods for other restaurants or commercial properties at this site?
Not this time, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And you currently have been utilizing your husband's location as a bakery. Can you approximate the quantity of products that you may have made there?
I mean, daily rules where people come, then during the festivity time, we usually get orders like people with tea parties or doing, so usually maybe like 5 dozens or 6 dozens of pastries, but the bread, they usually do like maybe 5 or 6 breads.
Okay.
One person can come, especially maybe somebody driving from a long distance coming to the restaurants and they really like the bread, they can buy like 4, 5
Okay, and this is per order?
per order.
Per
Yes,
order,
correct.
okay. Thank you. Those are, you may have shared this also in your files. How many employees do you have on site or anticipate having?
Currently, I mean, like, we've not started operations, but based on the current staffs, there's gonna be 2 bakers, and there's gonna be 1 baker, and there's gonna be 1 customer service person.
Okay, thank you. Those conclude my questions, Commissioner.
Just a couple of follow-ups. Do you currently bake product for your husband's restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you were to move, would you still be baking product in now this new location and then shipping it to the restaurant? Because you'll no longer be cooking inside of the facility where it's being served?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that clarifies the question that was asked earlier, that it will be produced in one location and shipped to another. So,
What do you mean by shape?
well, transport it. Transport it,
okay.
yeah. So, well, no, you're fine, because you already answered. The other question, just for clarification, on the other door, there is parking that blocks that area. So once again, if there were a dumpster, there's how would someone get there if you have customers parked in the front?
So, but there's a pathway to go, and the pathway doesn't have any parking. There's no parking there because the mark to park is a little bit further. So when a car wants to go to the side door, the pathway is already there.
Can we show on the screen for everyone yes, what we're looking at? If you look down on the south side of that building, you're assuming that door right there, correct?
That's correct.
Do you see in front of that, there's parking that if
No.
someone were parked there, that would restrict usage of that door?
So, no, I don't know if this is very current, but the line that is trimmed to that, to there, it shouldn't, there's no line for you to park there. Or if that is gonna be the case, when I look at it again, but you should be able to, there's gonna be no parking, and then you can go in. So that's my contractor. So any follow-up questions that you have, we can bring him on board to address that.
Well, I don't have any questions for now. We may bring him back up, but
Okay.
is anyone else for now for this? Okay. Commissioner Burrell.
So, the grease trap, was it actually installed? And is it still there, or was that all stopped when the salon owners had the damages and filed a suit?
So the grease trap is still there because it's required from the Department of Health.
But was it
It's-
moved to your
It's
property,
moved to
or
my-
is it
it's
still on
moved
their
in the
property?
In the bakery property now.
It's on your property, okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I did want to just clarify one question. Oh, you can step down.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember who all you said could help clarify on the grease trap and the permit. Is it Andrew? Chris. Chris, okay, if you can come up.
Chris Duggan, Cobb Water System.
So, Chris, can you just help me understand the requirements? Do we require a permit to do the grease trap? Was one applied for? Just help me understand.
The water system reviews and approves grease traps as a part of the building permit process. So when they applied for their building permit, we looked at all that and approved them to install a grease trap of a certain size and type.
Did you inspect the location after and the install after was?
I'm not personally responsible for the inspections. I don't think they've called us for an inspection yet. We have a hold on the CO until they do get their inspection done. We haven't released that hold on the CO yet.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Gamble.
I have a general question. So the applicant compared their shop to businesses that are typically located in activity centers. From a water perspective standpoint, are the same size lines installed in commercial shopping centers as they are in residential areas?
The size of the lines is entirely dependent on the volume of wastewater that's going to be discharged to them. So if it's going to be in like a big shopping center that's going to have a bunch of tenants discharging to it, it'd be a larger diameter line. But for something like this, it'd be a pretty small size, like a 4-inch line.
Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, no, it's for John. If we can put up the image, the aerial. I just have a question regarding parking and the dumpster. This question is for John. So for the 3 properties that are to the west, I know that's in the right-of-way, perhaps, but that parking is available for this location?
Correct.
So would it meet the requirements if we were to say 3 of the parking lots closest to the building were restricted so a truck can kind of back in to access the dumpster? Or would that eliminate the required parking spaces?
I think that would eliminate a few parking spaces, Commissioner.
What the requirement, I'm sorry. It will reduce 3, but will it still meet the requirement or no?
I don't think it's going to meet it.
No.
If you reduce 3? Okay. Just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Can follow up, what are the parking spaces dependent on? Is it the capacity? Is it square footage of the site?
It's the square footage of the building,
The usable square footage or just the entire square footage?
the entire square footage.
Okay.
Can Mr. Rosen come back to the podium? And Mr. Pilgrim, if you want to come back as well, Jill, if you want to come.
Yes, sir.
So, you mentioned in your comments,
Can you go back?
rodents, insects, other things that, I can't remember if it was you or Mr. Pilgrim, one of you mentioned that. Mr. Pilgrim, can you tell me more about those impacts that you've seen once the dumpster, and also, if Mr. Pilgrim can come
Yeah,
up.
I think he mentioned it, I might have mentioned it, but that would be from Ms. Hislop's testimony. She would be the one that experienced it as a residential neighbor.
She lives in one of the houses.
Yes.
Okay, Ms.
So
Hilson, can you come up?
one of those 2, more than me.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Can you expand on that, the impacts to your residents and the neighbors in the area?
Absolutely. So my name is Jill Hislop. My family and I live in one of the properties that is immediately behind. Looking at the picture, we're the one kind of on the upper left, and we have experienced significant disruptions since FAD has taken possession of this particular property. Almost immediately from upon the time that dumpster was deposited, and there was never a dumpster on that property. We experienced an influx of rodents, of odors. In the 9 years that we lived in this property, we never had this issue. They were in my son's sandbox. They were up against our house. They were nesting in our pine straw. And this was devastating and truly significant.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the fence to the left, is everybody looking at, yeah, so the fence line to the left of the poles, as we're looking at it, that's your property there?
That is my property, and actually, our property extends slightly out. We are out of possession of about 5 or 6 square feet. If you look at that picture, kind of from that power pole back, the reason that we're out of possession there is because there's a tree, and the way that the fence line was done, they didn't want to impact the tree. But yes, that is our property, and we are immediately adjacent to it.
And had you as a resident, I know the applicant said they had reached out to the neighborhood, did you have any communication with the applicant to express your concerns early on?
I attempted to, and I can also state for myself, we have had no communication on their part with us. They have never contacted us from the time they installed that giant power pole immediately against our property, to the time they dropped a dumpster on our property, to the time that they increased the brightness of a light after we complained that it was shining in our bedroom. No contact whatsoever. I've brought copies, which I can provide. I'm not sure the way to do it.
Hold on.
We're going beyond.
These are the letters.
We're going beyond the question. Again, this is not time to increase the 10 minutes to present the case. This is the time for you to respond directly to the question.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
I sent 2 letters to the property. I've got copies of both of those letters. Those are scans of what I mailed. I received no response.
Okay, so you did try to communicate with them and
I did.
get resolution. And this is around the dumpster and the lighting, you said?
It's regarding the dumpster and the insects and just the general operating. It was an attempt to reach out to talk about the impact it was having on my family. Mm-hmm. These dumpsters were being picked up at 3 o'clock in the morning, scaring the life out of my child. And it was an attempt to try and meet a middle ground where we could all exist together.
Okay. So, Mr. Pilgrim.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you are, I can't recall if you said you had already filed a complaint in court or you were looking to file a complaint in court for the, have you talked directly with them, with the applicant about fixing the path, the driveway, the parking area?
Well, yes, sir. We have put out a demand letter back in January. Our attorney did tell them to remove the grease trap and repair all the damages and remove all the piping. They did remove the grease trap, put it right up against their building, and it's elevated, but it is off our property now, but the damages are still there. So our attorney had been back and forth with them, when you're going to fix the damages, they kept on saying it's going to be later, We finally said, we need it fixed now. I went myself and got estimates on what it was going to take to repair the asphalt and, recoat the area, repair it. Gave it to them, said, give me the money, I'll get it fixed, They still didn't do it. They kept on putting it off, till finally I said, don't worry about it. We're going to file a lawsuit. Because our attorney said they were going to file a lawsuit if they didn't fix it. So I said, at this point, don't worry about it. Don't get on our property anymore. We'll take it to Superior Court and let a judge take care of it. And that's where we're at. And I will tell you this too. I heard them say that.
Well, hold on. Yeah.
Answer the question.
Okay.
Please. Thank
Sorry, we can't venture off into more.
I got you.
More dialogue. Does anyone have any other questions while I? Okay.
I have a dumpster question for you. There's testimony of rodents, et cetera, and I'm just curious because they're not officially open for business. So I'm just curious what type of materials are being dumped there because I don't know that food is there yet. Obviously, that's not the only draw for rodents to a dumpster, but if it's contracted material, I'm just curious to know. Okay, all right. So you don't know what materials are currently dumped there?
We can ask the applicant again what they were using the dumpster for.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Gambrell?
But we had the testimony from Ms. Tilley, was it? Right? Tislam. I'm sorry. That they've been smelling odors. So again, not knowing what those odors are could have been attracting rodents. So again, we don't know what was dumped in the dumpster, but the fact that odors were being emitted
could be.
could be why they were attracted there.
And I would just assume if there was a dumpster order, there were things needed to be thrown away. So, I mean, I don't know what, but I would, yeah.
That question may be appropriate for the contractor. It's fine, yes.
Yeah, if you
I'd
got-
like to ask
yeah.
the contractor. You can have a
You
seat.
guys can have a seat for now.
Yes, so the contractor may approach, please.
And can the applicant come with them? Or do you want to do it himself?
I just have a question for him. Good morning. Hi, may you state the name for the record, please?
Kima Tillman with Tilco Construction.
Okay, thank you. Sir, can you provide, did you have the dumpster brought onto the site for the bakery?
The owner ordered a brand-new dumpster. They delivered the dumpster. We never put anything in it. The bakery is not open. We've not had any materials placed in there. It was a brand-new dumpster, and they immediately started to complain, so we have not used it at all.
Okay. When you say the owner brought it in, and perhaps, yes, let's have the applicant come up, please. So I don't have to operate off of hearsay.
When I say the owner, when you have a new business, you have to get a new service established. So she established a new service, and that was the extent of her involvement. So when they delivered it, that's when the issue started.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Are you currently the owner of the property?
Yes, I am.
You are, so
Yeah.
I'm hearing that the dumpster was there before, but your contractor is sharing that you had the dumpster brought in.
So when we bought the property, the dumpster was there. The dumpster was there, and that was by Republican trash company. So when I did a negotiation with, when we tried to renew the contract with them,
I see.
they told me that the contract before already expired, so they went higher than
Okay.
what I expected it to be.
Okay.
So I decided to go, so they came and picked it up, and I decided to go with another trash company, and they put it
Okay.
there.
So this is not the original dumpster that was there. You replaced it at some point with another service provider?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
because we keep talking about the dumpster instead of a dumpster, which, okay,
Oh, no. I mean, the dumpster, the
A
reason I'm saying
dumpster.
that I ordered for new dumpster was I saw one there. If I didn't see one, I wouldn't
okay.
have replaced
Thank you for
it.
clarifying that.
Yeah, because the company tried to, renew the contract with me as a new owner, but it was way too high for what I could afford.
Understood. And you have not used the dumpster since you've been there? Okay. And that's-
Because when the dumpster was being dropped, the guy that was dropping the dumpster called me that they asked him not to drop the dumpster because it's not allowed. So, and I asked him, and he told me that he was actually the one, the way the trash company used the same person to do the dump. He told me this is the one that dropped the other one, and they picked it up. So he knew that there was a dumpster there too.
I see.
So, but the dumpster has never been used because the complaint for the dumpster came in a few days after it was dropped.
Okay.
So I never used it, and washes or anything, I mean, I wouldn't expect that to be there. And another clarification with the grease trap.
Okay, I'm sorry, okay. I know, it's so easy. Stop.
Sorry.
Okay. When you say, is it a new dumpster to you, or is it a brand-new dumpster?
Both.
Okay, just wanted to know. Just with the smells, I didn't know if sometimes there are older dumpsters. I see dumpster cemeteries. I didn't know if somebody might be bringing something that might have already brought an odor to it. And then, you can't preclude the fact that there's some opportunists when they see a dumpster, particularly if it's not enclosed. They may utilize it for their own personal service, which is why it's important for commercial sites to have it.
Can we go back
secured
to
site.
the image of the dumpster? No, one of the slide presentations, two images I want to pull up, but one of them had an image of the dumpster. Because once again, when the complaint came in, because I live so close, I drove by, and it was not a new dumpster. As you can see, even on this, there's spillage on the front, and so I personally drove by to see what it was before I talked to code enforcement, and it may have been new to you, and maybe they tried to clean it or refurbish it, but it did not give the appearance of a new dumpster. So,
Commissioner, I would concur, and perhaps that's why, thank you for getting the picture up, because it's not even just the paint that's on it, but you can see scratches that are on it that seem to be consistent with some wear and tear.
Also, an image, if you can bring up the Facebook screenshots, they were flashing by because I saw something caught my eye when we looked at it. You had mentioned earlier that your business, you would start with maybe 1 to 2 employees.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw on the bottom far left, we're hiring. There are at least 5, 6, and then some of those are floor, cashier, cleaners, delivery driver. Is this a delivery driver dedicated to deliveries of product? Once again, we're going back to wholesale versus neighborhood store. If you're hiring for a delivery driver, but you're saying there's not going to be deliveries, I'm a little bit in conflict with this posting that you have on social media for looks like a full-time delivery driver.
So the online is being outsourced. I have someone that is a content person that is managing it for me, as well as looking at what is happening. When I say delivery driver, it can be Uber Eats. Like I told you, my business is not only focusing on walking, we have online that we are targeting as well. As online, which has been specified as well. Online.
I'm sorry. Yeah. She did state that's something she may evolve to have someone drive to do that. So she did not say I won't have deliveries. That's not what I heard.
But I think that goes directly to the difference between a wholesale, which all of these are listed, to the intent. There's one thing to open up in a small scale, but everything I see points to an intent for a full-scale wholesale operation.
Possibly, but I know I've ordered several times from different places that have dropped food off to my home for an event.
No, I think the use is, and like the resident said, a neighborhood bakery or bakery is not the issue. Everybody likes a good neighborhood bakery.
Yeah.
I just think that the location and the use, the intense use in the location that it is, may be the issue that we have to
and I don't
address.
disagree, but I just feel like we're asking 1,000 questions instead of just being very direct, right? Let's just be very direct.
Yeah.
The concern is, are you a neighborhood baker or are you a wholesaler that will be baking on a large scale?
No, I'm neighborhood bakery.
And the thing is, we can do things, we've done things as a board to limit the scope. So it's not that we need to be concerned about creep. We can stipulate creep. We can say only X amount of deliveries per day. We can stipulate how many persons can be on, I'm sorry, Commissioner Graham, I see you shaking your head no, but I've been here on the board where we have stipulated how many delivery persons can be on site. We've stipulated how many employees can be on site. We can stipulate the number of hours. We can do things that address concerns as opposed to trying to find a gotcha. Let's just tell her what is desired if she operates, or tell her we don't want this to operate. But this going around and around to find a gotcha is starting to bother me sitting up here, because it's making an assumption that something nefarious is going on. Clearly, we can see she's been given permits by the county that had stipulations on the site, some of which she may not have been aware of. So according to her, she perceived that she could operate within a certain amount of latitude until she got the code enforcement violation, which is what is bringing that before us. The code enforcement violation is with respect to is with respect to, I'm hearing when the dumpster came, but there were issues around the dumpster. So we can address the dumpster in that by itself, but it still doesn't preclude the fact that she was able to move in on the site, that she was working with the county to be able to move in on the site, which I perceive she can reasonably rely on to perceive she can do something. Now, if the issue is the level of intensity, and if we're saying a neighborhood bakery is fine, then let's accommodate that. But as opposed to trying to figure out what she's doing wrong, if she's doing wrong, we can keep the wrong from happening right here today. But I'm just feeling like this is antagonistic for somebody who's, I'm just saying, sitting here, I feel like this is antagonistic when we have the clear authority to be able to legislate our concerns. So we don't need to go back and forth for almost 2 hours for one hearing. If we don't want to see something, just say what we don't want to see. We don't have to keep questioning. Yes, Commissioner.
I was trying to clarify the catering delivery to reflect wholesale or neighborhood. So I don't know if that was clarified or answered correct, to the satisfaction of what this will actually be. But I don't think any of us have opposition to a retail bakery like the ones you mentioned, but retail. If you're making wholesale and impacting your neighbors, that's a different, that's a more intense use that
So there, then limit her use to exactly what you said. We have the power to limit the way she is using the site today so that we don't have to ask and wonder about clarification. We tell her and make it very clear, this is what is needed. Commissioner Gamble, and I see Sheffield, and your light is on, so go ahead, Sheffield, and then I'll go to Gamble.
I just think that in order for us to get to a point to share with her what we are wanting, we need her to ask questions. And, it may seem a bit antagonistic, and, that's definitely not the intent, but for me to get to a point of saying, hey, this is where we're going to have this restriction, we need for you to just simply answer questions for us. You mentioned with respect to the delivery driver, you mentioned Uber, that you would be on Uber Eat, but you wouldn't have to hire a delivery person for that. So that's where, we have testimony and then we have something else that we're reading. So for me, I just need clarification and reconciliation on those discrepancies.
I don't have any delivery driver. Like I told you, the page is being managed by a contact director. And even if I'm going to get, like I told you, it's going to be online.
Right, I understand, but I'm just trying to reconcile the delivery driver part, and I understand that it's being managed by a third party, but you are still the owner of the business. And I would imagine that although it's managed by a third party, these are items on this page that you are aware of, and that you have given permission to post. So I'm just trying to kind of follow you here. And, just get a little clarification, that's all.
So when you're looking at delivery driver, delivery driver can be in two paths. It can be the company driver, or it can be any third-party delivery driver.
Okay.
So delivery driver can be Uber Eats, it can be Uber Courier, it can be Cobb, and all those third-party vendors.
Okay.
So I don't intend to have a delivery driver.
Okay.
Even if the order now have to be picked up.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, I've been to restaurants that have both. It's not an either or on delivery. You can have both an Uber driver and a delivery driver. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Now, I'm not suggesting that it is, but she mentioned that she would hire a Uber. This would be an Uber, sorry. She referenced the delivery driver would
Yes,
be Uber, but this list is a list that she's hiring for, and I just needed for her to make that clarification
I
for
just
me.
think we're asking so many questions, even again, earlier in her testimony, she stated, yes, I see my business growing to do that. And then we asked her about Uber. Yes, I would like to do that. A lot of these things are conjecture. I just think if we end up asking enough questions, we can catch anybody in saying something that contradicts itself. Again, I believe wholeheartedly, if we want to limit it, if we say no delivery driver, none. Just tell her.
Right, but I also think we need to get to the point to determine what we're going to tell her. And the concern is, if you share testimony and, we are to review this testimony, it's not unreasonable for us to ask questions based on what's been presented. So if she presents that there's a delivery driver and I need clarification on that, then I need to ask that question for clarification, because that will be considered as a part of my decision-making process.
I absolutely agree, but we're here 2 hours into one hearing, and we've had many questions asked and answered, to the point where if you keep asking somebody for a similar answer, you will probably hear different things, and they will be confused, because I'm sitting here saying she's answered that.
I think part of the challenge is, although she might have answered the question, when new information is introduced, that requires new questions to be asked, even if she's answered them already. Because now, I have a clarifying question for something that she's already answered.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Gamble has had her hand up patiently. I've got to go to her, Commissioner, and then I'll come back to you.
Actually,
Commissioner.
ma'am, if I could ask you to step down, and if I could ask the salon owner to approach, please. And I'm only doing this for comparison purposes for the board.
Thank you.
Because I think this will help resolve a lot of our issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, when you opened your salon,
Yes, ma'am.
did you have to change the power supply to your salon?
No, ma'am. That's the original power that was there at the building
Thank you.
when we opened.
Thank you.
Commissioner Allen. I'm sorry.
Let me
Go
explain to the board why I just asked that question. If the use was a neighborhood use, they should not have had to update their power. We just had testimony from the salon owner that he was able to go in, establish his business, utilizing the code and the stipulations that were set, but he did not have to update the power to accommodate the use. I think with the applicant updating the power, it's showing that the use is going to be more intense than what the property had intended.
Okay. Commissioner Allen.
I was just going to ask for a quick recess so I could draft a motion, but if commissioners have other comments.
You have two more commissioners, Commissioner Sheffield and let Commissioner Sheffield go. I heard her
Yeah,
starting.
I
think I'll come to Commissioner
just with
Burrow.
respect to the power and increasing the power, it may be apples to oranges, because for the salon, their usage may not require the same amount of usage for a bakery. So the current electricity for the bakery just may not be sufficient. So the replacement may be that it's needed for this particular use, not necessarily for growth.
And while I agree with you, the owner or the applicant testified that they had to increase the ampage because of the type of equipment that was brought in.
Right.
Again, if you're a neighborhood baker, and y'all know I bake, I did not have to increase the ampage to my house. The equipment I used is sufficient for the ampage. I think, again, the size alone that she showed of the equipment is what you would typically see in an industrial area. We know in a beauty salon there is many different hair dryers, different things going on that pulls electricity. So the fact that they can have a large electrical use but not have to update their power supply, to me, again, indicates that if this is local, if it is supposed to be small, if it is supposed to be just for the neighborhood, you wouldn't have to do the power increases that they have undertaken to do. And again, this is where
But
I
you
still
might.
have a challenge, because I hear she's saying she wants to serve the neighborhood, but she's doing things that would be typically found in an industrial area, producing large, massive quantities.
Yes. Commissioner Allen, I'm sure you've met with everyone, applicant and opposition. Would you be willing to hold this so that you can clarify things, get a list of stipulations of what would be agreeable and what would be prohibited, and the changes from the existing stipulations that she's requesting, like hours and everything? Or you may be ready to do that right now, I don't know. But we may be here all day on this one case.
I know this has lasted a couple of months just to get, because it's been held, didn't come last month, came this month. John, is it appropriate to ask the applicant and the opposition if they are okay with holding
Yes.
1 month? Good, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you, I see you all talking about it. Mr. Rosen, is that acceptable for you all to hold?
I think that if that's the board's desire to get to a resolution, we don't want to be the opposition to that. Our concern is that without certificates of occupancy and where things are, the activities that we've seen, and that if that continues for another month, we'd like to see an end to that now. So, but I understand if the board is not in a position to make a motion, we'd like to see it resolved because of our concerns of it continuing. So I guess but we understand if that's what your preference is for it to be held.
So currently, John, they do not have a certificate of occupancy.
Correct.
So all activities outside of construction, is there a way to restrict, to make sure that, to just clarify that there is to be no activity until this is resolved in the next hearing?
And I think the best way to get that clarification is to call the applicant back up here and just make sure she's aware that she can only be doing construction on the property right now. She cannot run a business out of it.
Can the applicant come back up? Yeah.
How do you get a seat?
May I speak?
So I'll tell you my concern. If you are allowed to continue construction, and it is the will of this board to say that this is an inappropriate use, I would feel almost irresponsible allowing construction to continue, which is my concern. So my question is, are you at a point where you can cease construction and operations and perfections to the property until this board has a resolution?
Sir, construction is complete.
Okay.
My concern, if I may, this is causing undue financial harm to the applicant. We followed every rule that was we were required to follow. Every issue that has come up, including moving the grease trap 6 inches off the neighbor's property. That cost over $10,000 that we did immediately for 6 inches.
Okay, so are you saying you're finished with construction? There's
Construction
nothing?
is complete, but if you hold this off for another month, which will delay her from opening, this is just causing continued unnecessary stress for someone who's just trying to add additional value to your community.
Okay. Did you have a question for us?
I have a question for
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why we're here today. Permits were issued on the premise that they already met the requirements of zoning?
Yeah, when the permit's issued, it's normally put on the face of the permit that it's subject to this zoning case and the conditions with the zoning case.
With the stipulations that were put on the prior zoning, as a local small-scale bakery, are they compliant with the existing zoning on the property?
No,
What makes them not compliant?
they're not permitted to have a dumpster per the zoning conditions.
Okay.
And then the two things they want to change that are not out of compliance yet is they want to extend the hours 2 hours earlier in the morning.
Okay.
That's first one. And then the third request was to have a neon sign on the property,
I
which
see.
is not permitted.
Thank you, and we're not here for a full rezoning. This is simply other business to change stipulations. So there were stipulations added that brought you here today. And so those stipulations weren't clear, but permitting perhaps wouldn't have known about the dumpster or
It's on the permit that is subject to these conditions.
So when the applicant was provided that it's subject to those conditions, were they provided the zoning?
I'm not sure, Madam Chair, I wasn't there when this was permitted.
Is that a protocol that that when they come and get a site permitted, that they're given the underlying zoning?
We normally do go over it with them, and this one's got a lot of conditions that would have not allowed this to begin, as far as the hours and the dumpster.
Okay, so those are the two things that they're trying to change today.
There's three things. The hours are 2 hours
And the
earlier.
neon sign.
Yeah, the neon sign and the dumpster.
And by appointment only.
And by appointment only.
No, that was taken out.
That was taken out. Okay, so
Yeah.
just the three, the dumpster, the extension of hours, and the neon sign. So we're talking about a lot here. Let me ask, for other business, though, when the matter comes before us, it opens up the entire case for review.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not that we were precluded from having other discussions.
To your
Okay.
point, to restrict what the concerns are from the community, to restrict that, to confine it to a neighborhood
Okay.
bakery.
I'll turn it
So,
back over to you, Commissioner.
okay.
Thank you.
With that, I will make a motion to hold. And unfortunately, well, no, September, when is the next, September 16th?
Correct.
Is the next hearing?
And
Yeah,
And what?
because that'll be two absent.
You could
That's
hold
fine.
it, you have to
Yeah,
hold it for 2 months.
unfortunately, we're going to hold it for 2 months.
No.
Until-
For 2 months? I have millions invested in this. I can't, I mean, what do I need to do? For 2 months?
I understand,
I mean, this, for 2
yeah,
months?
I'm sorry,
Everything is already completed.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
2
And
months?
ma'am,
This is
are you still
dialogue
asking
between-
questions?
No, this is dialogue between the board.
Can they be seated?
You can be
You can be
seated.
seated.
you can hold it for 1 month if all three of you
Yeah,
agree.
okay. So we'll make a motion to hold it till
But
September.
you won't be here on the 16th.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
that's September 16th.
The only concern is if we bring you back to the next zoning hearing, 2 of us will not be present.
That was the concern.
So,
And everything has to be 3-0,
and
correct,
so
Bill?
everything would have to be approved unanimously that date. So for things that are matters of controversy, it makes the next hearing date difficult. So you can come here next month and be right back in the same situation, or have things ruled not in your favor, or you can come back where there's time for all of us to hear the progression of matters over the next 2 months for possible favor consideration and this worked out. So I know this is it's not ideal for anyone.
So with that, I'll make the motion to hold until September 16th, the next zoning hearing.
You're going to hold till September?
September, yeah.
Okay.
So you do it, okay.
If that's the risk that's taken, do you want
Because-
consideration? for
Yes,
this?
you can come back.
Okay.
Is it not possible today to just simply state, use a smaller dumpster? Is it possible today to simply say, just open between the hours of? Is it not possible to just
No,
simply
no,
say,
sir.
don't produce over X amount of product?
No.
It takes too much to do that?
There are other
And if you'd
considerations.
rather not have our
This
business,
is
just
not-
simply say, don't have the business, we don't
Okay.
want your business, because that's what you're saying without saying it.
I'm sorry, okay, I'll continue my motion.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
yes, and yes, this is not time,
Time
again, for further advocacy, and I hear you loud and clear. For businesses, for most of us, time is money. Time is money. But we also understand that there's also due process and processes that we have in play as well. And somehow, you're here today because things did not comport specifically with the underlying zoning. So there's give and take on both sides. If the underlying stipulations were followed, we would not be here today. The business would be permitted. But because there's activity that was not permitted as it was zoned, that's what's bringing us in here today. So I get that. I get that. I do want to give the commissioner the latitude to make his motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So with that, make a motion to hold into the next zoning hearing, September 16th.
Second.
All right, is there any further discussion?
During that time, Commissioner Allen, if we can kind of work out the details of the dumpster, because I think that's also a huge sticking point in where it's going to go on the plan.
Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. Let's take a break and come back at 11:20, please. It's now 11:22. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. And I will turn things over to our zoning manager to queue up the next matter.
And I do have some good news, Madam Chair. The applicant did meet with the opposition for OB 35, Benjamin Middlebrooks, and they've come to an agreement to add one more condition to it. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read this back into consent with the extra condition.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other business item number 35 of 2025 is to consider amending the site plan stipulations for Benjamin Middlebrooks regarding rezoning application Z46 of 2018. The property is located on the northwest corner of Cooper Lake Road and Weaver Street in land lot 694 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number one lot as shown on the site plan received June 27th, 2025. Number two, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And we're going to add number three, applicant to resurvey the property and stake the property and provide the neighbor with a copy of the survey. The applicant is present, and then the opposition is present. And you both agree to that extra condition? Yes. Yes.
All right, very good.
And if we can have a motion to add it to the consent,
Back
to the consent. Okay.
OB 35.
OB 35.
I'll take that off. I lost my microphone. So move to add OB 35 to consent, accepting the new stipulation just read.
Correct.
Second.
Is there further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And then we can approve the consent as been revised.
Thank you. Commissioners, I move that we approve consent as it has been revised.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners.
All right, moving on in the agenda. Rezoning case Z68 of 2024, Saks Austell LLC requests rezoning from R20 to NRC for a convenience store with fuel sales, retail, and a drive-through restaurant in land lot 84 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, north of Chamberlain Circle. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z68 of 2024? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
I'm sorry, sir, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Sure. So I'm here on behalf of Saks Austell. I'm the owner.
Okay, can you tell us your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Junaid Virani.
Okay.
Just a background on us. We're a fuel supply company. We've been in business for about 25 years here locally in Atlanta, Georgia. We own about 40 convenience store locations located in and around Metro Atlanta. 6 of them being in Cobb County. Just trying to construct a retail center with one of the tenants, which is going to be a gas station, another one which is supposed to be a Pizza Hut or a Domino's, and an additional one which is going to be an AT&T or Verizon, and then a full drive-through restaurant, which is preferably, most probably going to be a Zaxby's. That's the project. You know, there's some details about our company up there that I can explain. We went through the planning and zoning approval, which was approved 5-0. We're here, from what my understanding is, the holdup is traffic studies, which were submitted. Before we went to planning and zoning, there was issues with landscape designs, lighting plans. Everything that was asked for was submitted and approved. Like I said, what my understanding right now is an issue with the traffic study, which has been submitted, and we have our traffic engineer here to answer any questions that might be there.
Okay, thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Samir Batharkar. I'm with Low Engineers. I've been involved with this traffic study. I've been in touch with the staff. I'm currently in touch with GDOT as well. The biggest issue is the driveway to this property is going to be a right-in, right-out. It does require a deceleration lane, which we will be installing. That's been recommended in the traffic study. The issue is when you make a right out, and we were a little bit conservative when the way you do a traffic study, you have to assume where the traffic will come from and where the traffic will go after visiting your site. We were a little bit more conservative where we assumed 60% will come from the north and 60% will go back up north. And the only way for them to go back up north is to get out of the site and make a U-turn on Austell at Chamberlain, or continue down south to a signalized intersection and make a U-turn. So the initial traffic study that we submitted, we had assumed all 3 land uses operational at the same time, which produces about 44 cars, and I don't know if we want me to go into details of all of that, but 44 U-turns creates a level of service F. Now, what a level of service F is, it's a qualitative analysis. It goes from A to F. A to D is acceptable, E and F is not. F basically is a certain amount of seconds past that, it's all F. So that's where the traffic study got flagged. When we went into, and it was only during the AM peak, the PM peak works fine. During the AM peak, we had not assumed that 2 of those land uses, other than the gas station, will not be operational. So that's when we went back to staff and we said, this is what's going on. We were told that we understand that, but this is a GDOT road and you need to communicate with GDOT and see if they can accept that. So we're in discussions with GDOT right now. They understand that those land uses will not be operational during the AM peak. The issue is, right now there's 1 U-turn during the AM peak. If under the existing condition you go from 1 to 3 U-turns, you go from level of service E, which is existing, which is also not acceptable, to F. In the build conditions, you add one car to the U-turn, it goes to F, and that's what I explained to GDOT. GDOT said, well, then let us look at it from an R-cut standpoint. An R-cut is where you allow left-ins, but you do not allow left-outs from the side streets. I know I'm throwing out a lot of technical stuff. And so I've been in contact with them. They've asked us to do a couple of different types of analysis, which we did. We submitted that to them last week. And Ms. Megan Wilson at the district and Imani Moon both are reviewing that analysis right now, and we're waiting for them to come back to us and say this is acceptable or not. Now, one of the things about R-cut in their mind was maybe GDOT was willing to install that themselves. I said, our client's willing to install it. She goes, no, it's probably in our plans to do it anyway because the side street is at level of service F under existing conditions. They're a little bit concerned about that as well. So she said, let us go back to our drawing board. Let us look at all our projects. Let us see when we're going to schedule them, see if it fits with your schedule. If not, you guys will have to do that. But it also has right-of-way considerations to it. So that's where we're stuck right now, and we're just waiting for them to get back to us. And so I tried calling Megan Friday, yesterday, even this morning early, just couldn't get in touch with her. So at this point, I do not have a directive from GDOT yet.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
For the applicant, you do have about 5 minutes left on the clock. Does this conclude your presentation?
Yes, you know, my only thing was if there is a holdup on the GDOT side, is there a way we could get a yay or nay on the project contingent upon that approval from GDOT?
Okay. That's something we can discuss when you're done with your presentation.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. So like I said, we're a fuel supply company here locally based in Atlanta for about 25 years. We own 40-plus locations, supply about 110 locations in 11 different states. This is just another project. We have 2 projects down the road from here, which were constructed less than 4 years ago. These are state-of-the-art stores that are, you know, even if you walk into the Quick Trip racetrack down the road, you would prefer to come to one of these locations. These are very well-lit, clean stores, clean restrooms, security cameras inside out. These cameras are connected with the Cobb County Police Department. They have access to it 24/7 to see what's going on in and around the property. You know, normally we have our foods kitchen inside the store. This particular project, we would not, just because there's going to be 2 different food franchisees, national franchisees that we're planning to bring on into the retail center. You know, we've been in business for 25 years. This is not a mom and pop operation. This is going to be a quality retail center, which is going to be operated, you know, in a very, very professional manner.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. I believe there was no opposition present for this matter, so I will turn things over to the district commissioner. That's you?
You looked that way, it threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute, over here. Yeah. So, thank you for the thorough presentation. I guess my only question to you, John, is the best course. I know it was brought up to possibly either hold it until we get the information from GDOT, or is the applicant requested maybe approved with some type of condition of that? I'm not sure what the best approach, Madam Chair, if you have feedback on that, but.
Yeah, it's possible. There are other zoning cases where we may have that be the case, and they know that you can't move forward unless that condition is met, but they don't have to come back for another hearing, because again, with everyone in businesses, time is always money, so it's up to you.
So-
Would you like to weigh in, John?
Yes,
Or Bill?
and the board can definitely put a condition on our approval that there be no land and surface permits until GDOT approves the plans. And now hold off on everything unless GDOT approved it.
And we say GDOT approves, what are we looking, is that a certain threshold of not being an E or F, or what would that?
And that's a question that I cannot answer, Commissioner. You know, it'd be totally up to GDOT based on the engineering standards. And, you know, what you may want to do is call our DOT person up here to see what would be different about that compared to our process.
Okay. Any other questions before I do that?
Yeah. Well, and also have time for our DOT to review what GDOT proposes or responds.
I see nodding.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were going to say?
So it would not only be the requirement from GDOT, but also your approval once you
Right, they have to review it
review
once
it
we
and-
get the results.
and approve.
Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying
thank you.
that, Commissioner. Would you be okay if we call it DOT? Just-
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yes.
You can come up.
Cobb County Transportation, Wilson Collins.
Thank you, Wilson. Can you just clarify the process that we just discussed? If we're waiting on GDOT approval, what additional steps would be needed?
Yes, Commissioner, I would want to review that, but also say, you know, are we trying to alleviate that level F service? So if those reconfiguration of the site plan, would probably want to see that traffic study to see that get above a level F service. If they can meet that requirement, I would not foresee any other additional issues with there. The issue is largely that U-turn, as I said, it's currently going into that F level of service.
So upon GDOT approval and reconfiguration of the site plan such that it is above a level of F service?
With the revised traffic study to.
With the revised traffic. All right, if you can remember that, Commissioner.
Right.
Or the clerks.
Is it, just for a check, is it also appropriate to add on that not only GDOT, Cobb DOT, but also the commissioner? That way we're all able to sign off on it and, okay. Okay. Any other questions for? Okay, thank you. Can the applicant come back up?
Quick question for you. The video that you showed a short while ago, is that how you plan for this location to look? Or the products that you plan to sell
Yes.
at this location?
There's this particular location shows on there, so there's a traditional look that we used to use with the stucco and the beige bricks and stuff. The newer look is the one that we propose for this location. We've got about 5 locations that are already active in different counties with that look. That's the one we're proposing here. That's the more contemporary look versus the traditional look that we used to use before.
Okay, so for the products on the interior of the store, there was a video that showed different products, and I noticed wine at least. Is it your intent to come back and secure or apply for an alcohol license at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The beer and wine sales, yes,
Okay.
which is part of almost every convenience store.
Right, I understand. But not all of them sell beer and wine, but I just wanted to be clear on what your intentions are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then to follow on to that, are you also going to be offering, it looked like gambling? There looked like to be some gambling machines?
You're talking about the COAMs that are supplied by Georgia Lottery. Those are licensed through Georgia Lottery. That's the only ones, yes.
And how many of these machines will you have?
Probably about 6.
And will these machines be located out in the open, or will you have them in a separate location?
It's going to be inside the store, but it's accessible to public. It's not right in the front. It's towards the back side of the store.
A picture or can?
On this one? Okay. Probably it went in the front of the video.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any more questions for?
No, I thought they were running.
We were just trying to
Oh,
find
I'm
the
sorry. I
picture video.
apologize. I thought it was done.
I thought I saw what looked to be a one, but I know that this is a different location.
They're selling CDB. So, sir, will you have, I know you'll have cigarettes, tobacco,
Stop
but
right there, sorry, Commissioner. If you can pause the video right there, but continue. Okay, finish your thought.
okay. Will you be selling vaping products and CDB too?
Some of the vapes that are legally allowed to be sold in the state, yes. I mean, most of these come from the cigarette companies, which is like Marlboro or Camels, the same companies they also supply vapes now. But to answer your question, yes, we will be selling vapes. And in every one of the, if you can walk into a Quick Trip and Racetrack, they also sell the same vapes. It's supplied through the same cigarette suppliers that supply the cigarettes. If you go back, I think that particular.
Sir, you can have a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was trying to get to the video to confirm everything for
So
him.
in this
Oh,
particular store, it's not.
Can you
showing
go
the
by the
machines.
mic, please?
In this particular video, it's not showing the machines itself, but the gentleman where he's standing right there, behind that open section that you see, it's where the co-ams are.
Okay, that's what I wanted you to
Yes,
confirm,
ma'am.
so thank you for that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Just keep the video right here. I don't have any more questions, but an observation, because I've never walked into a Quick Trip and seen a wine store. So is this your intent here to have a similar construct?
So the beer and wine is just one section of it. It's not,
Is it your intent to have an aisle that looks like this there?
Yes, there is, but we can curtail that down to, I mean, it's just based on the area, and so we just have to have a bigger selection, but we can cut that down if that's what it's going to take.
Yes, because that's my concern. Based on the area, this is a moderate income community that has a confluence of challenges. And so this conversations about specialty smokes and alcohol is a serious consideration because there's some communities that have a higher proportion of those types of uses than others.
Okay.
And this area is very limited in commercial. There is a convenience store right across the street. On the side of the building in large cap letters are beer, alcohol, and so I'm concerned because of the elements that are already here. I think it's a beautiful I think it's beautifully constructed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the product sold will be constructive to those that live there. And I would be very concerned to walk into any gas station where you have kids riding on bikes. This is right next door to an apartment complex. Just walking in there where they get normalized, that these are the types of things that you traditionally see in a gas station and convenience store, which I would definitely not want to see here, and would ask that you please limit this. Usually in the back, not right in the front, right next to ice cream and water, you're
Okay.
going to see this much alcohol. Sometimes if I go to like a Quick Trip or Racetrack at the back, you'll see it in the boxes, and then the others you'll see located in a refrigerated, at least in the refrigerator, just not right out on full-on display. So that may not have been what you wanted to see, but that's all I kept seeing when I looked at this just now, and that's just not appropriate.
And I recall this application from at least a couple of years ago when this was in District 4, and I had the same concerns then. And also, it's adjacent to RM12, which we know it's not considered with respect to distances, to meet distances for alcohol requirements because it is commercial.
For our legal team, I'm sorry, for our legal team, when we look at the radius of where people live, does it take into account multifamily or just single
No.
family?
No, that's what I just said.
Just
Yes,
single family.
Single family.
Can I address something? So-
Only with the, this is not a question for you, so I have an issue because it's not for you to present your case, but I will defer to the commissioner if you want to.
No, if you had another question.
I don't.
I had a question about the COAM machines.
Sure.
Are these typical in all of your?
They're in about 6,000 locations in Georgia. They're all licensed through Georgia Lottery, and they're almost everywhere. Even Quick Trips have started putting them in now.
Right. And are they currently in all of your locations that you have, 30 plus that you?
I would say about 80, 90% of them.
Okay.
Yes.
I share some of the same concerns about location and the types of things inside of the store. I guess my question, if we were to restrict the vaping or vapes products, I know that's more state law, is it within our purview also to restrict that in some way? I'm asking that to our legal.
Tobacco sales?
Not tobacco sales, the vape.
Vaping?
Vaping and vaping material.
As a product within a store? I'd have to look at that. I'm not aware of us doing that specifically.
I'm not saying we can't.
Yeah, that's.
I know we've limited, and this is more so for a restaurant. I don't know if we've ever limited in a convenience store, but again, I've never seen this. But can we limit percent of product which is dedicated towards alcohol sales?
Not in the zoning, but when they
I'm just
come
saying,
for an appeal.
as a stipulation, can we limit that?
John?
We had one store in Commissioner Sheffield's district last year or the year before, where I think the board put a prohibited beer and wine sales at.
Yeah. Oh,
The
we've
one
done that.
way
Oh, we did
down.
that. Yeah,
Colorado
we've
Springs.
done it.
It was near Sanders Road, I think.
Multiple times, yeah. Sir, I know we've prohibited it multiple times, but I don't know if we've ever limited it. As far as percentage of sales for a convenience store. I know we've done it for a restaurant, but I don't think we've ever done that for a gas station.
Yeah, and just keep in mind that there may be a difference between percentage of sales and percentage of floor space in the
Yes.
store.
Okay, can we limit percent of floor space objectively?
I think so.
Okay. Can we prohibit vape, let me see the terminology I see here. Getting back to Commissioner Burrow's inquiry. So there are traditional tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, and pipe tobacco. Can we limit other wider array of smoking accessories, which include e-cigarettes, vaping products, and, I can't even say it, hookahs? Hookahs? I don't use hookahs.
Those are automatically prohibited.
I don't get out the house much. Hookahs?
They're everywhere.
Fall back on this chair.
Yeah.
Can we limit it to traditional tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, and pipe tobacco?
And that's a tough question, Madam Chair, because the state does regulate that.
I know, and you really can't enter a space.
Yeah.
Unless you're more prohibitive, sometimes you can, as long as you're not widening it, the use.
Or both ways. I mean, we were restricted on what we could do in fireworks too. We could not be more restricted than what the state was. We'd be happy to look at that, but we haven't done it before in the past. And we would have to come up with a separate reason why we would have to, which would probably include some sort of study related specifically to those products.
So with that, when and if your consultant, your traffic consultant, he's still here, when, just from a timing standpoint, if we were to hold this, how long do you think it would take GDOT? Have they given you some type of time window?
Hoping it's within the next 2 weeks.
In the next 2 weeks?
Because the analysis is all done. It's just a matter of a meeting with them.
Yeah. And then how much time would DOT need to review? 2 weeks, so we're already at a month. So considering all this and also getting opinion back on the vape.
And the alcohol.
Yeah, and the alcohol. If there are no further questions or comments from the board, I'd like to make a motion to hold until October.
Yes, and I like their consideration for security, Commissioner. I also would like to know some consideration for fencing, if that wasn't the case. Security, because again, you have an apartment complex here, you just, I think there should be a very clear barrier between this site and adjacent.
We can commit to all that. That's not a problem. We can also commit to limited floor space for alcohol. That's
Okay.
not a problem.
Okay.
We just want to be able to do, so down the road where the racetrack is and stuff, we just want to be able to fairly compete, and that's about it.
Understood.
But we're okay to limit the floor space for alcohol, and that's
Okay.
not a big deal.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so with that, I make a motion to hold until October 15th?
21st.
21st.
All right, I'll second. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries. Commissioner Burrow? That's okay, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Board, we're getting close to lunch. Would it be the board's desire to hear one more case and then break for lunch?
I hear one yes. Commissioners, would you like to continue? I hear another one. All right, we'll continue, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. This is a long one, I understand. Is this the cell tower use?
No, this is-
Okay, I didn't look at, okay,
All right.
all right.
Chair, do we want to go ahead and release the other ones who we will not pick up until afterwards, so they can go ahead and get their lunch?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Let me look at the schedule, because I'm seeing a lot without knowing specifically what I'm referring to.
Correct.
Okay.
We're going to hear Z15 next, so we can release the people for LUP 19, LUP 24, SLUP 2, and OB 39.
OB, okay. If those of you in the audience did not hear that, I'm just going to reiterate what our zoning manager shared. We are going to hear one more zoning case before we break for lunch, and our lunch that we break for is typically an hour for lunch. So if you are here for cases LUP 19, LUP 24, SLUP 2,
SLUP 2.
and other business item 39, you are free to begin your break now. You do not have to sit through this hearing because we will break after we hear this next case, Z15. Yes, and likely, it depends. Again, we will start at an hour after this case is heard. I don't know how long this case will run. So that's the unfortunate matter, but we will be back no earlier than noon. I'm sorry, thank you, Commissioner. 1 p.m. And I heard a commissioner say safely 1:30. So we will not convene before 1:30 for the other 4 cases on our agenda today.
Okay. Rezone case Z15 of 2025, Sidney Silva and Amba Silva. Request rezoning from LRO to NRC for a flooring showroom in land lots 310 and 339 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southwest corner of Shallowford Road and Shallow Court. Is the applicant present? The record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? So we got 2, 3. Let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board either for or against Z15, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay. Yes, please come on up, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amber Silva. I'm with All Good Floors and Supplies. I am here today to discuss the rezoning of LRO to NRC zoning. But I'd first like to apologize. I know that there was a meeting that I missed 2 weeks ago. I was out of the country. I did send a letter out. I just wanted to put it out there that I did not mean to miss this meeting. It was very important to me, to my business, and I was out of the country. So I just wanted to let you guys know it was not an intent to show any type of just.
Okay, thank you. We hear you.
Thank you.
We
Okay,
got you.
thank you. Okay, so what brings us here today, we bought the property in 2021. I've been in business now in Marietta, Georgia for going on 23 years. My original location is on 1951 Canton Road. We've been there for 23 years. We recently bought the property at 2280, the one in contest that's kind of contested. It was bought in 2021, and at that point, we made it a second location. I assumed because it was just a showroom, there was no deliveries, exchange of money, cashier, anything related to any type of exchanges. It was a place to go and to basically view flooring products. At that time, everything went fine. I was doing, we did some outside landscaping, beautified the building. I brought some very childlike, childlike attachments, and I can put it on the display just to show you.
Yes, please.
Just to show you, and I'll put it here and I can make it bigger, to show you how the it's okay, it's not, I got it.
Can the camera
That the
zoom in?
property was prior to us purchasing it, when we bought it on 2021. The property, can I put this picture? All right. Okay, so I wanted to just show the property prior, when we bought the property. It was uninhabitable. I'm sure that you guys are familiar with the Bunny House in Marietta, Georgia. When we purchased that property, we found it to be perfect for us. We live off of Trickham and Kemp Road. We live very close. Both my kids went to Lassiter High School, graduated, and we've lived in the community pretty much since then, since about 35 years ago. At this point, we bought it. It was a convenience for us. We thought it would be beautiful. It would fit in with the community because it is a house. And so there's homes surrounding it. And then across, there are several commercial businesses as well surrounding us. At that point, fast forward to last year, I took it upon myself to place a building, outside structure, 40 by 50, very large, that I put in the back of the property. We do have, it's a very large parcel, I believe 28,000 square feet. So it's large, and then we also have a side parcel. I placed the building behind. I did remove some debris and some trees. And at that point, it was when I received a complaint, obviously from the neighbor behind, who was very unhappy with the size of the structure. We did discuss, he had visited our property prior to me doing that, but had nothing to do with the structure that I was building. It was more, I think, curiosity of what we were doing as everybody else in the neighborhood with our business. Since then, we haven't had nothing but positive comments, people driving by, people loving, oh, look, there it is. So as you can see, the top left is going to be the corner of Shallow Court and Shallowford Road. That is the corner in the middle here is going to be the house. That's our, this is our showroom here, and this is the corner here of Shallow Court. This is our main sign. As you can see, I just did a little mini sign just to kind of keep it in the looks of the community so it didn't look like some big eyesore. And then here's just some fencing on the outside of our showroom. This first picture here, that is the bunny house when we purchased it. This is another picture of that bunny house with the 25 cars that are parked outside, as well as a dumpster right there next to the side of the building. I drove by this building probably the entire time my kids went to school. So when it came up for sale, we thought, this is perfect, we can make it beautiful, and then this is the after. So you get to see a before, and then you get to see an after. So these were my pictures. Flip it over, and we go right into the building. This is the area of concern. This is a view walking from outside of my showroom and the little fence, and that is the structure here that you see here from the front. Trees here. This picture here is a picture from Shallow Court looking over my fence there. I kind of my phone up so that you could see the elevation of the actual structure, which is not, I want to say it's 15 feet high. It looks higher because I had my phone up. I just wanted to show you when you're walking along shallow courts, you can barely see the rooftop of that building. And here's another picture. This is me with my phone. This is the neighbor's home here, and this is the area of complaint. There is that space there. I am very aware. My mouth is a little dry, guys. I'm aware that the building did not fit into, now I am, that it was not correct for LRO. Thank you. And so we are now asking to be turned into an NRC. We don't fit, I didn't believe that we fit the description of NRC. At first, I thought it was low-rise office because of how the property was sold to us. I'm so sorry, you guys, I'm very tired.
You're okay.
As the property,
We're good. Just take your time.
Okay.
deliver your case. It is okay.
I'm not a public speaker.
We put in our pants
I
one
can
leg
sell.
at a time, like you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. As I said, when I purchased the property, it was exciting. I thought this is perfect. Something I can pass along to my daughter, great area, and then, of course, I do the building. I mess up everything according to the county. It didn't fit. So fast forwarded to our last meeting, I was not prepared. I'm just going to tell you, I was not prepared. I had no idea what LRO stood for, what NRC stood for. I've been like literally on ChatGPT doing everything I could do to find out the meanings, the laws, the zoning, and I believe that I did on my own. And I met a gentleman with the company, GRC. His name is Don Singer. He has prepared multiple drawings that you guys requested showing the building, the structure moved completely, and then also showing the structure I requested as if we did move the structure, not completely remove it, but move the structure closer to our existing showroom, the main one, and I would fall under, with his drawing, it shows that I fall under all the parameters for NRC. I would just have to be rezoned to NRC because I'm LRO. And so with that, my buffers would be in place. I would even, if I could, be more than willing to compromise. I don't believe that the neighbor and I can any longer come to any type of resolution, unfortunately. It's been civil, but I don't believe that I want to come to him to ask him for something that I purchased a property I paid for. It was not even a property I could get a loan on, so it's paid for out of my pocket. And in addition, the building was a $35,000 building, which was my financial burden, as well with the concrete structure. The only thing I'm asking, please, is if I bring everything up to, and I am given NRC, I would like to ask if I could have the building, and I have called multiple companies. It is expensive to have the building moved, not removed, but moved, and also, if need be, even made smaller. They can do that. They can shorten it from front to back. They cannot shorten it from on the width. So it's a 40 by 50. He said if I remove 10 from the back, then it would be 40-40. It would bring it up, and then I would only have, and I have a drawing attached to, and I'll find it for you, and it shows that I am out by 5 feet. It would be a 5-foot variance. Again, I would be willing to put into your decision any special stipulations that maybe would require me to, if I sold the property, I couldn't sell it. However you feel it would need to be. I just wanted the structure. What I need the structure for is I have tons of displays. We have another location at 1951 Canton Road. We have right there about almost 8,000 square feet there. We just got bought out by a new landlord. He took the property in January.
Ma'am, your time has run out.
Oh, no, okay. And I'm just requesting, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I didn't even see that. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we'll now hear from the persons in opposition. And again, please be mindful, you saw time overrun on a prior case, that if there are multiple speakers, please be mindful from our initial speakers to give everybody else a chance to speak who desires to.
Just as another reminder, Chairwoman, there is a timer that's on the podium for you to keep track of your time.
Thank you. Thank you, and also help in stating your name before you begin speaking.
All right. My name is Justin McLean. I live next door at 3771 Shallow Court. I wanted to ask if my comments, my public comments I had made have been received and been read by the commissioners, or if I need to go back over.
I would presume we have not seen or heard anything.
Okay. Well, then I also have a few images of the building that they're talking about from my property that I'd like to show. But I'll start with in September 2024, so about a year ago, I got back from a trip out of town, and half of the trees in the buffer zone between me and the business All Good Floors had been removed. And they had regraded the land, brought it up almost to the height that my fence is at, and were pouring a 40 by 50 foot slab. I immediately tried to get in contact with Sydney, who is Amber's husband, to find out what was going on, and brought up my concerns about, I was worried that they were making a giant parking lot right next to my house. He informed me that it was actually going to be a 40 by 50 foot warehouse that they were planning to store flooring samples in. I then, within like probably a week or two, notified them of multiple zoning regulations that they were violating. This was all before the building went up. I want to make sure that that's clear, and tried to see if I could work out a deal with them. There were some things that were said that brought me to believe that I couldn't, and I wasn't sure that the communication was going to go in good faith, or that the things that were being told to me were going to end up being true. And I was also concerned about the water runoff and my property value being affected, which were things that I also notified them of. My talks with them, they had told me that they had 2 weeks to get a refund on the deposit that they had made for the large warehouse. I made sure that within that 2 week time frame that I let them know that I wanted the county involved, so that they would be able to get the refund on the deposit for the building before they were out the money for the building. Jump forward a couple months later, I think this was in February, I think it was a Friday morning, they started building the building, and by Sunday it was almost completely erected. And I believe that the reason that it was put up over the weekend was so that it couldn't get shut down by code enforcement, who I called, and it took a couple days for them to get out there. Another issue that's happened since then is because the regrading is so steep. I don't know if we can flip through a couple more of these. Sure. So if you look at this picture here, you can see how close this is to the fence. It's my fence is, you can see I took the pictures on my back porch. The slab itself is 8 feet from the fence, and you can see that the land was brought up and it's almost in line with the fence. Previously it was, if I had to guess, probably 20 to 30 feet out before it was that height. So there's been, I have a lot of concerns about water. Right now the fence is actually pushing on the bottom of my, the dirt from the slope is pushing on the bottom of my fence, and it's gonna end up causing rot issues. I haven't seen any of the plans that they were just talking about, but even if they were to move the building, it's so large that it's gonna be visible from within my house, especially if it's up against the fence, and it's also visible as you pull into the neighborhood as they showed. I wouldn't say it's barely visible, it's very much something that you see as you pull in, along with all the trees that were there that have been removed. I also talked to stormwater management about the water runoff issues, and they validated the concerns that I had, that the amount of land that could absorb the water had dropped down a lot, and then also the redirection of the water is now, on one side it's dumping, and because of the slope running into the back of my property, which could end up causing erosion issues. And on the front side there is a gutter there, but I'm worried about that overflowing and heavy rains and water leaking to the foundation of my house. We live on a very steep hill, and my neighbors to the right of me, not from their construction, but have previously had water issues and had to have their foundation repaired. The building I'm also concerned about, it doesn't match the existing, it's a sheet metal building, like it looks like a warehouse. It doesn't match any of the buildings close by or the housing close by. It stands out and is an eyesore. And the noise from the large garage door that opens and closes is something we can hear inside, along with branches from trees and stuff that fall. And if they were, from the plans that I saw, if they were to relocate the building, it looks like they would have to cut down the rest of the trees that are over there. I'm not sure about that, but like I said, I wasn't able to see those beforehand. I do want to reiterate that I did bring this up to them last year, that they were in violation of all these issues and that I wanted them to work with the county. I tried to notify the county at that point and didn't really make any ground. I think I called the wrong department, and they told me that since it was just a slab, there wasn't really anything that they could do. Once the building went up, I got in contact with code enforcement, and then that's when this process started. I do also want to say that I'm not opposed to the business being able to operate there, but I'm opposed to the NRC reclassification because it would let them put up structures that don't match the home style in the neighborhood. And
Excuse me, can you stop the clock for a moment? Again, I just want to be mindful. Ma'am, are you with him or are you waiting to speak?
I am.
Oh, okay. Is there another speaker in opposition? Or ma'am, are you speaking?
that's my fiance.
Okay, so I guess if there's any disagreement about time, you guys can handle it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. God willing. Yes. Okay, there's about 4 minutes or 14 seconds. I feel so bad from the other case. That's why I wanted to just bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay. So the concerns about the structure not matching the surrounding buildings, which I believe is one of the codes that are required in LRC, which I think is what the zoning division had initially said would work best in the area. I know that the planning division also recommended against allowing the rezoning completely. Like I said, I'm not opposed. The business up until last September, whenever they put that building up, I hadn't had any issues with it. They did, as they said, make the property look better. I was not aware at the time that they were operating illegally in the zone that they were in, and would have liked to have at least been able to go to a hearing to know what my rights were at that point, but I guess we're past that now. If they are allowed to keep the business operating there, I'd like to ask that they have to restore the grading that they redid and restore some sort of landscaped buffer between our properties. And possibly the stipulation is added that another business is not allowed to operate there. I believe the Rabbit House that was there before them actually had the stipulation that that was the only business that was allowed to operate in that LRR zoning. There was some other stipulations. I think it had to keep the house looking residential, which is also something I'd like to request. They, I believe this year, added lit up signage on the side of the building that says all good floors. And before the warehouse was constructed, the lights were visible from my back porch at night, which was kind of annoying. Sorry, I just want to make sure I touched on everything. Oh, and then I also wanted to mention that whenever I first reached out to Sydney, he did tell me that he had permits for the building, and I had to call the zoning office and confirm with them that there were no permits pulled. That was one of the things that led me to break the initial contact that I had made, along with some other things that were said, trying to work out a deal with them to see if we could get a building there. From the pictures that are visible here, was this one? So you can see here, this is from the top of the road next to my house, just how close this building is to my home. It extends past my house on both sides, so if I got on the back porch or walk out the front door, it's visible. It's visible inside of my house as well. And moving it closer up the hill, which it looked like was what their plan was, would only make it more visible to me and the rest of the neighborhood. And I just wanted to show a few more pictures of the, well, that's a picture of the fence. You can see at the bottom where the dirt's pushed up against it. And then this other picture here, that's the back porch. Another view, that was after the initial construction was done. They did place a few trees there. And then the other picture is over the fence, where you can see the dirt has sloped down, and then there was overgrowth. At that time, they do have landscapers that come out. And then those are pictures from my front yard. So you can see the building extends quite far on both sides of my house. And I don't know how they can move it and it not be very visible and interruption to the neighborhood. They also mentioned that they have another warehouse a few miles down the road. I don't know if it's been addressed. I'm not sure why they can't keep their other flooring samples there instead of it needing to be in this warehouse in the back. I'm just curious if that's something that's an option. Is there anything that I missed? Oh, yeah, and then for the LRC, or the existing zoning LRO, the setback for a building this size, which is, I think it's over 2,000 square feet, is actually 100 feet. So it's not like a small violation that they're in. It's like 90-something% of the existing setback for their zoning. And then there's also estimated 5 to 18% loss of value to my home from the research I've done.
Sir, your time's up.
Okay.
I will turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you. Okay. Want to clarify that the applicant was out of the country when Planning Commission heard this. She did request that it be continued a couple of days before the Tuesday hearing. But unless it's 7 days prior to, it's not automatic. So when she didn't show, they heard the case anyway. But I just want to clarify, she did ask, but you can't, it is not automatic continuance. We would have to vote on it that morning, or Planning Commission had to vote on it that morning to continue it, and they heard it. So we did receive several emails from Mr. McLean with, that I forwarded to Planning Commission and this board with the objections that he just presented in his testimony. And not just the intensity of this building, which was not permitted, built without a permit as a result of code enforcement, and the proximity to his property and does not meet code and is not in compliance. You know, I know that he had several discussions with the applicants of what they could do. I know Planning Commission recommended that they meet with staff to come into compliance. And even with the reference today of plans that they could move it, they're still not in compliance, and they still don't meet the setbacks and requirements, and it is an impact to the neighbors. So I'd like to call Stormwater. Andrew, can you come up?
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management.
There were comments made about the runoff and the proximity to Mr. McLean's property and erosion. And can you speak to the staff analysis and recommendation regarding that?
Yes, absolutely. I have spoken with the opposition who lives next door. This site, when they added the building, they also added some gravel to access the building behind the house that added to the impervious area of the site. So they're going to have to do something to manage the runoff from the site, even if it remains as it is. A challenge with that is the building is pretty close to the property line, so we would have to find a way to somehow do that provide that stormwater management feature somewhere, because there's probably not enough gap there between the building and the property line. So we might have to do it somewhere maybe in front of the home. I say in front of the home, in front of the building, between the building and the home in that region. So there's some challenges in that, not necessarily insurmountable, but they will have to, you know, provide our stormwater management criteria that we have, and we'll have to try to find a way to squeeze it in there on the site somewhere.
But is there, well, between where the building is now and the home, the house that was the rabbit rescue, is there enough area there to do that? And if they move the building closer, how much space is going to be between the building and the, I just don't see how they're going to resolve this with, and be in compliance.
Yeah. One of my comments was actually the areas that I had in my comments analyzing the stormwater management are just areas that I had to try to measure on my own, because the areas for the new building, the gravel, aren't really detailed on the plan, and I saw the applicant has a new plan today with the building relocated. That probably gives a little bit different impervious area, which may change how much they have to do on the site. So it's kind of a little bit up in the air. If you wanted us to look at the new plan, they could submit that, and we could have a chance to look at that a little closer. If you wanted us to do that, whatever the board's pleasure is.
Yeah, well, we're all just seeing this new plan today. That wasn't addressed prior to today. But, and I can't say that it's going to make a difference or make them in compliance or resolve any of these issues. I have a problem that this was done without a permit, the encroachment on the neighbors, and even NRC being appropriate this close to residential. So I don't know that holding it is gonna help. I'll take suggestions from the board, but I don't support this at all. Planning Commission did recommend denial, and I think originally staff had recommended approval with conditions before, we heard testimony or whatever. So now that this has been through the Planning Commission, well, I don't want to say staff recommended approval. They recommended deletion to LRC. So is that still your recommendation, or is it denial, or what?
It's for deletion to LRC with all those conditions that are in the staff recommendation.
NRC or LRC?
LRC. Deletion to LRC.
With what? No variances as outlined?
Let me pull it up.
I know there's some other staff recommendations. I didn't see that particular variance recommendation. Okay, let me look at that last page. Transportation had a number of immediate considerations. I'm sorry, trying to find the page, Commissioner.
It's the second page on the back. Well, it starts at the bottom. Final staff recommendations, deletion to LRC.
It says variances identified in the zoning comments. Let me
Yeah, water and sewer, fire, parking must be paved and striped. John, let me ask you one thing while she's looking that up. Deletion to LRC with these stipulations or provisions. There's no way this current slab and building would meet those criteria?
No, the building and the slab would have to be either moved or removed from the property.
Mhm.
And it would be up to the board to decide if you want to look at moving it closer to the house, attaching it to the house, or just removing it from the property altogether.
Or
Well, I think-
decreasing the size is
Or
what
or making it smaller.
Right, but that would be removing what's there now and rebuilding something that meets LRC.
Correct.
And what about the elevation where the pad is? It's still going to be,
Well,
Visible.
Say the board wants them to move the building closer to the house, then there should be a condition put on the property that the pad be removed and be replanted to county standards. And I think the applicant had a plan that showed it being replanted when they made their presentation.
right. But from what I'm hearing, that was still 5 feet from what it needs to be for setbacks and what have you. So, well,
Yeah, I'll just say,
I could,
were you going to say something, Commissioner?
No, go ahead. I have.
Yeah, I'm just reading staff comments. Some are recommendations and some are just observations. And this is what I'm seeing for the variance, like, under staff considerations or comments, it says this is addressed in the zoning comments, but the zoning recognizes the variances, but it doesn't make a recommendation on ameliorating the variances. And then when I go to the stormwater comments, I see one recommendation, but then the others are just observations of the stormwater impacts without recommendations for ameliorating it. Again, I just see one, I'm trying to get back to where I was. It just states it exceeds impervious coverage, that there are stormwater impacts. I guess I'm looking for direction on, and maybe they didn't put direction on there because it's up to us, but I don't see conditions on how to mitigate the stormwater impacts. It's just observing it, except for one comment, and I'm trying to go back and find the comment.
And normally in stormwater comments, that there is some language in there to mitigate the negative effects of the project.
Here it says, if utilized, the dumpster pad must be connected to sanitary sewer or an infiltration system. That's the recommendation. The second one is just an observation of 38% impervious coverage. The next one is recognition that the site exceeds impervious area for stormwater management requirements. And then the fourth one says the site plan does not fully and accurately depict the areas of gravel, and that needs to be updated. So I'm only seeing one recommendation, and that is to tie the dumpster pad runoff so it's connected to sanitary sewer. That's it.
Yeah, and number 4, they are asking that the survey be updated to show the actual area of impervious coverage, including the gravel. I think Mr. Heath can address his comments, better than I could.
Where are you seeing this?
It-
stormwater.
It's the second part, it's the second sentence in number 4.
Okay. Applicant will update the survey. Okay, for the first sentence. Yeah, it's just saying they don't fully and accurately depict the area. They will update the survey. So updating the survey doesn't necessarily address fixing, yes.
Where are you?
I wish I could tell you what.
Number
I'm
4?
online, unfortunately, I can't tell you the number.
The zoning variance?
Stormwater.
Planning.
She's under stormwater.
Sorry. Yep, right.
Stormwater.
Keep going.
She's in-
Yep. Here.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Hello again.
Hey, I may have sat down too soon, I'm sorry.
And Commissioner, am I speaking, if I ask him a question, did you want to go first?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Can this site be ameliorated to keep the site from having stormwater discharge on the adjacent property? if they were to remove the pad that they have, so it's outside of the setback, is that sufficient to address the stormwater issues on this neighboring property? Or is there another measure or other measures that can be taken to do that?
Right. As it is right now, even before the building was built, you know, the contours are indicating that there's drainage sloping that way onto the neighbor's property. So that's an existing condition. Their development of the building there has added additional impervious area and increased the runoff. And so my comments, those ending comments that you were looking at, I think there were
Yes.
about 4 comments.
Yes, sir.
Those are sort of, like you might say, observations that are sort of particular to this site. The comment that's directly above that, I think it's numbered number 5 in the
Yes.
section that's directly above that, is saying that because they're over our threshold of 5,000 square feet, that's one of the thresholds that triggers any site, not just this one, but any site, to provide some stormwater management.
I see.
And so it says they need to be in conformance with the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual. So that's kind of saying sort of what they need to do to come into conformance with it.
Okay.
However, my other observations were just saying that the location of the building, because generally you want to put your stormwater management on the low side because gravity is what's carrying the water to it. So because the building is very close to that low side, it makes it complicated to do that. But what I was telling Commissioner Burrell is we might be able to figure out some other way to maybe pipe the downspouts to an area where we do have a location to
I
do it,
see.
and then find a way to get rid of it. So it's not so much that it can't be done. And then I think one of the other observations is most of these area measurements were based on just my own measurements in GIS, which are arguably wrong. And so really the applicant really would need to submit a plan that says, hey, this is what we're going to do, this is how big it is, this is how much paving there's going to be, these are what the areas are, then we can really nail it down.
Okay, thank you, and that still needs to be done. Let me ask you a follow-up question. Is it the onus on the applicant then to provide those suggested ways of addressing stormwater, or is this something they sit down with your team and work out together for a possible path forward?
Yeah, maybe in this case, because it is a little bit more complicated, it might be well to meet with them and at least give them some ideas and pointers of directions that they could go in. On some zoning cases where it's a little more simple, they've got plenty of room to do it, we don't really have to have as much guidance because they've got a lot more freedom maybe on a congested site like this, once they have their site plan done, or if they have a professional who's developing the site plan for them, that professional is going to be able to say, hey, these are some ideas that we could do, and they could help them as well.
Okay. Okay.
So, Andrew, right now, they don't have detention?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, but that would be required.
As the way I assess it right now, yes.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions, do you?
Commissioner
Oh,
Schiffel,
I'm sorry.
Andrew. No, that's okay. Andrew, your remarks on the topography information, you indicate here that in addition to the pad that was shown in the presentation, that there was a 2,000 square foot garage that was also added. And I'm assuming that increases the impervious surface. But with the gravel driveway, is that gravel, is it pervious, the gravel, or has it been solidified in such a way where it is also impervious?
Yeah, in this particular case, the gravel around the house to access the building is going to be driven on, so we consider that to be impervious, just as if it were concrete. So if they paved it or left it that way, we would consider it the same either way.
Okay, so the 2,000 square feet for the garage should be added to the calculation for the pad that was recently poured?
I think the 2,000 square feet, I'm not looking at my comments right now, but I think that 2,000 square feet, I was actually referring to that building that they have built. I might be mistaken, but I think that is the area of that building, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was all I have for Andrew.
That's all I had for you, Andrew.
Applicant.
Could I call Mr. McLean back up? Hi. I know you've had several emails and discussions with the applicant. And I know we've just seen this revised plan. Staff is recommending LRC, but in compliance. But not seeing actually what that would be. We know that what is currently there is not going to come into compliance without being totally removed and a new structure. So would you be agreeable to working with them on this new plan as long as it meets all the county standards and, you know, the visibility and the issue, runoff, the issues that you have, as long as that is resolved? Or I'll be honest with y'all, I was prepared to deny this and have them remove the building and the concrete pad and restore the buffer that they took away that's, you know, backs up to you. But I want to hear from you what you think as far as what staff is recommending LRC with, and I would say no variances, not even a 5-foot variance.
So I guess what I'd like to say is, I mean, my preference is definitely for the building to just be removed. Part of my concern is also, and I know in the email thread that they tried to address this and say it wouldn't be causing noise and stuff, but I'm definitely concerned about if they're going to be loading different samples into the building and stuff, that means that there might be equipment there. And it's like right next to my living room, and my house is also on the front. So I'm concerned about there being noise, even if the building was moved a little bit. I think that that's still going to be an issue.
Yeah.
And then I also don't really, I can't imagine the way that they would be able to build it, and it's not going to be, the plans that they showed right then, it seems like it's going to be even more visible inside of the house. And kind of just every time we walk into the living room, it's a reminder that if there was a plan that somehow made it where it doesn't impact me in any way, I'm not, I guess, opposed to that, but I don't see how that's possible.
Well, I think that's why staff is recommending LRC, because it was LRO, not the new structure, but what was the house that was already there. But definitely NRC or showroom, I don't think is appropriate in a residential area, but especially as close, you know, it is to you. So
I have a question for the applicant too.
Go ahead. The applicant or him?
Well, actually, I have to have a question for John Peterson. No, he can stay there for just a second.
Okay.
John, what is the height of the building that was constructed?
I think it's about 15 feet tall.
Okay, because it was kind of hard to
Well,
tell in the
it's
photo.
hard to tell because adjacent to the neighbor, it may be 5 feet taller than that, or 6 feet because of the way they built it up in the back.
Right, okay. I have no further questions, because my only question for Mr. McLean was, if it was a taller building, if the height got reduced, would that help make it less intrusive? But again, if it's only 15 feet, that's not something we can do.
Do you have a question for him?
I was, if it was going to be a higher talling, higher
Sir, you may have a seat, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
But what's
taller
there
building
now
is-
is
But since it's not a taller
obviously
building,
visible.
my question to him would have been, if the building was shorter, would it be more, potentially less offensive to him?
But LRO is 1 story or 2 story? I mean LRC,
It could be 1 story or 2 stories.
like LRO.
Correct.
Commissioner, beyond just the height I'm sorry, Commissioner Sheffield, go ahead.
Well, I
have
had a
different
couple of
observation.
clarifying questions from the applicant.
Can the applicant please approach?
Thank you.
In reading the summary of your proposal, currently you're proposing the current hours to be Saturdays only from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., but there is a desire in the future to operate Monday through Friday. But before I get to that, the hours from 10 to 5, do you propose pickup within that window of the 10 to 5?
I didn't understand.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so on the application, it says that the proposed hours will be on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Correct.
My question is for your pickup, because it has here that you'll have pickups?
Not at no, the showroom, there are no pickups.
Okay, there are no pickups?
No, ma'am, that
Okay.
is straight visiting, and you leave in your car, you come in your car, you don't walk out with anything.
Okay, thanks for
Except
that
an
clarification.
estimate.
Thank
Yes,
you. And it goes on to read that you plan to operate Monday through Friday in the future. Is that
Well,
correct?
Yes, we are right now, when I bought the property, 2021, we were fixing it. We didn't open until 2022, but we were only open on Saturdays.
Okay.
But right now, we are open Monday through Friday.
Currently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're currently
10 to
open.
4, it's
Okay.
advertised. We have a billboard, and Saturday, 10 to 4. Our other location is closed on Saturday, so that's why we opened this one on Saturday, closed on Sunday.
So you're currently operating on Saturdays 10 to 4, or Monday
Yes,
through
ma'am.
Friday, I'm sorry?
Monday through Friday, 10
Monday
to
through
4 as
Friday.
well.
Okay, all right.
Just Sundays we're closed.
All right, thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
John, if, no, I didn't have any
Are
other.
you done? No, you can have a.
Am I allowed
No, I'm
to-
sorry, unless it's directly related to her question. Is this directly related to her question?
No,
Okay, I'm sorry.
If this is denied, would they need to wait a year to come back with the LRC?
Correct.
Okay. If they withdraw,
If they ask to withdraw, then they can bring it back whenever they want to in the future. There's no
right, but
prejudice
the
period.
building would stay there,
Yeah.
so.
So is stormwater the main issue?
Pardon?
Is stormwater the main issue?
No, the building it doesn't meet.
Yeah, the
I
building
was
is,
just asking.
And
because,
it's
yeah,
impacting the neighbor.
the building is completely out of character for what the land use plan recommendations. I mean, before, when it was the bunny house, I guess that's what it's being referred to, it looked like a house in a residential area.
Right.
This is a warehouse building in an area that is zoned commercially broadly, but the commercial zoning that it had before took into consideration that the building should have like a residential feel and look and character. And this building, even though it matches the house, it's a metal building.
It's
That's
almost like industrial. It has like an
And it
industrial
was built
feel.
without permit, so, okay.
I mean, I'm not saying don't
Making
try
a
to
motion.
moderate it, like you said. I mean, I appreciate the considerations for paring the building down. I don't know if that would make it look like a home. I don't know.
It's still not gonna meet the standards, even for LRC, because as she said, it still had a 5-foot variance on the setback, even if they moved it closer to the existing house or office that
Can
is
you help
used
me-
there.
Can you help me understand the difference in character of LRO and LRC for John, please?
Sure. LRO is our lowest intensity office district. It's mainly intended to serve as a transitional category between commercially zoned properties and residential zoned properties. You typically just see low intensity, low use uses like offices
Like
or,
a home that's converted to an office?
and, as far as LRC, that's our lowest commercial zoning category. And we use that also as a transitional category from commercial to residential. And it does allow for a few other things that you don't typically see. And, today we saw a bakery. Commissioner Gamber's district, we zoned it for a farmer's market. Earlier today was Z14. So it's used for the smaller intensity things. one thing to keep in mind with this is there's really two things that need to be solved that don't have to be solved. Number one is the building. It was built without permits. It doesn't meet any kind of zoning standard. And number two is the use, because right now it's zoned only for a rabbit rescue only. So, if the board rejects it, then both those things cannot be resolved. So maybe it'd be better if the board could consider zoning it LRC for the showroom only, for the flooring company, for that use only, and then direct them to remove the building, remove the pad, and restore the buffer, and take out the gravel.
Then why would we have the showroom only use if they're, in essence, wouldn't have a showroom?
Well, they could still use the house for something.
The house for, yeah, you can use the house for something. Yeah, that's what, I don't disagree with you. The house could be the showroom itself. Okay, if that's the
But
commissioner's
isn't
interest, but.
the house now used, did they live there? Or I thought they lived in the house next door.
No, they own a house next door as a rental property. They own this property, but I think the applicant said they live off, near Lasker High School somewhere, back in there.
Okay, But the house that was the rabbit rescue, not this warehouse that was built, is office space or what?
Well,
Can you come back up and clarify that?
when it was the rabbit rescue, it had offices, a place for the caretaker to live, and some pens.
I know. But what, can you come back up, man, the applicant? What is in the house that was already existing, that you purchased in 2021?
That is the showroom. The house that I showed you in that picture, that white one, that's my showroom. That is the showroom. I have a video too. It's on Facebook. You can go through and you see what's exactly in there today.
So what is this warehouse for?
The structure, that's exactly, the structure was for, and that's when I explained it to Mr. Justin, when we first met him. It was going to be for my samples, my displays, when we go out and do like the East Cobb Parade and we participate in all those events in Marietta Square. We're there and we set up booths. We have tons of promotional items. We have to have somewhere to keep all of our stuff. It's a 2,000 square foot building. It can be reduced. The buffer that you were talking about, I didn't get to explain it well. It's on the left side only. We were going to remove the building completely, just like you guys asked. Remove the pad completely. We were just asking if we can move the building closer to the showroom. And then because of the height, when you are driving down Shallow Court, you can barely see the roof. The pictures that he provided are from him, like this. Because the pictures I provided are from the street. I have a video perfect. There's no angle, there's no special angles. I was just there 2 days ago. I recorded his home. I just wanted to let you know that is the showroom. The building in the back, if you say remove the building completely, we're doing that. That's what my two proposals.
Well, you're gonna have to.
Yes, ma'am. I was just, because if we did get zoned, I know, because the civil engineer and my attorney told me that there's a specific size building because we purchased the property as LRO. It was sold to us as LRO. And his feelings are hurt right now. This gentleman's feelings are very hurt because he came to us and he did try to tell us what the codes were. He told me he has a family member that works in this field that you guys do in a different county, and he was going to call her. I believe it was his mom or someone. We've had racist stuff hurled at us since we've opened that place. We have been harassed. I'm just.
All right, thank you.
I just have to let.
No, but you don't.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, again, this is not a time to. I know, but
yes,
we've got to narrow it because once I start to give you time to advocate, to balance it, I got to give it to it just gets to be too much. But I understand.
So, John, that brings up another question. The house that was the rabbit rescue that has been, she showed pictures of before and after, how they've renovated and made improvements. That's not appropriate in LRO either, a showroom, is it?
No, and that's why they're asking, they asked for NRC for the showroom, but the staff deleted it to LRC to better match the intensity of the neighborhood behind it.
Okay, so, but is that in question too? Is that what we're approving today? The house that was a rabbit rescue to LRC?
Yes, so they're asking for that property to be zoned NRC, but the staff recommendation is to delete it to LRC.
Okay.
The planning commission recommendation is to deny it.
Are there any variances? Is their sign okay under LRC?
I think all the variances had to do with the unpermitted
Warehouse.
building in the rear.
Okay.
And there was an issue with lighting. I don't know if any more lights were.
Of the existing house or the new showroom?
I don't know, but I know the gentleman said lighting. was
Mr.
coming into his-
McLean, can you come back up? I think I'm ready to make a motion, one way or the other here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you referenced lighting in your bedroom window. Is that from the new warehouse?
Sorry.
I mean showroom or the existing house?
The lighting is visible from the porch in the back and possibly from one of the bedrooms in the back. It's not in the master. That's from the showroom, not from the warehouse. The warehouse is actually blocking the light
Yeah.
currently.
Oh, okay.
Also, any comments that she made about me making comments are not things that I've said. I've been nothing but courteous to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so, did you have a question for him? Okay.
So if the building was reduced, like she offered, and they did a water table around the base, did something to make it look less like a warehouse, would that be acceptable to you?
I guess maybe it depends on the size. To be honest, I'm not quite sure why they can't keep these things out there. They have a large warehouse a couple miles down the road. My preference would definitely still be for there not to be a warehouse there at all. If that's the only option, then, I mean, obviously I'll try to work with it, but I think I'm gonna have property value loss if something goes up there regardless. Even the rezoning to LRC could possibly be a hit to property value, which that one I'm willing to contend with, that they, up until this point, hadn't been bad neighbors and there wasn't a lot of traffic coming into their building.
Okay.
That's fair. It's reasonable.
Right.
Thank you
It's-
for being reasonable.
Okay, thank you. So, I will make a motion to approve the existing building that was the rabbit rescue from LRO to LRC, and address the lighting and no other variances. And John, you'll have to advise them if the sign that they have out front for the showroom meets sign code ordinance?
Yeah, and the board can just put a condition in there that the sign, to meet the sign code with the final design to be approved by the district commissioner.
Okay, and then all other stormwater comments, DOT, staff recommendations, and that they will have to remove the concrete pad and the new building, warehouse, in 60 days and restore the buffer in the back.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Do you want that neighbor to come up? He's raising his hand. I'm talking to Commissioner Burrow.
Well, I can't, but I will ask him if he understands what this motion. It approves rezoning the rabbit rescue house that's existing. You just nod your head when I'm finished, if you're agreeable. And to address the lighting that you say is shining in your window, in your bedroom, whatever. And all the other comments that comply with LRC on the rabbit rescue house only. And then they have to remove the new building, the concrete pad, the building, and restore the buffer behind there that backs up to your residence. Are you agreeable to that? they're removing the building, period, the new building, so there is no elevation.
They regraded their property, so they increased their elevation.
So when they removed the warehouse and the concrete pad, what else would they need to do?
Maybe put a condition in there that they restore the topography to the previous elevations.
Okay, and restore the topography to the previous elevations.
Just practically speaking, staff would work with them to understand what those.
Yes, and the topography is shown here on GIS, so we know what it was,
Okay.
and we can get it back to that.
And then also, Commissioner, in your motion, you said address the lighting. Can you be more specific?
Well, in his comments, the lighting from the existing home is shining in there. So they'll need to make it point downward like we do in other.
Okay, so that's more specific. It just said address the lighting, so I didn't know if you want to be more specific with your comments.
So that it doesn't shine out, that it's
Okay.
redirected
Address the lighting.
downward.
Redirect the lighting? Okay.
Redirected downward. And restore the buffer, but also work with staff for that, to get back to the original elevation. So, so all we're doing really is rezoning the house, the existing showroom now for, instead of LRO, because it doesn't meet LRO, to LRC, so they can keep that the way it is, and redirect the lighting downward so that it doesn't shine out into the neighbor's home. And then remove the concrete pad, the building, the new building, and restore the buffer, and make sure they're in compliance with staff, with stormwater, DOT, signage, and everything. All comments.
All staff comments and recommendations. Okay.
So with the rezoning to LRC, did you want it for this use only? Because otherwise, the LRC code has a broad range of uses that the neighbors might not find appropriate, where the showroom is appropriate. So do you want to limit it to to this use and this use only?
Yes, because the rabbit rescue was specific to that use. Yeah, so it would be allowed for this use only.
And also, do you have a time frame on which the building need to come down?
60 days.
60, okay.
Okay.
Is that your motion, Commissioner?
And, and remove the concrete pad, building, and restore the buffer within 60 days.
Clerks are clear. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, thank you for your time. We will recess until 2 p.m. Thank you. Yes. Yes. This August 19th of 2025. I will turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, and he will help queue up our next case.
All right. Next case on the agenda is LEP 19 of 2025. INL Salas requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the county code allows, and to allow an accessory structure to be used as a dwelling unit in land lot 207 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Tatum Street, west of Olive Springs Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? One. Okay, we've got one opposed. Applicant is here. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Sir, you can begin whenever you're ready. Just tell us your name before you begin your presentation.
Okay. My name is Felipe Manuel Martinez. I'm the owner of 53 Taylor Street, and I'm renting the house.
Okay. Give me one second. You're renting, excuse me, sir. Tell me your last name again.
Manuel Martinez.
Manuel Martinez.
Yes.
Martinez, and you are renting 19, okay, and this is in your case.
It's a 53 Taylor Street.
Can you talk to us as if we have never heard of this matter? Can you tell us what is going on and what your request is?
Okay, this is the second time I'm here. The first time, the person who I rented, I think she was here for a couple of hearings. Initially, she submitted a permit to park more vehicles at the property.
Okay.
And I think the code allow only 3 vehicles. Last time they tell me that I talked to them, and now I talked to them and they say at least they can park 1 more vehicle. And also, I bring the contract with me, which last time they tell me they're gonna allow for 6 months for adults in the house and the kids.
Okay. Unfortunately, my case is still pulling up, Commissioner. So you're seeking right now to have 1 additional vehicle and more people in the home, but you were told by the Planning Commission that you would just have 6 months for the additional people?
Yes, he said he will give you, to leave 4 people, a contract for 6 months. And that will be my question, and after that, they can renew the contract or not.
I see. Okay. Can you see Planning Commission? They recommended. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Does that conclude your presentation today?
Yes.
And again, this is for 3 vehicles, 4 adults. 6 months is what you've been given, with code enforcement to make inspections every 3 months according to. Okay, minutes. All right. Thank you so much. We'll now hear from opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak before the board.
Hello, my name is Will Landers. I thank you for letting me speak today. I appreciate it. And actually, I kind of have an objection, but I didn't realize that, and I found out in the Marietta Daily Journal where they print what the Planning Commission recommends. And the Planning Commission said 3 cars, 4 adults, and no one living in the garage out back. Well, really, I don't have a problem with that at all. This is my 3rd time here for this, 2 times with the Planning Commission. What I was really trying to stop was 6 cars and someone living in the garage out back. Because I went through that with a neighbor across the street, and I was really just trying to avoid that in the neighborhood.
Okay.
But 3 cars, 4 adults, no one in the garage out back, I have no problem with
No
that.
opposition to that.
Well,
Okay.
I think what Planning Commission recommended was 3 additional cars besides what was allowed, though, which would be 6.
I see maximum.
Is that?
It says, no, it says maximum of 3. It doesn't say, it just says maximum of 3 vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I thought it said in the paper as well, so.
Okay. Okay.
But I was going to ask too as well. I found out about this in the paper because I called the zoning, when I talked to the zoning board, they told me that they were withdrawing the application. And because they pulled the sign down, so I thought, well, hey, great, I don't have to go back. But then I saw in the paper where that they did plan, have the Planning Commission, they met, and now I'm here now. So I was just
you know.
You were vigilant.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised about that, so.
Couldn't
But again,
imagine.
3 cars, 4 adults, no one in the garage, no problem, so.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
sir. I believe that concludes our opposition, so I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
I don't have any other questions. If anyone else does, it sounds like both parties were amenable to what was recommended, so.
Would you like to make a motion to approve?
Well, I was just gonna ask, was that his request for additional, or how many is there now? How many cars are there now?
Can you come back up, Mr. Martinez?
4 cars?
Yeah, we didn't ask if he's
Yeah,
okay with it.
yeah.
Well, he's allowed 4 cars
He went-
outside.
So how many total cars are you requesting? I know it's.
I have in the contract only 3 cars, and they want to see if it's possible one more, only one more.
So 4 cars?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what they request. But I have in the contract 3 cars.
When you say contract, that's from the minutes, that's the suggestion of the prior board, of the prior commission. That's their
Yeah.
recommendation. It's not
Okay.
necessarily a contract.
No, it's fine, I mean, it just, that's what he told me.
Okay.
Then also, the question is like, are they able to renew the contract after 6 months?
Yes.
They would have to come back.
You would have to come back to the hearing for renewal.
Okay.
Excuse me. He's actually the owner. He's talking for the people renting the house.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. He said owner, and then I thought he said renting, and that's why, okay.
Yeah, no, I was here last time, and the people who rented were here like a couple of times, I think,
Okay.
with dealing with this, and I didn't know anything until last time that I was here, so, yeah.
So right now, there are 3 cars.
Yes.
You're requesting 1 additional for 4 cars.
Yes.
Are any in the garage? Is there a garage?
There are 2 driveways, there's one, I don't know if you can see on the picture, there's one on the right and one on the left, where you're able to park and not park on the street.
Okay.
So all 4 cars, 1 can fit in front of the garage on the street, and then you're saying 3 on this right side?
Yeah,
of the
actually,
residence.
it can fit 2 and 2, because, or
Yeah, I
3
can
and 2, because it's a carport on your, if you're looking to the front on your right-hand side, that's a carport
that's
right
a
there.
carport.
And the maximum of 4 adults, that was also the request. These are 4 unrelated adults.
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
That was PC's recommendation.
Yeah.
That was the planning commission's recommendation.
Okay.
Sir, I can't tell by looking at this picture, but there seems to be an awful lot going on in front of this property. What is this in front of the property? Is this storage material? Oh,
which-
that's playground. Is that kids?
Oh, that's an old picture, yeah. I used to live there with my kids, so my wife got a small playground in the front yard.
Oh, I see. It's an older picture.
Yeah, that's,
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
But-
no longer there.
yeah, it's, nothing is there now.
okay.
So your request is for a maximum of 4 vehicles, 4 adults.
Correct.
Is the neighbor good with that?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sir, it appeared through the application that someone was residing in the shed that is to the rear of the property, correct?
I walked with Charles, code enforcement. He took some pictures. He said he's gonna send them to you, and nobody's living there.
Okay, but has the shed been converted to accommodate living, such as electricity, heating and cooling, electric, plumbing, or such?
Yes, when I initially start working in that place, is because when some of my family, stay for a day or a couple of days, they had to use a bathroom. So it has a bathroom, and it just used to have a small bed, that's it. But right now, there's nothing in there, it's clear. He took the pictures, nobody's living there. I'm not, renting that space and not using at all. And I don't let the people who's renting the house using it too, so it's clean.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Allen, I'd be supportive if we, if you look to improve this, require him to remove.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, is the restroom is still, even though everything's cleared out, the restroom is still, the bathroom is still physically in that dwelling? In that?
Yes, yes. Actually, the toilet and a little shower. But Charles tell me, I mean, nothing he's gonna do it like send somebody for inspection or anything because has been already done and nobody's gonna live there.
Okay. And John, I would assume that that's not permitted? Correct, okay.
Can we just cap the toilet? Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Thank you.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
You rent this out to 4 individuals, not related, just for
No,
adults?
there is, the guy has 2 brothers and he got his wife. And
Oh,
there
well,
are
that's
2
a
kids.
family.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
I thought they said unrelated. Okay. That's
they're
good.
related. Okay? And I have the, like I say, you want to see, I have the contract and their names and everything in here.
Okay.
Okay, thank
You
you.
can submit it. You can submit it for the record, ma'am. Or
The contract he keeps referring to, you see, you have a contract with the
lease.
residents.
The
Yes, the
lease
lease
and-
agreements. Yes, you may submit it. Yes, thank you, as your
You want,
proof.
okay.
Now, okay, it's
Yeah, now
taken
it's
me a
clear.
while, maybe too much for lunch. So your current residents know that they cannot live in the storage unit, right?
That's correct.
Nobody's residing,
That's correct.
okay.
does he need that back? Do we need to make a copy of that for you?
You want?
Oh. Oh, well.
I'd be curious, Commissioner, if
You
the neighbor is amenable to, okay. yeah. She's not here, but
Where is she?
Yo lees español, pero no hablo mucho.
No, I don't
Can
at all.
read it.
You need to call me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're good. Can the resident come back up, the neighbor? Mr. Landers? Thank you. Didn't have my pen when I...
And I didn't conjugate my verb. Yo leo español.
Yes. I know you are amenable to the minimum of 3 vehicles, 4 adults, no one living in the shed. Do you still hold true to that with 4 vehicles?
Well, that's really not that big of a deal. The only thing I was having problem with was in the beginning, this is a house that's under 1,000 square feet. And there's 4 adults and 3 children. And, the 390 square feet per adult in Cobb County, that would be close to what, 1,500, almost 1,600 square foot home. So, you're really kind of packing them in. So I just was really trying to avoid that. So, I mean, they've got the room for the car, so it's really not a big deal. It's just the people that I was really living there, and noise complaints and other things that have led to that in the past. So I was really trying to, maybe stop that and hope I wouldn't have to deal with that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ms. Landers.
Okay, sure.
All right, if there is no discussion, make a motion. Motion is to approve with a maximum of 4 vehicles.
In the driveway.
Yes, in the driveway, not on the street. Maximum of 4 adults. And the shed not to be used as a dwelling unit, and the sewer to be capped within 90 days.
Okay.
For 6 months.
And approval for, well, if there's the code enforcement will make inspections every 3 months to confirm adherence, then I think we should make it for a year, for 12 months.
I'll second that, Commissioner. Just, It doesn't need to be said, but that the adults abide by county code as far as relation. So we do have, I think, no more than 2 unrelated, because it doesn't specify that. So just, there's already an assumption that they'll abide by code, but just want to emphasize it, that they don't perceive that this is leeway for 4 unrelated adults.
Correct, thank you.
And can you make it for the names on the lease? Since they are related, you can't do that?
No.
It's overreach.
Yeah, I don't want
Okay.
to go that far.
As long as they're in compliance with
Right,
the
with code.
related, 2 unrelated or family in 1, they're okay.
Commissioner Sheffield?
I just want to make a note for the applicant, if you can communicate, because this is for 6 months, or you're going to approve for
12
for 12 months, that before the 12-month expiration,
They
they
need
should
to
start
apply
the
to come.
process,
Yeah.
because a lot of people miss that.
And code enforcement will
Still do
check
that
it
every 3
out
months.
every 3 months to make sure they're in
They're in
compliance.
compliance, correct.
So that's 3 times a year.
All right, it's been moved and
Motion
seconded.
and second, yes. So go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, next case on the agenda is LEP 24 of 2025. Brandon Lorenzo requests a temporary land use permit to allow occupancy of an accessory structure, allow an extra adult, and allow 1 extra vehicle in land lot 1100 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southwest corner of Janet Way and Hiram Lithia Springs Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 24? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Lorenzo. I reside in the home 4943 Janet Way, Powder Springs, Georgia. So, the reason why I'm here is because we went over because of having the 2 sheds in the back and too many vehicles. That was the main reason. At first, I had explained that we were a multi-generational, like all my sisters, our whole family is living together. And at first, my grandpa was living on the shed right there, all the way in the back, that one right there. He's no longer living there. We're currently sharing the same room because half of the time he's never there. He's either at church or with his church folks always. So it's like he's usually not there. What else? Oh yeah, and at first I had the issue with the code enforcement because the cars were parked in the grass, which by the code enforcement said that they wasn't allowed. So what we did is we widened our driveway now, so they're no longer sitting on a soft surface but on a hard one.
Okay.
And yeah, that's about it. Do you have any questions for me?
We may. Thank you. We're not hearing any opposition, so I'll defer to the commissioner to walk through this. And if she has any questions, she'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you
can
so
stay
much.
there,
Oh, she
too.
said you
Yeah.
have to stay.
All right.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good.
Good. Just a couple of questions. For clarification on the application, you included that there is a business operation on the LUP worksheet. So just want to confirm that this is not for a business operation. I think there may be confusion in the way
Yeah.
it was worded.
Correct. So my dad does have a granite countertop business. So he has, his work truck that he usually does not leave at the shop because, it's in an open area. Sorry. So it's kind of not smart because nobody leaves cars where he does his work, so he doesn't leave his truck either.
But there is no business that's ran out of the home?
No, no customers, nobody walks in or nothing.
Okay, all right, fantastic. And how many cars and how many sheds are currently on the property?
So currently
Hold on.
Sorry.
When I went through the
code enforcement notes, at one point there were 3 sheds, and I think the most recent inspection reveals 1. So if you can just confirm the number of cars and sheds on the property?
Yes, ma'am. So when we first purchased the home did come with its own shed in the back, but that one wasn't really good. The floor was like rotten, the wood isn't good, so we really didn't store anything there. So that was the first purpose of the shed, the one that's right behind the house. So we bought that one with the sole purpose of just using it for storage. Then my grandfather was living in Delaware. He's a bit older now, so we went to go get him, and now he's currently living with us. That's the reason for the 6th adult that I put in the application.
Okay, but as far as the sheds are concerned, can you confirm how many are on the property currently?
3.
There's still 3 at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And in any of the sheds, particularly the one where you shared your grandfather was living, are those sheds outfitted or constructed to accommodate any living conditions?
According
like, is there
to
a
code,
toilet inside, a sink, a shower?
No, ma'am. So the one where my grandfather was living, that one did have power. I had my cousin do the power for me, so I'm just waiting for him to get caught up with his work. He was out on vacation. So I'm waiting for him to just get caught up so he can go ahead and get me the permit because he has the license and stuff like that. Because I asked around before he came back, but they were charging excessively expensive. So I just decided to wait a bit for him to get back, which he got back, but he's catching up with his work now.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the use for the other 2 sheds on the property?
Just storing.
Storage?
Only storage.
Okay. Storage. Also in the photos, I noticed that there was a trailer on the property. Is the trailer still there? And if so, what is its current use?
Yes, so that one is used for work purposes. We also run a side hustle, we could say, where we rent party rental stuff. That's kind of like my thing. And like a clown gig for kids' birthday parties. That is like me and my dad, where we go out on every Saturday or Sunday, or whenever there's like opening a store or radio conventions, we go out and entertain people.
Okay. And that trailer is currently on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. John, quick question as it relates to the trailer. Would that be considered an additional vehicle?
No, it's not.
It is not? Okay. All right, okay. And my final question is there a garage or carport on the property? I couldn't tell based on the photos.
No, ma'am. No car. We were open to installing one if it was required by you guys.
Okay.
We are open to do it.
Okay, no worries. And so no carport, no garage?
No, ma'am. No carports, no garage.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have for you, unless you guys have questions. Go ahead.
So the accessory structure in the back for storage is, do you run your party business out of your house, or do you have a office where you do that and then you just store the items there?
No, ma'am. So I just stored the items, like I stored chairs, tables, a bouncy house. For the customers and stuff like that, the way I'm reaching them out is through Facebook Market, OfferUp, Nextdoor app, communicating just with the local community, and then word of mouth for the rest. Same thing for my dad's business, is word of mouth.
Okay, but they can do that online or call your cell?
Yes, ma'am. Call, cell phone.
Okay. So they don't actually come to your house to book a party, or?
No, ma'am.
They just, okay.
Are you done? Are you done, Commissioner? I do have one other question. In reading through the notes, the code enforcement notes, apparently there was a slab poured for the driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, if you can
I
give him the
pictures of it?
pointer? No, it's okay. If you can just point
Okay.
on the picture where that concrete was poured.
So the way we did it,
I'm sorry, Cornelius, can you give him a pointer so he can point to?
So that's what we check, if he describes it, JP.
Okay.
Is it basically where the mouse is hovering? Is that the
Yes,
additional
ma'am.
space?
Mhm.
Okay, for parking, okay.
I also have pictures if you would like to see it.
Yeah, can you just
Yeah.
put them up on the,
They are on my phone.
okay.
Well, it's not going to be on this picture.
So this is kind of the best picture.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have unless you guys have additional questions.
What does that do to the impervious? Is it still 35 or under? Wake up, John.
Well, just looking at the aerial photograph, you know, I think even with the extra driveway they added, I think they're going to be under the impervious limit of 35%.
Oh, okay. Would they have had to have a permit to do that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all that I had for
him. Do you guys have any questions? John, I do have a question on the PC minutes. Let's see. It was item number 3, I believe. Let me just go back. It says no additional vehicles allowed. Is that an addition above what he's asking?
Yes, I believe his request is to have 6 adults on the property and 6 cars. So with the size of the house, he's allowed to have 5 adults and 5 cars. So it'll be for 1 more car.
Right, but there's no additional vehicles allowed. I just wanted clarification that it's not more than what he's requesting or not more than what's allowed by code. It's a little vague to me.
Number 3 is there to ensure he meets what the code max is. So he would have 5 cars max per that one.
Okay. So the PC did not agree to the additional vehicle?
That's right.
Okay. And was that additional vehicle the work vehicle? Do you know?
It didn't specify which car it was, Commissioner.
Okay. Because when I went through, let me just take a look, because I think each of the occupants have a vehicle, so I'm just curious. Okay. Grandpa. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it appears, based on the application, that each of the applicants has a vehicle. Now, he mentioned that his grandpa was there, and I'm not sure if he's no longer there. I missed that part of the testimony. I'm wondering if you can come back up. I'm just trying to figure out why the PC decided on 5 versus the 6.
Yes, ma'am. So my grandfather is still living with us.
He's still there, and so there are still 6 vehicles at the property.
There's more vehicles at the property.
Pardon?
There's more vehicles at the property. Because my sisters, I have my younger sisters that they're starting to turn 18, 21, and 20. So they all are going to be using cars to get to work.
I see. I see. Okay.
That's how we were kind of like, it's kind of like not an issue, but it's more like a multi-generational concern.
Right, I understand that, but you're looking to have upwards of 8 to 9 vehicles at the property, which I think it is a bit excessive.
Yes, ma'am.
Particularly since you don't have a a carport or a garage.
Right.
So part of the issue I have at times with these requests is that we're asking the neighbor to kind of deal with having to see so many cars on a property. And I understand culturally, you mentioned it's multi-generational, and I completely understand that, but we still have to strike a balance between what your desires are and based on what the code is and also what we're asking our neighbors to accommodate.
So that was one thing that I did speak to my neighbors about. I didn't necessarily say, hey, do you mind? But I did ask, because I try to comply a little bit, so you guys see that I'm trying best I can. I did ask them if it was okay for me to park 1 vehicle in their driveway. One of them did say yes, but the other one said no, because it is a responsibility they don't want to be falling into.
Okay.
And you mentioned, I think you mentioned, or I read that one of the vehicles, perhaps the F-150, is a work vehicle?
It's the 250. It is a work vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's used solely for work? Do you have that and another vehicle for you? So you have
My
two
father.
vehicles?
My father, yep.
Okay.
We kind of all have two vehicles. I have another car that I already put up on Facebook Market because, trying to comply, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. But the other ones, we can't get rid of them because my sisters owe money to the financiers. Well, they buy it at a buy here, pay here. So we owe money to them. So just for that, we can't get rid of them.
I understand, okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
May I add one more thing? It's
Sure.
just quick.
Sure.
Sorry. I mean, I'm open for anything. I mean, if I need to put up a fence, I'll just give me like maybe a month or less, and I'll go ahead and put it up. I'm just trying to do whatever I can to stay good with you guys.
Thank you, I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Okay. So PC, the request is for one additional adult and one additional vehicle. And this case came before us because of code enforcement complaints, and there was observation of there being parking on both the grass and the dirt, but you put forth an effort to make that correction by pouring the concrete for additional parking space, so I appreciate that. Based on the aerial and the comments, staff comments, there's sufficient space to accommodate the vehicles. And based on code, 4 are allowed to be parked outside consistently, so I think you're good there. Also, code allows you to have 5 vehicles, so we're essentially just looking for 6 vehicles and 6 people, right? Just one additional for each. Let's see, what was staff recommendation? I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm looking at the PC minutes. Okay. All right. I'm prepared to make a motion unless you guys have, look, they're like, yeah, hurry up, make a motion. We're getting fatigued up here. Okay. All right. I am prepared to make a motion. Approval for 12 months. Okay. I make a motion to approve LUP 24, 2025 with the following conditions. No parking on the grass at any point. All parking must be on a hardened and treated surface, and 4 vehicles at a minimum is to be parked in the driveway on the property. Amend number 3 of the Planning Commission minutes dated August 5th, 2025 to reflect no more than 6 vehicles allowed at the property. There is to be no living in the accessory structure, which PC has also captured that. And let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything. No, I have that. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And I think that captures everything.
I'll second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, sorry. Oh. For approval?
Good job.
It's 12. Yeah, which is the PC, yeah. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Burrow in opposition. Okay, thank you and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this August 19th, 2025. Just to be transparent, our recording is currently on our cable station. However, due to the outage, we will not be live streaming this on YouTube at the moment. However, we will get a recording that we can eventually put on our YouTube channel. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that. All right? Because of this active storm that's going on right now, yes, Commissioner. Thank you. John, I'm going to turn things over to you so we can continue our case.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just reread that case in just to
Okay.
be safe. SLEP 2 of 2025, Freeburg Communications LLC requests a special land use permit for a 185-foot communications tower in land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northeast corner of Ackworth US Road and Jim Owens Road. The applicant is present, and there are 5 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
Can y'all do a quick vote? I just need to make sure the system works.
Commissioners, may you test your microphone and yes and no button?
Yes.
Okay, and Reese?
Thank you.
All right, all right. Can you clear, thank you so much.
Goodness.
Sir, you can feel free to begin whenever you're ready.
Thank
And
you.
just let us know your name before you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Greg Spence. I'm with Fortified Telecom Services. Our offices are located at 86 Bull River Bluff Drive in Savannah, Georgia, and I'm here today on behalf of Freeburg Communications and Verizon Wireless. Joining me are Stephen Sullivan, also with Fortified Telecom, and Mr. J. Scott Jacobson on behalf of the attorney, or on behalf of the developer as his attorney. The purpose of our request today is we are seeking approval of a special land use permit to construct a 185-foot telecommunications tower, including a 4-foot lightning rod that would give it a total height of 189 feet. The proposed site is located at the northeast corner, Ackworth Due West Road and Jim Owens Road. As documented in our application materials, reviewed by both county staff and the county's third-party consultant, Cityscape, Verizon has demonstrated a clear and pressing need for this facility. This tower is required to provide capacity relief of an existing site, which is reaching its maximum service load. When a site reaches this threshold, a new point of service is essential to maintain reliable coverage and ensure capacity for routine communications and emergency response services. A 0.3 mile search radius was established, and Verizon made every reasonable effort to utilize existing infrastructure. No existing towers or structures in that radius met the technical requirements. Importantly, T-Mobile has also expressed interest in this location should it be built, further confirming the demand and enhancing the benefits of a single shared facility. The proposed tower meets or exceeds all ordinance requirements, including tower design, height limitations, landscape buffers, shared use capability with Verizon and 3 other carriers. There are no variances being requested for this application. We've taken multiple steps to address community and planning commission concerns. Initially, the design was revised from a standard monopole to a monopine stealth tower. If you could go to the next, got the clicker, okay. Right. So this is the monopine tower, and originally we had, based on the requirements of the county, the trunk was sort of visible based on the ambient tree height. We lowered that all the way to to where you could not see the trunk of the tree visible from ground level. Following further input, the tower height was reduced to a minimum feasible level necessary to achieve the service objective. This was also confirmed by the county's third-party consultant, Cityscape. The tower does not require lighting, making it essentially invisible at night. We also attended 2 community meetings that Commissioner Gamble was at as well, which was certainly appreciated. And we attempted to work with Cobb County DOT for an adjacent property. Yeah, hold just a second on that. And that property, we were not able to come to the financial terms that were presented by Cobb DOT were not viable. They just were not. Let me see the clicker real quick. Yep, got it. So what you see here is the monopine, and this is the proposed tower that's on the Stretch property. What you're looking at here is the fall zone. There has been, Planning Commission had a bit of difficulty being able to, this was the map that really confuses a lot of folks because of the outer dashed line. And what that line indicates is the total height of tower. The yellow dot in the middle is actually the fall zone radius of 10 feet. So just for clarity, so that everyone knows, this is not, the tower is not built to fall like a tree. It uses breakpoint technology, so the top of it would crumble and fall in a catastrophic weather event to fall approximately 10 feet, which would keep it inside the compound, inside the 100 by 100 leased area. This is a bit of cityscapes structural and fall zone criteria that was pulled from their report for this. As we move further into the property, I've added a little bit larger so that folks can see the distances from the tower to the adjacent property lines and to the adjacent houses. One of the pieces I'll bring to attention is to about the 4 o'clock, 362.5 feet. I'll get to that distance again in a moment, to the Mabes property, as well as some of their land. I will go now to the existing cell towers that are in District 1, pointing out the location on Stylesboro Lane, which is single-family house. This was pulled, staff provided this document. This location is within a 3-mile radius of our tower site, and the 3 miles radius was, we had to present all tower structures that were within there. Verizon is actually on this tower, and I bring to your attention that this tower is 190 feet to the tower top, not with appurtenance. And the yellow ring that you're looking at is a 190-foot ring, give or take, from the center of that tower, there is a home that is in that area, which I'm sure breakpoint technology was used. There's also a high-tension power line that runs through the property, and there's a small community that had been built down to the southwest of that location. The reason for this is the actual property that holds the tower. And I wanted to talk about the portions of some of the opposition were concerned about housing prices. They were concerned about their property values going down. Since 2009, the property that contains the tower, this is all pulled from Cobb County, that property value, the appraised value, cumulatively from 2009 is at 32% to the positive. Again, this is the parcel that if you were to go back and look at the sale price that was in, gosh, that's even a little bit small for my eyes, you can tell that there's a rather large increase that this was pulled from Zillow. The estimate for that parcel where the tower sits is $406,000. Continuing forward, I think this is looking south at the neighborhood. You get down to a point where that 362.5 feet, we're looking at 339 feet. The appraised cumulative value of that home since 2009 with that tower there is 93% per Cobb County. So I think what we're looking at is that the effects of tower siting in certain situations does not necessarily negatively affect the impacts on a community. This is at the Cobb County Branch Kemp Memorial. It's on Due West. I've got several other examples of 3 homes, all of these homes, the same increase pulls across the board. They're all about 30% or greater. Until we get to So this is the Cobb County property, which is roughly 600 feet from our current location. It would be a taller tower. This is the only parcel that I identified that actually had a reduced appraised value since 2009 is the Cobb County property that we were not able to come to terms with. One other thing that I would like to mention in closing, if I can get there, is that there were other concerns that were outside of health effects. They were concerns over the potential for debris from monopines. Those items can be mitigated by, there are ways to encourage those projects for long-term by permit conditions, by conditions of the board to maintain the viability of the limb structures. They're built to degrade, but we can certainly cover that road as well. But in closing, I think it's critical to address, this site is critical in addressing current and future wireless demands in the area. It fully complies with the tower's ordinance, the county's tower ordinance. The design has been revised multiple times to include staff, commission, community feedback. It poses no safety risks. Though not preferred, it's not prohibited. And I would like to thank you for your time and consideration, and we are here to answer any questions that you might have.
We'll now hear from opposition, and I thought I saw multiple people stand up. Just be mindful of the opportunity for others to have a chance to speak. There'll be 10 minutes total on the clock. That's by the microphone. I'm sorry. Yes, if you can help, just give it to the clerk and they'll disperse it. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, my name's Jimmy Richards, Jimi. I am the president of Mars Hill Memorial Association. After 2 Planning Commission board meetings and 2 off-site meetings with the applicant, we remain opposed to the construction of a 189-foot cell tower on residential property at 2516 Ackworth West Road. The owner of this residential property has never lived there and has used it solely as rental property. This is the gateway to the historic Mars Hill community established by my wife's ancestors in 1837. We have lost all the farms and undeveloped properties over the decades of residential development, but we have also worked hard over those decades to keep it a historic community we can still be proud of. This 189-foot cell tower is not aesthetically pleasing to our community. That is the gateway of our community at Mars Hill. While it has been said that community property values will not be affected, current and future homeowners are becoming more aware of telecommunication easements, towers, and wires near their homes. This could potentially deter future consideration for their property as a desirable residence. The applicant showed you pictures up there of Due West community, Lost Mount community. We're talking about Mars Hill community. We are, however, agreeable to a 215-foot proposed tower that's been seen in the photo of the applicant being moved over to the Cobb County-owned property nearby at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road. In our last community meeting with the applicant, we were told Cobb County was being difficult because of the lease terms of the fair market value of Cobb County property. In my Google searches, nowhere does the Telecommunication Act address fair market value lease of properties. Therefore, if the applicant, as stated in our last meeting, they're willing to place the self-support tower at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, and we prefer that as more aesthetic view of the location at 2516 Ackworth West Road, and the Cobb County site complies with the Cobb County Code. During our meetings, the applicant never discussed the Cobb County topography or other criteria that would prohibit a tower from being constructed at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, which is a Cobb County property. It was all about the cost of a lease. As is told, Cobb County has several lease contracts with other companies that lease Cobb County property for cell towers, and all leases are standard in pricing. It would seem that giving one company over the others a cheaper deal would be discriminating against other providers who sign leases negotiated in good faith in bargaining with the Cobb County. Another issue was, and I heard it back in the Planning Commission and just heard it again today, that T-Mobile is on board with this or whatever, but in the packet that was originally presented to the company, there's an email back in August 2024, somewhere in that neighborhood, asking T-Mobile if they would be part of this tower. 2 days later, T-Mobile said, we're not interested. But yet, in their application in December 2024, it says they have the support of T-Mobile. So what is it? As I said, we're agreeable to the tower being put on county property. We asked the Board of Commissioners to deny the application for a cell tower on residential property at 2516 Ackworth West Road, and to work towards all possibilities of having the tower installed on Cobb County property located at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude all opposition? Okay. I'm not seeing or hearing anyone speaking at, oh, is he come? Okay. I thought he was just handing. Sir, you can begin whenever you're ready.
I'm Michael Chadwell. To quote Greg Spence, what you see here is monopine. This stuff fell off the tower at Wildwood Baptist Church in Cobb County. Those monopine towers shed these PVC phony pine needles and branches like a long-haired pet sheds hair. The ones you've got, I'm sorry. I've got a sample of one. This stuff deteriorates. I've got several sticks of where the monopine plastic has just deteriorated due to UV and gone into the environment. In their supplemental information, I read items 2 and 3 on section 5, and quite simply, I got incensed. They just hand-waved away a bunch of things. Potential for decreased property values and so on and so forth. Say that cell towers are not supported by consistent market evidence, and this example says, local and regional examples show that residential growth and resale activity continue in areas near these structures. We never said it stopped. We said that the property values would go down. And for all the nice charts that they just displayed, they talk about the increase in the property value with a tower there. What would it have been if the tower had not been there? Now, I live 900 feet from where that tower is going to go up. If that thing results in a 12% drop in my property values, which I can reasonably expect to have happen, that's going to cost me over $100,000 when I sell my home, which was supposed to have been our forever home. The thing about the debris from the monopines, in addition to local regulations, industry standards are in place to ensure that new towers and monopines do not adversely affect ecosystems. I wish somebody would tell that to the people running the tower at Wildwood Baptist Church. That stuff's been falling off since that thing went up there 8 years ago. Nobody's cleaned it up. I don't think these people are going to be sending people up here to clean up the mess. But it all boils down to money. They don't want to put it on the lot across the circle because financial terms are not viable. What are the financial terms? They want to release 100,000 square feet. They have a sweetheart lowball deal with the owners of the property for $800 a month, or 8 cents a square foot. The county's lease agreement would be $3,750 a month, which is 37.5 cents per square foot. And I'm sorry, but if you can't afford to do business in Cobb County, you have no business trying. The company, you have to see this to believe it. That is the applicant's registered business address. That is the registered business address for 11 other Florida businesses, including, for example, that, including one from Georgia, including businesses like that. Now, small businesses are the backbone of this country. In the South, 75% of all people work for business of 50 or fewer. I have nothing against small businesses. But what I do have something against is somebody from someplace in Florida who has no business connections to Cobb County, who purports to be some powerhouse in cell phone tower construction, yet that is the total information on their website about their business. That's less than 300 words. That's less than half the length of one of Dick Yarborough's columns in the newspaper. You can't tell from their website where they've had success, where they've had failures, where they have towers, and so on and so forth. I don't trust them. I don't trust them to build securely. I don't trust them in their assessment about a lack of depreciation in property values, and I don't trust them to clean up the mess because their response in no way addressed the issue of the threat to endangered species, which I covered in my previous submissions. And I have yet to see a federally required environmental assessment. I'm going to turn it over to you.
I'm Sarah Maves. My husband Ed and I live next door to the property for this proposed tower. We have always planned to sell some residential lots at some point out of our 4 acres, if we need the money, which we are planning on needing it with long-term care. So we already know that the cell phone tower engineers gave an okay to the site that as Cobb County land. And so I just want to sum it up with this. I think it would be totally absurd if my husband and my biggest investment and the biggest investment of our neighbors, the value of that would be destroyed so that Verizon and Freebird corporations could be able to pay lower lease payments.
Ma'am, sorry, your time's up.
Leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our opposition. I'll turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you. And just so my fellow board members know, I have a series of questions that I need to ask various individuals. So when I get done, if you have any additional, I'll ask you to weigh in as well. Mr. Spence, if you could please approach. Does the Telecommunications Act of 1996 entitle Freebird Communications to eminent domain privileges?
Eminent domain privileges?
Yes.
No.
Does the letter of intent guarantee co-location on the applicant's proposed wireless facility?
It's a letter of intent by its nature.
Did Freebird or Fortified Telecom have any communications with the county as to the feasibility and compliance of the subject property prior to filing the incomplete application on December 5th of 2024?
No, we did not.
When did Freebird or Fortified Telecom enter into a contract with the property owners of 2516 Ackworth Due West?
That would have been December of 2023, if memory serves. The lease is on file.
Has Freebird or Fortified Telecom been granted a special land use permit at the time of signing?
No.
Why did Freebird or Fortified Telecom believe they could enter a contract for this location prior to seeking permission from the local governing authority, which is required?
That's the standard way of doing site acquisition and entitlement work for the carriers. They all follow that process.
Did Freebird consider Lewis Elementary as a proposed location for the cell tower?
They did. There's an affidavit in the packet as well.
And while an affidavit dated March 13th of 2025 stated that the site was not feasible due to leasing terms, was any information submitted stating that the parcel itself was not feasible due to the criteria set forth in Section 134-273 of Cobb County Code?
I would have to seek reference of that particular code, but the reasoning that we did not move forward with that position was because the ground elevation was so much lower that the tower would have to be a much larger structure and lit. We were trying to maintain an unlit tower in this area.
Correct, but did you submit that information for the record?
Can you repeat the question again?
The information as far as why the school site was not feasible due to elevations and such?
I believe the third-party response from Cityscape would have had some of that. And I know that in the summary information that we provided with the application, I believe it covered that as well.
And just for reference, the school is situated on 17.37 acres with elevations ranging from 928 to 962 feet. And the school did have an area to accommodate the 100 by 100 foot proposed lease area, correct?
It did have space. Again, I believe the majority of the issue was going to be the fact that the tower was going to be much larger and that it had to be lit, and that the Cobb County schools often require relocation provisions in their agreements, which are very onerous on tower companies and so forth to be able to mitigate long term.
And did you submit a copy of that contract that they had sent you as a proposal for the record?
I believe we did not receive a proposal from them. That is based on prior knowledge of our working with schools in the jurisdiction previously.
Did Freebird reach out to Mount Olive Baptist Church?
Stephen Sullivan with Fortified did, yes.
And while the church was non-responsive, does the site as currently developed meet the code requirements for setbacks and fall zones for a cell tower to be constructed?
I believe that it would have, yes. And yeah.
For the record, the church is situated on 2.43 acres of land with elevations of 896 to 985 feet. Did the church, so you're saying that the church did have a 100 by 100 foot leased area available as shown on your site plan for 2516 Ackworth Due West?
Smaller
Yes,
than 100
excuse me,
by 100.
yes, don't mind, because those that are
Certainly.
listening to this on video won't hear any remarks from the
Certainly.
audience. Yeah.
Stephen did the direct negotiations with the church.
Stephen Sullivan, Fortified Telecom Services. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I did a lot of due diligence in the package. That's why I was chirping from the audience out there. Sorry.
Sure. So you're saying that when you approached Mount Olive Baptist Church, they did have a 100 by 100 foot area for the proposed tower?
It did not have 100 by 100, but it would have had a sufficient space for a smaller compound in the cell tower.
So with a smaller compound, would that mean you would have had to install a shorter tower to accommodate?
No, ma'am. We would have to reshape the lease area and possibly ask for a variance to landscaping buffer. We didn't get that far in the engineering with them when they became non-responsive. And I met with them personally, presented deal terms to them, gave them a draft lease, continued to follow up. I live miles from the church. I actually stopped in. And then in working with John and the team, when they become non-responsive, in discussions with the team, we sent them a registered certified mail and given them a drop-dead date to respond if they had any continued interest, and if they didn't respond, we would consider no interest, and they didn't respond to the certified letter, ma'am.
And I guess for the record, do we need him to state his name again? Or are we good?
He said it when he came
Okay, okay. And then just for reference, the rear of the church building to the property line is estimated to be 89 feet, and the side setbacks are 44 and 62 feet. So if you had received this documentation that you had, or the documentation you had sent to Mount Olive Baptist Church, why was that not submitted as part of the package? To show that you had done your due diligence and considering other parcels?
It was not submitted with the December submittal. It was submitted after the March update when the application wasn't deemed complete. Then the affidavit with the school and the church was submitted in March, I believe, to get to a point with Cityscape, the third-party consultant, to say the application was complete.
Right, well,
Excuse
and why
me,
you...
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I need to interject here because I understand, I'm listening to your questions, but I have some questions for our county attorney. Are all of these other considerations for other properties required as part of their zoning application?
Our code does go through a number of steps that they would be required to go through as part of that. I think it was also, as he just referenced, Cityscape asked them for some additional information as part of that, and they supplemented it. And so I think what the commissioner's doing was just kind of walking down through the code regarding when that was complied with and when it wasn't.
So was this part of Cityscape's analysis that you're asking? Because I know Cityscape is that a third party
They reviewed.
that reviews this information. So
They reviewed Freebird's application, and they're walking through our code as part of that evaluation.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand our questions, or the questions as far as our analyses, and then the information that Cityscape receives, because a lot of questions are about information that they will be providing the third party that we would not be privy to. All we see is Cityscape's analyses. So I'm trying to weigh the questions and the responses, but I'm also trying to understand to what extent that's part of our consideration when we make a decision with respect to this application, because we would not see the background information sent to Cityscape. That is not part of the analysis that we consider on any of the documents that are provided to us.
The Cityscape analysis is part of the document, it's part of the package that we have.
I'm saying the information sent to Cityscapes. Yes, they do an analysis, but we are not privy to all of the research and information that they take as part of their analyses. And I feel like I'm being asked to assess what information goes to Cityscape. I don't know. All I know is their report here.
I think that the questions are appropriate if you want to ask the commissioner why she's asking these particular questions and what she's driving at. I'm sure she'd be
Yes,
able to answer the
Commissioner,
questions.
please help me, because I don't have context for where this is going. And it's hard for me to follow or take notes of this because, again, looking at the 15-point analyses that we have and a general analysis we have for zoning, I'm not understanding where this comes into consideration because we are not asked, as part of that 15-point analysis, of how they've considered other sites prior to considering this site and what has gone into that analysis.
And that is part of the concern that I have with the analysis that Cityscape did, is because they just accepted affidavits from the school, or I'm sorry, from Freebird, stating that, the site wasn't feasible due to lease terms. It had nothing to do with actually locating a tower on the parcel. It was all about leasing terms.
That's what Cityscape reported.
Correct. That is the documentation that is on file to justify them saying that the site is not feasible. Leasing terms are not something that we can consider as far as if it's appropriate or not. But that's the only affidavit that they've submitted.
Okay. Right now, I'm just walking through the Cityscape document, and I'll continue, but I just want you to know, I'm pretty sure you're building out a record. I just don't know if that is for the record for some consideration outside of here, because I can't follow what you're asking to help me make a decision on this case. I'm not, and that's what I'm asking for help with. I'm listening to you to try to see what is it I need to consider, and there's so many questions that are probably from past consideration, I can't even follow this. And I can't follow it for right now, and this is not similar to other analyses that I've been a part of for zoning applications here.
In the prior hearings in front of the Planning Commission, it has always been about leasing terms. It has not been about the feasibility of the tower being on the site. And that is kind of the record and the evidence that I'm building here, is that their opposition to going to a preferred location per our code is all based on leasing terms, not the feasibility of the site that would still serve the same purpose in their intent of needing to erect a tower to provide service.
Okay. Are you the applicant or any of you from Cityscape?
We're the
We're
applicant.
the applicant.
Okay.
Cityscape they were here during the first planning commission hearing.
So some of these questions could be directed to them, but, okay, Commissioner, you may proceed. I'm just opening up the Cityscape document, and I'm going to try to follow it with respect to some of the assertions that you're making. But please feel free to go ahead.
So why did Freebird not consider the county property at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road during your due diligence period? And let me define the due diligence period from your application date of December 5th of 2024 to when Cityscape deemed your application incomplete because you had not done this portion of our requirements.
Yes, ma'am. So we received this site from Freebird Communications as a request to take it through zoning. So they had already completed what we call a site acquisition mode. So as you asked earlier about the leasing parameters and when it had been leased, so in our industry, we lease a property before we try to go through zoning and permitting, because it's kind of the chicken and egg. Do you want to lease something that you can't build because you can't get through zoning, or do you want to zone something you can't lease from the landowner after the fact? So in our industry, we lease the property in advance. The lease has contingencies in it that if you don't receive your governmental approvals, NEPA, we do NEPA environmental, Section 106, historical, we go through all of that. And if we don't obtain those permits, and clearly building permit zoning is one of those, then the lease can be terminated. So this property had been leased prior to our involvement. We were asked to come and perform the zoning work for them. So we started that zoning effort in November, submitted the application with all the information we had at the time. It went to the Cityscape for its third-party review. They came back, just as you alluded to, hey, you're missing some check boxes here in the ordinance. This is something you need to comply with. You need to reply affirmatively, affidavits in some instances, just updated documents in others. So that's why we didn't pursue it at the time. We were unaware of them not doing that. So that's why we went back to the school again, found out he had already spoken to the school, had some email correspondence with the school system, deemed them unviable in our terms. And then that's why I approached the church directly myself, because we didn't have that documentation to support whether that first individual that did all the leasing work, whether they did any of that or not. We had no idea, so there was no way we could sign an affidavit saying that those were not viable sites without doing that work again ourselves. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes. Did Freebird indicate they were willing to consider the county property in writing on or around June 3rd of 2025?
Yes, it's been as a result of the Planning Commission queries, we did pursue that conversation with the county.
Why did you, Mr. Spence, wait until August 1st of 2025 to state the county parcel was not feasible due to code criteria, yet wanted to continue lease term negotiations as if the lease terms would then make the site feasible for a telecommunications tower?
I don't believe I ever said, I would have to understand the context for that property not being feasible. I don't know that I ever stated that the property was not feasible from a constructability standpoint. There are some challenges in that there is a retention pond. There are 2 stream beds that go through there that are NEPA and wetland issues. it would be a very tight spot on that county property. So there is other due diligence that would have to take place in order, we just can't say we have a financial deal and have that be the end-all be-all. There's a lot of redevelopment that would have to be completed in order to confirm viability of that county property.
So Freebird claims the county property is unfeasible, as you just stated, since it's not developed as a proposed parcel, does not have any development obstacles. However, in your amendment with the subject property owner signed October 3rd of 2025, number 9 addresses construction of access driveway and after completion of all improvements on the leased property. Will the proposed parcel need to be reworked prior to constructing a tower? And the proposed tower or proposed construction being on 2516.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
So essentially what I'm asking you is, would the proposed tower on 2516 Ackworth Due West require reworking of the parcel prior to constructing the tower?
It would only be an extension of the existing driveway. There's already a curb cut. We wouldn't have to add a curb cut. And we would extend the driveway around the rear of the metal shed, and then we would have to grade the 100 by 100 compound out to be able to do the tower foundation. So it's not significant work in our scheme of things. From a constructability perspective for a tower, it's pretty easy from that perspective.
So is this similar work that would be required on an alternative location?
The alternative location being the county property?
Any alternative location?
They're all unique, but it's a similar scope of work, yes. It would be a gravel drive and a compound flattening, whether it's taking away dirt or adding dirt, similar.
Are you aware there is a gate and driveway on 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, which is the county parcel address?
Yes, ma'am. I've physically been on that property a couple of times.
Are you aware that a Telecommunications Act does not directly address the concept of fair market value lease in the context of telecommunications infrastructure or real estate leases?
I don't know that that was the only reason that there was, that decisions were made as those being unviable, because again, we were trying to construct towers that were not lit. We were looking for tower structures that were going to minimize the visual impact, and being lit exacerbates the tower being there. You can't hide the tower. That's why we've worked very diligently with the community members, with Planning Commission, to try to minimize the aesthetic effect of the monopine, as well as the engineering of this to confirm that it is the lowest possible, or that the height is as low as it can possibly be in order to maintain and gain the coverage and capacity needs of this site that are necessary. So I don't know, you had stated earlier that these were all financial issues. That may be what the opposition is citing, but that is not necessarily the case.
And I would have to add to that, in looking at the cityscape document, it doesn't refer to anything with respect to financing when it comes to the lease agreement. So I was looking when you were talking about cost, and that cityscape based their analysis based on cost, but I'm not seeing that here.
You need to look at the supplemental information that was submitted on August 15th.
Okay, I will look in the book.
Which is going to be in the DOT portion of my next set of questions.
Okay, well, I would just, again, Commissioner, I think we are all voting here, so I would like to be able to follow you. Right now, I'm looking at the cityscape analyses. So I will look in this packet that is here, which is a quite dense packet that zoning has prepared for a letter dated August 13th. Is this it? Supplemental. I see August 13th. I do not see a document dated August 15th as at least the title of the document. The only one I see for August is a SLEP 2-225 supplemental information received August 13th, 2025. Okay. Okay, thank you, please.
Did Freebird ever do their due diligence as to the feasibility of the property located at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, as was done for the subject property located at 2516 Ackworth Due West Road?
No, ma'am, we don't have a lease on that property, so we didn't do the additional, when you say due diligence, I think of NEPA historical evaluation as due diligence. Is that the same description for you, or do you have a different description for due diligence? Sorry.
Again, due diligence to me means doing the work necessarily to determine, if a cell tower can go on the parcel outside of leasing terms.
To some degree. So it comes in stages, so we try and source a lease, and before you source a lease, you look at a parcel and does it meet setbacks? Can we do this site from a zoning ordinance perspective? And then once you say yes to that, then it's, as Mr. Spence alluded to, do we have wetland buffers to be concerned with? And obviously we have very good mapping now between the county and the federal level to look at wetlands and other issues that typically drive tower placement. So we would do that analysis as well before we moved into zoning. And before we come to zoning, we do go into the NEPA process, National Environmental, and the historical stuff. But that's after we have a lease in place before we start spending. That's a costly process to do that level of due diligence. So we do engineering, we do a survey. So in the case of the county property, if we had a lease, our next step would be a survey to determine true elevation on that parcel, to delineate the wetlands if we need to, things of that nature. So that starts the money flow, if you will. So there's a lot of investment made, so you typically don't do that until you have a high confidence level that you're going to be able to develop the property.
But I'm assuming that lease would be similar to the one that you currently have on 2516 that says that if you did not get the required permitting and approvals, then the lease would be null and void, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In your lease contract with the subject parcel property owners, the initial terms agreed to on December 29, 2023 were 25 years. In amendment dated October 31st, 2024, the terms remained the same. However, in your email dated August 1st of 2025, you stated the county has debilitating rental and fee payments and would include significantly shorter rental periods. However, the county lease terms proposed were initially 5 years with 3 5-year renewals on July 16th of 2025, and it was not until July 31st of 2025 that you then proposed a minimum of a 40-year term total. Can you please elaborate how the county is debilitating your ability to provide cell tower coverage when you have agreed to a shorter leasing terms with the subject property than you counteroffered to the county?
Our total lease term with the agreement that we have on the stretch property is for a total of 100 years. It's an initial term of 25 years with 3 25-year renewals. The amendment actually was changed, did change the agreement. It added a revenue share piece to it because it was an extension. So there were typically we do an option lease so that there's an option period that allows you to go in and do your due diligence. And that way that the property is not encumbered for a long period of time until the lease is actually exercised. We wouldn't exercise that lease until we were able to get through zoning and permitting. And then at that point, it would be exercised.
Okay, and this will be my last question for him if the board wants to jump in. At the Planning Commission hearing, testimony was provided, along with today, as to the shedding of the monopine that was erected in the past 8 years. How does Freebird address the impact of shedding branches?
We would build a regular monopole if you let us, ma'am. We eliminate that issue, but the property is, I don't know who owns that tower that he's referencing. I'm assuming it's one of the larger tower companies, but there is periodic maintenance done. That stuff, if it's in the way outside of the compound, it should be cleaned up and picked up. But this is a natural progression, as Mr. Spence alluded to. It's a natural progression with these towers, and that's why we have maintenance requirements. That's why we don't like to install them, honestly. They're costly to begin with, and they're costly to maintain. What typically happens is multiple years in, another tenant comes to go on the tower, and the zoning will say, hey, we looked at this tower, it's looking pretty ugly, and they'll mandate that we replace some of the branches, update the tree, if you will, due to the shedding process that takes place.
Right, and Mr. Spence alluded to that in his testimony, that you would do so only if the county regulated that. So I don't understand why a local government has to regulate you doing your due diligence to ensure that there isn't pollution being potentially, emitted into our streams and such from your
I think
poles.
those would fall under tower standards that are recognized by every jurisdiction, by federal regulation as well. As far as the tower companies are not out there, health and safety are critical. I think to make sure that nothing is falling, the potential for something to fall off a tower and hurt someone would be awful. It is not something that anybody can even think about from our perspective. I've been doing this for 29 years in acquisition and working zoning from paging days. And that is the biggest fear that I ever go to bed at night, ensuring that nobody's ever going to get hurt from something that we've done. And the regulations from city, county, state, federal, they regulate how these towers are built, how they're maintained. What I was saying is that in the Planning Commission meeting, I know I had this conversation maybe during the Planning Commission meeting or not, but there are other jurisdictions that have other items that they put in play where there are annual inspections of those towers to ensure that that everything is maintained within the sanctity of the initial tower construction template. So there are items available to ensure that the towers, especially monopines, again, to Mr. Sullivan's point, we would prefer not to build a monopine. The opposition calls it a toilet bowl brush, and it doesn't look far from it. It's a tower. We're doing the very best we can to minimize the visual impact, and unfortunately, the best worst option we have is a monopine, and they come with limbs and they come with faux leaves and things of that nature that will degrade over time, and it will have to be dealt with and replaced.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our applicants? I'll start with Commissioner Sheffield.
That was actually one of my questions with respect to maintaining and replacing the monopine, so you answered that. But earlier in the testimony, you mentioned that the tower was reduced to meet the service objective. So are you requesting 185 feet, or is there a reduction? If so, what is that number?
The 185 feet is the tower top. The rad, where the antenna would be in that particular location would be at 180 feet. And there would be a 4-foot lightning rod that would be a total of 189. That was the lowest height.
That was a reduction of 10 feet.
A reduction of 10 feet from the initial design.
Okay, total of 189. And you also mentioned in your earlier testimony health concerns, but I don't know that I've heard you discuss any of them. Did you receive any feedback from the community or concerns from the community regarding any health-related issues or concerns?
The community has expressed that during our both planning commission, all the planning commission hearings, in our 2 community meetings, there was great discussion as far as health effects. At the end of the day, the FCC guidelines, they regulate the carriers. It's the federal government that regulates how the carriers operate, what frequencies they are able to use, and at what power levels, and all of that. So I would have to defer to someone with a PhD to be able to answer those questions. All I can say is that we're operating under the FCC guidelines.
Okay, but there was an opportunity to meet with the community and at least hear their concerns?
Yes, we met twice.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner, yes, Alan, please go ahead.
Just one question of clarification. The monopine was not you're saying it was not your original plan that was done after the community meeting and agreed to with?
No, when we first made the application, I think county staff recommended if we were going to have any chance of this being approved, that it needed to not be a standard monopole design, that it needed to be a stealth structure. And that was when we toggled and went to the monopine.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right, certainly a considerable amount of time and energy has gone into preparing this application and to assessing this application. And I just commend all parties involved for all the work being done to get to this point, inclusive of those in the community. As a district commissioner prior, these were some of the most challenging zoning cases I've had. Rarely have they been resolved in one hearing. In fact, sometimes the community meetings follow the initial hearing. So I appreciate also the fact that you've had meetings prior to this, multiple, at least two, to go through this application. There's a couple of analyses that I'm aware of, and this is what I'm trying to understand here, is that there is a third-party analysis that helps us walk through the Cobb County Code requirements of 134-273. Is that what Cityscape's responsibility is?
Correct.
Okay, and those are technical requirements of meeting our goals through that code section. And then I'm very familiar of the 15-point analyses that we have to consider special land use permit matters beyond just the technical requirements here. And again, I know we are asked to consider that SLUP analysis, and this is perhaps why I was trying to understand Commissioner Gamble's line of questioning to help me understand how we walk through those line of questions. When I look at both 134-273, I do not see consideration or a requirement that the applicant consider other sites except for co-location. So I do see, not in the SLUP analysis, but in 134-273, consideration for any applicant for cell towers to see if there are any available spaces amongst existing cell phone towers. And from my review of the documents, I saw that there was not enough space on the other available towers. Am I incorrect? Because from Cityscape's analysis.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead.
There were no other structures that could meet the requirement of service for the area.
Okay.
Or Verizon was already on that tower. I
Okay.
think that precluded, again, our search ring was 0.3 miles, very small.
Okay.
And the requirement of the code is for us to show all towers and structures within 3 miles.
Okay, yes.
So those would only be viable if they were within that third of a mile.
Okay. So that has been done. Cityscape has concluded, and I'm saying this very crudely without having the document in front of me, that this application has met the requirements under 134-273. So then there are staff analyses, and that's where sometimes I do believe there's also more subjectivity in our 15-point analyses that we have of SLUP applications here. I'm just trying to get back to where this is in the application. I know we spent a lot of time, so I don't want to belabor this discussion by going through all of the 15-point criteria, but it looks into significant adverse effect on the neighborhood, compatibility, nuisance, a lot of different things that we are asked to consider. And I am seeing staff's comments to indicate that there is not an adverse impact, that this is an appropriate use, that there's a demonstrated need for this. I'm not seeing anything adverse, and I'm looking through the last questions. I am not seeing not one adverse response, at least from zoning staff, with respect to any of the 15 points of analysis. That's not meaning there can't be one, but perhaps I'm looking for that to be substantiated from my consideration based on our code. And so I don't know, Commissioner, if you have identified anything that's adverse on any of those 15 points that the board is asked to consider for special land use permits.
While staff's comments have not indicated anything adverse, you have to remember when they do their evaluation, they only look at the subject property. It is not up to staff to look and say, oh, they could have gone here or they could have gone there. They only have to evaluate what was placed in front of them. So to that effect, what was placed in front of them, yes, it did meet. However, if you go to 134-273, 3A, it then talks about, and then A2, it talks about towers located immediately adjacent to our parcels, and then if it's on an improved or unimproved parcel.
Okay.
So again, while staff does their analysis, they only look at this parcel to those criteria. So yes, it did meet that. However, in our code, it then also says that, you know, our preferred sites, right, are not residential, and they should be directed to churches, governmental entities, parks, et cetera, and such. And that is where the applicant did not do their due diligence. But that isn't something staff is going to consider when they only look at the code to this particular site.
134-273. I'm
3.
sorry.
H.
Thank you.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, residential sites are strongly disfavored for tower location. Use of platted lots in existing subdivisions is prohibited. In addition to all other criteria contained in this section, applicants proposing towers on residentially zoned parcels must demonstrate that there are no other residentially zoned but not residentially used locations for the proposed towers, such as parks, schools, churches, and other institutional uses. I guess this language just seems a little conflicting to me, so it's saying, look for other residentially zoned but not residentially used properties, which is presuming that a church may not be zoned in an ARC class. It could be institutional. It could be schools, could be under a PI or public institutional use. So I just see even a conflict within our code because it's comparing residential to residential. It's not saying look for other commercial sites for analyses. Look for other institutional sites for analyses. But yet this whole back and forth is nearly, to me, not meeting anything that's being requested in our code. It's not telling them, look for other commercially zoned sites. And so, again, I'm just trying to understand here, and you're exactly right, Commissioner. It's not looking for outside uses, but I don't believe that necessarily rises to the occasion, and I don't believe any of our zonings requires us to look at another site to see if it's viable for that use, for that subject matter, for that subject parcel to be considered. And so I'm not saying that this can't be part of the record, but I'm just saying I'm not sensing all of this analysis is going to the substance of what is being stated here in 134-273 something H. What is being asked, again, is the SLUP criteria. I would love to see some analysis on the SLUP criteria. What I do hear is some concern with respect to health, safety, and welfare, which is part of the analyses. Let me see here. Let me back up. There was a resident that spoke to one of the concerns, which was property values, and that's always a big concern. So that could be a point of debate. Do cell phone towers impact property values? Do they not? It's on the burden of the applicant to show that it does not have an adverse effect, and the applicant has provided information to show that there has not been an adverse effect except for that one outlier. Did you want to add something to that?
Yes, ma'am. I would make reference to Cityscape and staff's response on your 15 questions. It's number 5. And-
I see staff's response.
And we're completely in agreement with their statement regarding property values on this, in their report here.
Here it says, it is staff's experience that cell towers have an insignificant effect on property values. There are examples throughout the county of home resales and new house construction within sight of cell towers. And again, I don't have Cityscape right in front of me. I have to keep toggling back and forth in
Yes, ma'am.
stocking, which I don't feel like doing right now. But that has been staff's assessment. Let's see, there was another matter that one of the citizens talked to with respect to health, safety, and welfare. That's point number 12. Whether or not the public health, safety, welfare, or moral concerns of the surrounding neighborhood will be adversely affected. And the closest public health consideration, I think, is with respect to these, which have been shared to cause some environmental impacts. So, I don't know what, these have been, monopines have been around for a very long time, but I have never seen a stipulation in a cell phone tower that requires the applicant to clean up the pine needles. Maybe that could be a stipulation. Is there not regular maintenance that needs to occur on the site?
No, the regular maintenance is relative to the antennas, the radio equipment, landscape maintenance, things of that nature.
How frequent does that occur?
Once a quarter typically.
Could somebody go in there and clean up the pine needles at that time?
We'll accept that as a stipulation, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because, yeah, these are plastic, I guess, most trees dry. I didn't know this is like a real tree, it kind of sheds. So that could be something that's considered. Excuse me, I want to go back to some more points of opposition. It's not the first time done, and I don't want to ruffle any feathers. It's just painful when we consider ourselves to be a place that's friendly for business, and then we have people coming and they were pulling up home addresses because people work from home. That really hurt my heart, actually. It really.
Can I expound on that, or is that not a?
Yes, you can.
So that gentleman owns multiple businesses, as he alluded to, because typically the tower developers will do business with one another. So he might have 2 or 3 partners, and each one of those is going to have an LLC for each of those towers. Anybody have rental property? Typically rental property has an LLC with each of those, trying to create some security and defense, personal defense. So these are the same scenarios with the smaller tower developers. They'll go in business together. They'll have an LLC for that tower. I will tell you, Freebirds particularly, we are working currently, just our firm is working 7 sites for them.
Okay.
Verizon is the anchor tenant on all 7 of them. So it's not a fly-by-night company, unfortunately.
Yeah. Can you talk about that? How many cell phone towers do you have?
I would have to.
There was some discussion about whether or not you can be trusted. Are you a reputable or trustworthy business? Can you talk about?
We can, as Greg alluded to. Both of us have been in the business almost 30 years. We almost exclusively do Verizon or Verizon-related vendors. In this case, Freebird is a preferred vendor, tower developer for Verizon. So most of the tower companies no longer build their own towers. So they'll tell a vendor, I have a search area, which they give us a geographical area, a coordinate, and say, I need a cell tower somewhere in this vicinity. We go out, knock on doors, send letters, and the hardest part of that is finding a willing participant that will have a tower on their property. So that narrows your field immediately. It's not like you're going to rent a house, right? You're asking somebody to put a structure on their property long-term. So the first part of the equation is a willing participant, and then it's back to the zoning analysis and all the other things that go into that. So Freebirds particularly, again, we have 7 sites with them that we are working directly. I would have to ask Mr. Hinkle how many sites in total he has, but he's been a tower developer for 20-plus years as well,
Okay.
all over the southeast.
Okay, and why would somebody want a cell phone tower in a particular area? And forgive me, I have a child asking me about where to go after school today, so I was just looking at my phone quickly. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I would say that's driven by the radio frequency engineers of the carriers. They are the ones that dictate the location, the height with the greater network. And this site is to offload an existing site that can no longer be upgraded. There's no additional capacity. So this is an offload site. It's not that there's not coverage. It's not that there's not capacity in the area, but where the site is needed is to offload another site that's in the network nearby.
And then it will improve coverage to the southeast. There's obviously the school across the street, but then there's another grouping of middle school and elementary school to the southeast of this site that'll improve coverage there as well. So what he's alluding to is the site at, there's a big glass tower behind the Panda Express on 41 Target, if you're familiar with that. That site is at capacity, so you can only put so many radios and so many antennas on there at a time. So that's what's driving part of this, is that site is just over capacity, dropping calls, not handling data. So this site will offload that sector, that southeast sector. It'll offload that and then improve coverage further southeast to the other areas.
For someone that's in an area like that, what kind of service would they expect on their phone that is built out and where there isn't enough coverage? What would be the end impact to me as a user?
Improved data, faster data throughput. If they were in a lower area that may have had spotty coverage and they may have to walk outside to get a better call, they'll have better in-building coverage. We typically got out of, it's good, better, and best type environment now rather than trying to talk just dBs. So good is outside coverage, better is in-vehicle coverage, and best is in-building coverage. So it's been a challenge in that area. So as Mr. Spence alluded to, it's not that there's no coverage in this particular area, which is usually the best place to build a tower. It's a capacity issue.
Okay.
More subscribers, more units.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes all of my questions. Commissioners, do you have any other questions? Commissioner Gamble? Oh, did you? Okay.
I just had one question for the commissioner to make sure I'm following. The questions that you asked about alternative sites, are you getting to options that are non-residential that are called out in code that were evaluated but selected solely on the purpose of profitability? Okay.
Yeah, my argument, the code doesn't request any analysis beyond residential properties. It doesn't say, it just says it's discouraged in non-residential, but the analysis is for unused residential property, not for available commercial property. So it says non-used residential property such as churches, schools.
Right. But I think one of the reasons that the school was turned down was because of business inconvenience. There was also...
I would also say, sir, the lighting aspect of it, that these are not going to be stealth structures. They're going to have to be taller at either of the alternate locations that we looked at. And that is a reason for community. You're trying to protect the community of a flashing light that's going to be on 24/7. It's going to strobe white in the daylight, and it's going to strobe red at night.
Okay, I'm just trying to follow, because there was a lot of stuff going on.
There was a lot of stuff going on.
And so I just want to, because one of the things that stood out to me was that there were multiple sites that were, in your words, feasible, but it came down to, let's say, the light, but also economics. And the terms of the lease with the school, I believe you said the school would require you to move it if they acquired additional land. So there was, and I'm not trying to be flippant with it, but those are more business inconveniences, just as a term, that you chose this site over because of more favorable terms.
They were possible sites due to the lack of due diligence. We don't know for the other locations. We can look at them on a map. We can check it with the RF engineer to make sure that that spot at that height will work for the network. But there's a lot of other due diligence, redevelopment that has to go into knowing whether or not that's a viable site. It's a possible site until we can prove viability.
But you did get far enough in the process to negotiate terms.
Attempt to negotiate terms.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Early.
Right.
And
there's nothing that mandates we agree to those terms in the ordinance. We attempted to negotiate in good faith of that and couldn't come to a term that was beneficial to both parties.
And just want to clarify this because did you meet with the community prior to the Planning Commission meeting, or did you only meet with the community because Planning Commissioner Dance mandated you to do so?
It was asked of Commissioner Dance at the first Planning Commission meeting. And then we got
Thanks for
together.
clarifying.
We got together again to discuss the outcome of the Cobb County DOT negotiations as they were ongoing.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, so I have no more questions. Does anybody else?
I do have a question for staff. Again, it's been a while since I've had a cell phone tower application as a commissioner. I feel like there's some limits on our ability to consider some things from a federal law perspective, and I can't remember. Was it the health implications of it?
The board is barred from considering the effects of the RF waves on health.
Okay. Are there any other things to consider or that we are precluded from considering?
There's no other things I'm aware of that are barred.
Okay. All right. Were you going to add to that, Bill?
Well, your question was a barred. The only other thing that you should consider is that we need a decision today based upon the shot clock
Oh, the shot
situation.
clock time. Okay. I was going to say, there's so much information, you know. I'm trying to give as much weight to what Commissioner Gamble is sharing. It would have been nice to sit down and go through all of that a little bit slower, but here we are. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you gentlemen can sit down.
Thank you.
While they're sitting down, I would like to have the county attorney answer a question for me. The county extended an offer to Freebird for leasing terms on the county property, which is 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, similar to the other 14 contracts the county has with telecommunication providers. Matter of fact, on April 8th of 2025, this board approved renewals of several of these contracts. Freebird has claimed that fair market rent for the subject property has been established by Freebird's lease with the primary site property owner. Can you please explain how fair market rates and lease terms for government entities?
Well, when we're approached by a cell tower provider that wants to be able to build on them, then we just negotiate. We use an outside source to be able to figure out what our going rates are. We spent probably the better part, Nancy Gallagher in my office and Parks Department and Water Department on one of those cell towers, spent the better part of 18 months negotiating renewals of those as they were coming up, and you recently approved them. And we agreed, we believe we have what would be competitive rates for each one of those locations that would include accelerators and moving up as the time goes by. And that rate was basically what was offered to Freebird in this instance. I don't have the specifics, but I know it was greater than the individual that they've entered into a lease with.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question for the
Yes,
county
I'm trying
attorney?
to follow. So you're saying you did assess this particular property, somebody from legal did, and found the terms to be higher for the county then?
No, we didn't assess the property. The property, we were asked whether we would meet with Freebird, which DOT did, in order and had them review the site and see the possibilities there. And during that meeting, we shared with what our typical rates are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Peterson, I have questions for you now. Freebird Communications LLC is the applicant. Are there any other co-applicants?
No.
Cobb County Code Section 134-273-2A references any unimproved parcel. Does the subject property at 2516 Ackworth Due West meet this requirement?
That is an improved parcel.
Does the county property at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road meet this requirement?
I would consider that one an unimproved parcel.
Did the applicant provide documentation showing a 185-foot monopine and a 215-foot self-supported tower on 2516 Ackworth Due West Road.
That's the current site, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they showed the 185-foot cell tower on that property.
CP, could I ask you to put photo 1 up? So this is the 185-foot monopine. And if you notice down at the bottom, it says 2516. And if you could do photo number 2, please. This is the 215 self-supported tower, but it needs to be noted for the record that that is actually located on the county property at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road, not 2516 as shown on their block.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As to the 215-foot self-support tower, was the simulation referencing the incorrect property address? Back to you, John.
It is showing the address for the slop site on the county property.
Okay. Was the self-support tower actually located on 2531 Mars Hill Church Road?
Yes.
Is the 2531 Mars Hill Church Road?
Sorry, Commissioner, I didn't follow the question. Was what?
So part of the issue here is that there is no public trust in the application that was presented for consideration. And part of that lack of public trust is information that they have submitted for the record has incorrect property addresses, showing incorrect towers. So that it just goes for the record to again show that.
Understood. Yeah, I'm not asking for the basis. I just didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. The question was something.
So John, back to you. Is the 2531 Mars Hill Church Road property in compliance with section 134-273-35H, which states, quote, applicants proposing towers on residentially zoned parcels must demonstrate that there are no other residentially zoned but not residentially used locations for the proposed tower, such as parks, schools, churches, and other similar institutional uses.
That would fit into that description.
Thank you. CP photo number 3. So this photo dated 8/15/2025 shows the self-support tower and the monopine. John, does this photo represent the subject parcel and the county parcel for comparison purposes? For comparison purposes with the proposed tower for each?
I believe it does.
To your knowledge, did the applicant look at other parcels that are in compliance with section 134-273-35H?
And that's the code section where they have to look at not residency zone properties that are not residential use, correct?
Correct.
Yes, they did submit an affidavit regarding the church, I think shown here on the left. And also they submitted an affidavit that they looked at the school across the street from the subject property.
Okay. And again, we've already discussed Mount Olive Baptist Church and also Lewis Elementary. And again, Freebird stated that the tower placement for Lewis Elementary was not feasible due to the terms offered by the districts, as they were not viable for obtaining telecommunication tenants on the proposed tower. Okay, thank you, John. Can I have someone from DOT, please?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. Jonathan Yee, Deputy Director with the Department of Transportation.
Hi, Jonathan. Just for the record, I know you weren't the one that was directly communicating with Freebird. Can you let us know where Drew Ressler is today?
Unfortunately, he's out of town in Washington, D.C. on other business, so I've communicated with him before to obtain knowledge on the matter.
Thank you. So is the county property located at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road within the 3-mile existing tower site submitted to the county on March 28th, 2025?
Yes, it is. It's approximately 600 feet away, as Mr. Spence stated earlier.
Okay. Did DOT communicate with Freebird Representative Greg Spence as to the use of the county property?
Yes, DOT did. Per emails I was able to obtain, it looks like starting in early July is when communication started. There was also a meeting around that time in July where Director Drew Ressler met with Freebird to discuss the property. And it looks like since between that time there were some negotiations on potential leasing terms.
Did Mr. Spence indicate that the property was not feasible due to topography, bodies of water, streams, creeks, and other water courses, ravines, valleys, tree cover, and the like prior to August 8th, 2025, email at 5:25 p.m.?
Per the records I have in front of me, Mr. Spence did send an email on August 1st, and it looks like that email, it did mention the county property had, and I'll say what's in the email, low-lying, the property is low-lying, crossed by creeks, prone to flooding, subject to a 50-foot water easement, and is not currently developed. However, in the email, it states that the property is not feasible under the current proposed lease terms demanded. So it doesn't appear Mr. Spence referenced those items as being not feasible.
And while the proposed site is approximately 20 feet higher than an alternative location, are there any development obstacles to prevent a cell tower from being located on the preferred location?
Let me see. And actually, I have a picture. I can actually share this with the board so everyone can see what I'm referencing. And so on the screen here is a GIS image that was sent to Mr. Spence by Director Drew Ressler. This shows the county property at 2531. There's a blue line there on the left side going from the top left to about the bottom center. That's a stream per our GIS county records. And there is an oval-shaped series of lines closer to the existing roundabout near the intersection. That is an existing detention pond. Not shown on this GIS map, there's an existing Cobb County Marietta Water Authority easement, which generally runs from where it says Mars, from the Mars Hill Church Road on that top road, down to about where it says road on the lower right side, where it's labeled Aqua due West Road. There's an existing easement running on there. Besides that, there are no apparent structures besides those elements.
Would the applicant be required to cross a creek?
In our suggestion, we outlined this red area to have the applicant look at this area and we suggested to look at this area to not cross the creek, specifically because in that red area, it avoids all those elements that I just described. In addition to that, near the top red corner of that red area, there's an existing driveway apron with a gate. So we suggested this red area so the area could easily connect to that access point and also avoid those elements that I had described earlier.
And is the proposed area that was provided to Freebird within the 50-foot Water Authority easement?
A portion of this red area is. That area of that easement is generally on the upper right corner of that red area, but all the areas to the left and south or below that would not be in that easement.
In your opinion, did Freebird perform their due diligence in evaluating the site beyond lease terms?
From the emails that I've seen in front of me, it looks like that Freebird did review the information that was discussed and it's shown on this screen. Their email does say that it's not feasible because of lease terms, but there is also mentioned in an August 1st email about a requirement for a taller tower, about 20 feet or so taller than their proposed site, which would require lighting. Other than that, I can't really say. I don't have any knowledge about their due diligence.
Did DOT offer to locate the proposed tower within the center of the parcel at approximately with elevations ranging from 949 to 982 feet?
Let me see. This image shown on the screen has lines that represent elevation contours. So based on those numbers and the red area suggested by DOT, it looks like the elevations are generally about 970 to about 960 in that range.
And you've already answered this, but is there existing access to 2531 Mars Hill Church Road?
Yes, there's an existing driveway apron with a gate.
And can you tell us how many contracts the county has that are similar to the one offered to Mr. Spence?
Based on what was shared with me was the April 8th board item that you had mentioned earlier, where there was the Board of Commissioners approved some agreements related to existing wireless sites. So that agreement had approximately 8 sites on parks and county property.
Freebird has raised the question concerning the parks contracts as they cover existing structures, whereas Freebird would be required to construct a self-support tower. How did DOT address this?
Sure. So from emails that I've seen, our director, Drew Ressler, did mention to Freeburg that this concern was stated in a meeting that they had. And the email stated that the county was willing to offset the upfront capital costs to construct that new tower in the lease terms to try to make it a more comparison to the parks agreements that I mentioned earlier.
Freebird has expressed an interest to purchase the property at 2531 Mars Hill Church Road. Why is this not advisable?
Staff would not advise this because, as I mentioned, there's an existing detention pond on the east side of the property. And with the existing Marietta water easement, we would want to make sure that both the water authority and county staff can provide easy access to maintain those areas.
And why was the water authority granted an easement to this parcel?
So the water authority's easement, it runs generally diagonal from Mars Hill Church Road south to Ackworth to West Road. Staff reviewed it, and later the Board of Commissioners approved it. I have a note here, January 2025, and that's because there was a new 36-inch water main proposed, and staff felt it was of public benefit for the to minimize impacts to the traveling public on upfront capital construction, to not go through and close the roundabout for an extended duration, as well as a public benefit for if there's ever any maintenance in the future, the water crews wouldn't have to go into the roundabout or close roadways. So that was why the easement was granted.
And last question, based on the testimony provided today, are there any other items you would like to address?
I think based on the testimony and everything heard today, I think we've covered everything. I would just like to, if it pleases the board, I can submit a copy of these emails for the public record.
Do any of my fellow board members have questions for DOT? Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Okay, and prior to going into my motion, for the record, I am going to be submitting to the clerk the addresses and zoning categories for the cell towers within District 1, and also the 27 letters of opposition that we have had to this application. And it should be noted to the board that while these letters were in opposition to the proposed location, they were amenable to an alternative site. So the Telecommunications Act of 1996 allows for towers to be placed based upon need of the community. The applicant has proven the need for additional cell tower coverage in the area within the 3-mile radius. The subject property, in addition to an alternative property, are across the street from each other. Each parcel has easements and associated construction cost. Title 47 U.S. Code 3327, Preservation of Local Zoning Authority, A, except as provided in this paragraph, nothing in this chapter shall limit or affect the authority of a state or local government or instrumentality thereof over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities. B, limitations. I, the regulation of the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities by any state or local government instrumentality thereof shall not unreasonably discriminate amongst providers of functionally equivalent services, shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services, and no state or local government or instrumentality thereof may regulate the placement, construction, modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of an environmental effect of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. The county, under the rights provided to Cobb as a local governing authority, have created code to allow for the installation of cell phone towers as long as certain criteria are met. This right still exists under 47 U.S.C. 332(7)A. The applicant proposed location does not meet our code requirements, and they chose not to meet with the county prior to applying, nor have they submitted sufficient supporting documentation as to the preferred location feasibility. In addition, the applicant entered into an agreement with the subject property owner, who does not reside on site, almost a year prior to submitting their application to the county. While I asked if the applicant had eminent domain powers, Freebird is acting as if they have unlimited rights to construct a tower. And while the Telecommunications Act of 1996 deregulated the communications industry and promoted competition, it did not remove the rights of local governments to zone cell tower placement. This applicant's tower has not presented evidence that they will provide lower cost service to the community, but presumed improved coverage while accommodating anticipated future growth for wireless demand in the area. This application begs the question, should the applicant be exempt from zoning regulations as they appear to be unwilling to adhere to local zoning laws, which do not prohibit cell towers but specifies preferred locations, which are within the service ring provided? Freebird claims that the 3 alternative sites referenced today do not meet fair market lease criteria that local governments are not allowed to regulate, yet have to adhere to when entering contracts. Within District 1, Cobb County has permitted 38 cell towers. 13 of these towers are on designated commercial use, 7 on schools, 8 are on government-located properties, 5 are churches, 3 are on single-family homes with transmission wires, as Mr. Spence presented in his presentation. 1 is a single-family home that has been approved but no tower constructed, and 1 is a residentially zoned open space area. Of the 14 properties that the county has cell tower leases upon, the county has in good faith renewed these contracts as evidenced with the most recent renewals approved by the board on April 8th of 2025. These same contracts were shared with Freebird, to which they countered with much lower rates, claiming they would not bid against themselves, and the ball is in the county's court to make an improved offer. The county has not discriminated against the applicant, as we have provided placement and construction of the tower that is within the defined area that is also in conformance with our county code, and our lease terms are similar to existing facilities that have located on government parcels. Therefore, the county has treated this applicant in the same fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory basis as other providers. Freebird's claim otherwise is erroneous. Photo 3 from the applicant's submission, which CP had put up, that is dated April 15th of 2025, to which they show the proposed monopine on the subject property and the self-support tower on the preferred location. Aesthetically, the self-support tower is less intrusive, and the end goal of Freebird to improve coverage and accommodate future growth will still be achieved, all while being in compliance with local codes and ordinances on the alternative location. This monopine proposal is not aesthetically desiring or pleasing. It will literally tower over the existing home and roundabout from the subject property, to which the property owners do not reside. The supplemental information submitted on August 19th of 2025 focused on lease terms and amounts to which the county cannot regulate. The applicant has not provided proof as to why 3 alternative sites are not acceptable outside of leasing expenses and terms. Whether the subject property or the alternative site has a tower located upon it, it will require the applicant to modify the land to accommodate the construction of a tower. These costs are inevitable. Based on Section 134-273-35H, residential sites are strongly disfavored for tower location. In addition to all criteria contained in this section, the applicant's proposed tower on residentially zoned must demonstrate that there are no other residentially zoned but not residentially used locations for the proposed tower, such as parks, schools, churches, and other similar institutional uses. It is questionable if the applicant intended to follow this section of the law, as a contract was entered into with the subject parcel on December 29, 2023, and it was not until December of 2024, when their application was deemed incomplete, that they consider other preferred locations. The community is not opposed to a tower in this area. The subject property owners have not resided on the parcel for years, yet they do not mind placing a visual intrusion for their neighbors to see daily as they enter an area they consider their historic community. This visual intrusion also causes a financial burden to the Mabes and other homes in the immediate area, and especially to future sales of homes, of single-family residential homes that are needed within this community, let alone the plastic pollution and other environmental concerns that the monopine tower sheds. Cobb County Code strongly disfavors residential sites used as residence for tower locations. The applicant entered into a contract with the subject property owners on December 29, 2023, almost a year prior to submitting their application to the county. However, the applicant did not reach out to the county to discuss the feasibility of the proposed location until May 5th of 2025. While I asked Mr. Spence if Freebird had eminent domain privileges, to which the answer is no, I only asked the question as information submitted in their application and testimony provided in various community meetings and public hearings have been about lease terms, to which the Communications Act does not address. The criteria that is addressed has been left incomplete or non-existent. Therefore, I would like to make a motion to deny SLUP 2 due to the negative aesthetic concerns, diminished property values, and environmental concerns.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
If I can just ask John a question. There was a mention regarding the zoning regulation violations, and reading through the 15 points for the SLUP, this apparently meets the criteria for that. So for the discrepancy of it not being in a quote-unquote residential area, can you just kind of provide some clarification around that?
Well, and I believe the section you're referencing, Commissioner, is paragraph H, which says residential sites are strongly disfavored for tower location.
Yes.
That site. Can you repeat the question again?
No, I just wanted a little clarification because there was mention that there was zoning regulation violations. And I'm trying to reconcile that against the 15-point SLUP, which apparently meets the criteria. I'm just trying to figure out where the disconnect is.
Well, those 15 criteria that are in the staff analysis, our staff's opinion regarding those 15 criteria, and, we did not find a zoning violation for paragraph H, because even though the residential sites are strongly disfavored per the code, they're not excluded. And, I believe one of the documents Commissioner Gambrill gave the clerk was the list of the 38 cell towers in District 1. And 2/3 of those are on residential zone, but not residential use properties. So, in staff's opinion, the applicant putting this on their chosen site, met the county code, because they did provide proof to us that they tried to get it on the church property and the school property, and then the county property came later down the road, and, terms couldn't be met between both parties.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? I could ask a number of them. We've been here for a very long time. I don't think my assertions are any different. I think a lot of time has gone into assessing this on all points. It's unfortunate that we don't have more time to flesh out some of the things that are being asserted. I think there's some very strong assertions. For typically SLUP analysis, we depend on the 15 questions that have been asked, but we've gone deeper in the code today. If we are not going to rely on Cityscape's interpretation of how an applicant meets 134-273, why are we paying them in the first place? We're relying on them for their analyses, and I think if there are issues with how they do that, then we need to take that up with Cityscape. But I think, the applicant has done their part to provide them information. It was incomplete. They provided the complete information. Cityscape concluded that they met the criteria. So if there's something further that we need to do to make sure that that's being done, I would ask for some direction to be provided by staff, because I'm hearing a lot today about them not meeting criteria. And that just makes me question the process, because I've never heard debate about whether or not our third party that provides this is not doing their part and providing their assessment of the application. Again, I'm not aware of our consideration beyond the 15 points of consideration. I would have loved for this to hinge on that. I do not see, I'm not in a position to question Cityscape. I would ask staff, if they find it questionable, to let me know so I can change my opinion here today. But as far as what I've heard from the 15-point consideration, those things seem to be overcome. And from Cityscape's analysis, the technical requirements have been met. So I appreciate the commissioner's assessment of it. I just can't support it based on what I see and based on the limited amount of time that we've had here to go down the path of weighing what was sent to Cityscape and how that's been considered. That's my view on the matter. With that, commissioners, are there any further questions? I'll call the question. The motion carries, Commissioner Sheffield, 4-1 with Chairwoman Cupid in opposition. Commissioners, we do have one more hearing. We have a limited amount of time. I know our district commissioner who has the application actually has a limited amount of time to go through this, so I understand we'll still move forward in hearing it. We do have one commissioner that does need to leave the dais at this time, so there'll be 4 of us considering it, and we will move forward with the next case, John.
Okay, next case on the agenda is other business item number 39 of 2025, which is to consider a reduction of required lot size for horses for Matthew Brady Owen from 2 acres to .459 acres. The property is located on the south side of Susquehanna Lane in land lot 697 of the 19th District. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 39? Is there anyone here in support of other business 39? In support? Oh, got two? Okay, two people here in support, no one opposed. All those who want to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in. Last.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. No judgment if you want to stretch a little bit. It's been a long day.
Your name, please.
My name is Jennifer Arozqueta. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I come before you as a private citizen regarding consideration for an ADA fair housing compliant request for a therapeutic animal in the form of a miniature horse. I'm submitting this request on behalf of my family to seek approval for the temporary presence of a miniature therapy horse and her nursing filly at our current residence. This unique opportunity allows us to provide therapeutic support within our home through animals known for their intelligence, calm demeanor, and instinctive presence. As a licensed clinical social worker in my 8th year serving families in a local school district, I've witnessed firsthand the power of therapeutic relationships, especially when traditional interventions fall short. Our miniature therapy horse is currently in ongoing therapeutic training, and her filly, born June 17th, will be raised from birth to form an early bond with our youngest ADA-protected household member, of which in total in our household there are 3. And our youngest ADA household member requires consistent therapeutic engagement to support emotional regulation. Meanwhile, the more seasoned mother continues to serve as a therapeutic companion for a 100% disabled veteran in our household who is unable to live independently. That is in reference to my brother, Matthew Brady Owen. I am his court-appointed guardian, and I speak on his behalf. We are grateful to have received written support from licensed professionals, educators, neighbors who affirm the therapeutic and responsible nature of this request. I am going to disseminate some information that contains HIPAA-protected information. So while I submit it for the review of the board, I did not submit it for public record.
Excuse me, can you, excuse me, just, I'm going to confer with the how does that work? If it's being provided to us, I would presume there's no confidentiality if it's part of the record.
Right. I was thinking that same thing. I mean, it needs to be part of our record for us to make our determinations. Would you want the particular names redacted from that information?
For the names to be redacted.
Any other information besides the names? Just, okay.
No, that's everything else is okay.
Would we rely on her to do the redaction versus
We
her
could
giving
do,
it to us to do
if
that?
you've provided this for us to have it as part of the record here, right?
I have.
Then we can do the redaction then, yes.
Is there any other pertinent information beyond the name? Any other sensitive information beyond the name that should be redacted?
I don't believe so. I believe great care was taken to make sure that the information.
All right, thank you. Bill?
Is presentable.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. In addition to supporting our household, these miniature therapeutic animals are being prepared for future community engagement and are expected to participate in local, community, and school-based wellness programs, crisis de-escalation visits, and sensory-friendly events. Our family has also acquired an 11-acre property in South Fulton County, and we will eventually transition the miniature horses to that location once our permanent housing is complete. The expected beginning build time is looks as if it may be December of 2025. I do plan on, so the animals will actually make the transition to our 11-acre property. However, my professional engagement with these animals in the county of Cobb County will continue as I continue my relationship in the school system that I work with. If you will look at the packet before you, there is an index with everything. I won't presume to read everything for you. However, I will highlight that there is a letter from the youngest ADA protected individuals in our household from that pediatrician confirming the medical necessity for this animal. Isaiah, can you bring me my cell phone? Yes. Okay. Exhibit B, there is a letter of support from a licensed educator, and that is, thank you, sir. That is sort of self-explanatory, if you guys would like to review that. Do I need to read it to you for it to be? Okay, perfect. There is a letter of support from the property owner. This property has been our family property since 2019. Because we are making the transition to the property in South Fulton County, we have transitioned the property into my brother's name. Again, I am his legal guardian, and so he is the actual petitioner, but I am, like as I mentioned, here on his behalf. So you have the letter of support from him. You have my guardian authorization statement. And you have just a little bit of a reference sheet because I know that this is not probably everyday business for you all. And so just the purpose of miniature horses, unique abilities that are specific to miniature horses. In our households specifically, the nature of the special needs that are under one roof truly cannot be met in a different way than we have, or in a better way. This is definitely the best practice and most effective intervention that we have found for our household. And so I will take a look at some of the Fair Housing Act laws just to share with you. Okay. Thank you for your patience. The Fair Housing Act, 42 U.S.C. 3601-3619, requires cities and housing authorities to make reasonable accommodations in rules and policies when necessary for individuals with disabilities to have equal use and enjoyment of their housing. Courts and HUD have consistently recognized that assistance animals are not pets or livestock under the FHA. They fall into a protected category when they provide disability-related support. Therapeutic horses as assistant animals, they are specifically trained and used as therapeutic animals for ADA protected individuals. They provide medically necessary and emotionally therapeutic support comparable to service or emotional support animals. Their classification is assistance animal, not livestock. Livestock is defined as animals raised primarily for food or agricultural profit, which is not the case here. The ADA recognition of miniature horses under the Americans with Disabilities Act, Title II and III, Regulations 28 CFR 35.136, 36.302. Miniature horses are explicitly recognized as a category of service animals when they are trained to assist individuals with disabilities. Federal law already provides for their presence in housing and public spaces when related to disability needs. Reasonable accommodation request. The request for reasonable accommodation to zoning rules so that a person with a disability can fully benefit from housing. Denying this request could constitute disability discrimination under both FHA and ADA. HUD guidance makes clear that even if an animal would normally be restricted, it must be allowed if it provides necessary disability-related assistance. Local impact. These animals are small, quiet, well-managed, and compared to typical farm animals. They are housed and cared for in a manner consistent with companion and therapeutic use, not agricultural production, allowing them to possess no undue financial or administrative burden on the city. We respectfully request that the board recognize these therapeutic miniature horses as assistance animals under the Fair Housing Act and ADA, not as livestock, and grant this reasonable accommodation to ensure equal housing opportunity for our family members with disabilities.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation, ma'am?
It does, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, there was no opposition, and the district commissioners asked for you to stay up here at the podium so she can ask you some questions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you for hanging with us the entire day. This has been a very long day, so thank you for being with us. Bill, I'm going to need your help with some questions because this is a sensitive matter, and if my questions don't seem to kind of be in line with the law, just please throw a flag on the play for me. That would be great. But I do have a question, well, several questions for Jennifer. You mentioned that you are transitioning from your current location to, I think you said, Fulton County.
Yes, ma'am. So we have 11 acres purchased. At this moment, they are unimproved acreage, so it's not animal ready, and it would not be until we were living there full time. But that building is beginning, it is expected to begin December 2025.
Right, so you are changing locations from the Marietta location. This is what I'm not understanding because the subject parcel is your residential property, correct?
It is, yes, ma'am.
So are you planning to move that entire, your residence, I guess, to
Yes,
Fulton
ma'am.
County?
Yes, ma'am. Once the build is complete, because of the sensitive nature of the timing for training and early imprinting, miniature horses have, just like kids, they have milestones in growth, and there are certain milestones within the therapeutic training process that need to be met. So unfortunately, we are not able to wait because we would be missing critical therapeutic milestones for the animals at this juncture. And so that is why we're asking for the application to be implemented for Marietta, but we do want to assure the board that we do have a longer term plan that is a little bit more substantial and gives everyone a little bit more elbow room.
Okay, and you mentioned that the beginning construction time will be December of this year. When do you anticipate it to be completed?
We are working right now with the USDA Housing Authority, and so honestly, it depends on funding, and it's something that's a little bit out of our hands. So we are giving the timeline. Should we begin in December 2025, we are given a timeline of 8 to 12 months. As we are doing a self-build, as my husband is a licensed contractor.
Okay, and you mentioned individuals in the home, and this is where I may need you, Bill. Is it a family, or is it more of a group home where you have unrelated, I guess, participants or patients? I'm not sure what you refer to them as.
Sure.
Is this kind of set up as a group home model?
No, we're just all related and neurodivergent.
Pardon?
We are all just related and neurodivergent, and neurodivergent is an umbrella term for brains that are wired differently. So autism would be neurodivergence, ADHD, depression, schizophrenia, all of those things are umbrella under the term neurodivergence.
Okay, but the individuals at this location is what I'm trying to get clarification on, which was on the application. So do all of those individuals reside at this property is what I'm...
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay.
One of the individuals is my brother, who is not
Right.
able to live alone. One of the individuals is our youngest household member, and then I am a third individual.
Okay, and all three of those individuals have some sort of disability based on the
Yes, ma'am.
application? Okay, mother, son. Okay, so, and I have a series of questions here to kind of fill in some blanks for me and have a greater understanding of the use and your request.
Sure.
But what is the specific need that the animal is providing to the disabled resident? Because based on my research, the animals are to meet a specific disability.
Sure.
You mentioned your brother, which is a 100% disabled vet, but what specific needs will the horses provide for the disabled resident?
Touch tasks, so the ability to retrieve items and bring them back. Mobility is a huge thing. Miniature equines are able to assist with mobility in a way that other animals cannot, especially for someone of my brother's size. These animals at their height, at full grown, are comparable to a Great Dane, a female Great Dane, just to kind of give you an idea in size. So there is a little bit more of the height that does assist with when harnessed, assist with mobility and just allowing to be steady.
But for the particular needs of the disabled resident, what are the particular needs that the animal will provide the assistance for? Because apparently that's one of the criteria.
Sure.
That they have to meet a specific need, and I'm just trying to figure out what those three needs are.
Sure. So we're talking about mobility, we're talking about stability with a resident who is a very high fall risk, and we're talking about emotional regulation. We're talking about a resident that has a connection with horses in a way that they do not have with any other animal. I am, as I mentioned, one of the ADA members of our household, and I don't mind sharing. I am autistic and ADHD, and one of the fun things about autism is you either love something and you love it all the way, or it doesn't exist for you. So I am that way, have been that way with horses my entire life. Has spent a lifetime in horses. My brother used to show horses prior to his disabling event, and it is just something that specifically for us, for our needs, for our regulation, it is something that this animal fulfills that no other therapeutic animal could fulfill for us.
Sure. And also, based on my research, emotional support was not one of the criteria that...
Emotional support is different than emotional regulation.
Okay.
So emotional regulation is when you have, typically, when you have a dysregulated child, depending on, or individual, it doesn't have to be isolated to a child, but when you have that complete loss of, you go into your amygdala, your lizard brain, and your fight, flight, you need something to be able to pull you out of that, and that is a medical issue. At that point, it no longer becomes about your feelings. It becomes like transferring your thought process from a survival mode into I can process these feelings, I can go through this. And an emotional, an equine that is trained to intervene in those moments will intervene in a way that brings the person back to a place where they can be grounded and start over and get in the part of their brain that is decision-making, that can get back into making cognitive choices and de-escalating the situation.
Okay. Has a doctor recommended the use of this animal? You shared in your testimony that you have several letters of support, but has there been a physician that recommended the use of? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Will the primary use be indoors or outdoors?
The primary use will be, it will be both. The training is certainly indoors. The animals will be trained just as any other service animal would be. So going into public settings, and these animals are highly intelligent. They can be potty trained just like any other therapeutic animal. I mean, the training, the amount of training that is poured into these animals is very rigorous and profound, and it's not just a playmate. It is carefully manufactured. It's not the right word, but.
And the second part to that, and I do want to spend a little time on the training, but the second part to that is, if it's indoor, will the animal be housebroken?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just to go back to training a little bit, and I need help with this because you're communicating that they will receive training there, but based on the application and the request, my thought was that you are receiving a trained animal to meet the needs of the disabled individuals, not that they will be trained at that site, at your home.
Yes, ma'am. So we have dual layers. We have an animal that is going through training and that has been trained and that has been used in a therapeutic setting. And we have the filly, and that is the colt that was born on June 17th. So this is still a nursing young filly. And that is the animal that we will be training, and that's where the imprinting and the age and the early exposure to her person to whom she'll be assigned comes into play.
Okay.
She will be specifically assigned to my son, and then the parent horse will be specifically assigned to my brother.
Okay, and you mentioned that the foal is 4 months, I believe I read in the documents, but at what age do you begin training and how long does the training take?
Day one. From the time that they're born, they begin what's called imprint training. And so that is, desensitizing them, getting them used to you touching them from head to toe, their ears, making sure there's no unwelcomed touching spots, just sort of getting them used to seeing humans as safe. And then, just with any other training, it goes from there and it progresses through the touch cues, the retrieval cues, the mobility cues, the come, turn around, and stand for, to provide stability cues, all of that. So it is a process that happens from day one, and the initial training has gone through with the breeder. However, we also travel. The horses are located in Dunalaga, and so we have been traveling and visiting with them and spending time to make sure that that initial imprinting is not only with the breeder, who specifically breeds for therapeutic animals, but it is also with us as a family, knowing that these animals will be in service to individuals of our household.
Okay, and is the trainer certified?
I am going through the process of application. So I'm a licensed clinical therapist. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, excuse me. And so I am going through the certification for equine therapy. And I am, although I have a lifetime of experience of working with and training horses, I'm going through the therapeutic process right now. So the answer is close to being certified, yes.
And, okay, close to how long before you are certified?
6 weeks.
Okay, and is the certification required?
It is not a requirement, but it's something that I am doing just to ensure that we are maximizing this opportunity to the greatest potential.
Okay, and I just have a few more, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues if they have any questions. So when the animals are not indoors, is there a facility that you plan to have on site, and will that facility be enclosed?
Yes, ma'am. So we already have a concrete pad that's existing. It is 198 inches by, I think, 128 inches. If I may, the area that is highlighted in red, this is a survey that was done by Gaskin and LaCroix. And it is already 3-sided, and so we will use typical panel fencing. miniature horses are prone to something that's called laminitis. So they cannot be in a field all day enjoying luxurious grass, although they would love to, because laminitis is akin to diabetes. And so they are very sensitive to the sugars in grasses. So typically a miniature horse is kept on what's called a dry lot, which means they have unlimited access to hay, but very limited access to grass, only at certain times of the day, and typically for 2-hour windows at most.
Okay. And how do you plan to discard the animal's waste?
Sure. The wonderful thing about horses is they love a schedule and they are extremely predictable. The animal waste would go into the garbage, just like into the bin, just like any other waste. And we have a plan for composting to make sure that there's no odor, that there's no impact on our neighbors any more than there would be with the dog that we have.
Okay. Is that dog actually, I do have, my last question is, do you plan to have additional service animals at the property? You mentioned the dog, but I'm not sure if that dog is a service animal.
He's not. He's a family pet, but he is not a trained or certified service animal. And again, yes, we do not. The answer to your question is no, we do not plan on having any more service animals, and certainly not at this address.
Okay. Now, the mother horse, and I'm not sure what to call it, forgive me.
That's okay.
So you have, I'll say an adult horse.
Okay,
there
she's
now.
called the dam.
A dam, okay.
Yes.
Is she providing any type of therapy to the individuals at the home?
Yes, ma'am. She is a retrieval animal, and she does touch points. She is also providing stability is her primary goal.
Okay. Okay, and how many, and this really is my last question, but how many do you plan to have at the property, your current property in Marietta?
Sure, yes, absolutely. We are maxed out with the 2. Initially, we planned on the filly only, but then the opportunity came for us to be able to have the mom, and we were in search of an older horse for my brother that could handle the stability piece. She was not available, and then she became available. She had been committed to someone, and that person is no longer in need.
Okay, thank you. I
Sure.
appreciate that.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
So I looked up the website of the farm in Dahlonega. I think it's Milky Ways, if I'm remembering correct. They mentioned no information or documentation as far as being certified in training service animals. So do they have certification?
They do not have certification. They work with the initial imprinting, and then the animals. Their farm is used as a breeding farm for animals of certain temperaments. So it's not just any little horse that's out there. It is a horse that is specifically chosen and bred through multiple bloodlines to be of the temperament and intelligence level to be able to serve its purpose as a therapeutic animal. So their primary goal is to develop the horses that can go into these therapeutic programs. There is a letter from the breeder, and that includes her certification, or her testimony rather, that that is their purpose, that they prefer to work with and they breed for horses to go specifically into therapeutic environments.
Right, and in there, while they say that, they also say they breed them for other purposes. So I don't want the board to think that they just do for this purpose. I mean, there's a wide range of purposes that they build or that they breed these animals for. So help me understand, was this foal, which was a colt, born at your house, or was he born at the farm in Dahlonega?
Born at the farm at Dahlonega. We would not ever presume to usurp the process of the county before bringing these animals into our home, even for a visit. So They have never come into Cobb County.
So what service animal was being used to administer aid to your brother and then the younger individual that you referred to?
There hasn't been. There has been a deficit in these areas, and so that is why we are pursuing this line of, that's why we're pursuing this specific animal and this specific training process.
So you're using animals to provide service aid, but they have not been formally certified as such. They
Well-
haven't been certified through like Pet Partners or some other organizations that certify service animals, correct?
As of yet, no, they have not. They have just been bred for and trained for. But I, as a licensed clinical social worker, will look into all of and make sure that they have that certification. Because again, the long-term goal is, these horses are never going to be, these horses are for my personal use, for my brother and for my son. However, as part of my son's homeschooling, going into the community and going into hospice environments, going into elder care facilities, going into schools, will be part of the training for the younger horse. So the certification is going to come with that horse as she's in our custody, because right now, we can't do anything with regularity other than visit.
So the animals are not currently on your parcel?
They are not, no ma'am. They are not in Cobb County.
And so when are you anticipating bringing them to your parcel?
That is dependent on today, ma'am.
Any other questions? Commissioner Sheffield?
No, I just had a quick clarifying question for John. Any other questions from anybody? Thank you for that. You may be seated.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information that you shared with the board, but I don't think we received this before today, John. We didn't get a copy. Okay, so we're just now seeing this for the first time today, and it's definitely a lot for us to consider and to go through. I appreciate you being here with us all day. I appreciate the additional testimony and adding context to your request. And there are a lot of different moving parts. There's ADA, there's FHA, as you quoted, and some other legal issues or questions or concerns that I would like to discuss with the county attorney offline, and also have an opportunity to go through each of the exhibits that you shared in this packet that you shared with us today. And with so much information presented, I'm not prepared to make a motion for approval or denial without having the opportunity to fully go through this and follow up with you and legal if I have any questions. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to make a recommendation or a motion to hold this case for the August, is it 19th? I'm sorry, September 16th. September, okay, so I will make a motion to hold OB 39, 2025 to the Board of Commissioners September 16th hearing.
All right, second. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0 with Commissioner Burrow being absent. I believe that concludes our zoning hearing for today. Thank you. We are now adjourned.